before that, there was a perception about that particular, even if it is Tarzan who is inside a jungle with a monkey mom, even that monkey mom will never teach you about say amma, like that. That monkey mom will never teach, but still, that even that human baby, the Tarzan baby, we take it as an example, will have the idea of actually the perception, actually the sanya, the perception of that monkey mom, even though the birds are not there, that is the savior, that is the safety mechanism, that is the one who is looking after you, and everything. It will come to one kind of perception, one thought. So that's how the thoughts are forming. But that is not the actual fault. This mechanism is not the fault. The consciousness is not the fault. But the fault is actually not knowing that is just this mechanism only. Because
may I interrupt for a while?
Yeah.
What's your good name?
Kokila.
Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Kokila, just that what you are implying is, correct me if I'm wrong, like even for a worm or even newborn baby, what do you mean by that? Just the consciousness. If I were to say this way, is that okay? Or is there anything wrong with this statement? If I make a statement like this, like even the newborn baby, or even for that matter, even little tiny living being with a simple structure, even without having these sensory organs, maybe microorganisms perhaps, don't they, if they have any being with a consciousness, if the ignorance is there, doesn't that consciousness have some idea of separation, like separating things from one another?
That's what I'm trying to say. So
yes.
That is what I said when I say it in different words. I say that the vibration is happening here in the sense it's kind of that's the kind of separation you're talking about, because it is felt here
so and outside.
No, the outside story is coming after the mind is formed. Be careful about that.
Okay.
In the field, in the fetus level or in the baby's level, it is only a vibratory thing you feel, and that vibration, it's not a thought. So when you come to a thought only, there is outside and inside, because as I said, when the mother is standing there, obviously I'm standing here. That is the separation that you're talking about. That is the duality you're talking about. But in the microorganism also has that, but it not that marginalized, not that, it's very subtle, because it is so imagine as a bacteria, if you feel that it's a vibration. If you become the bacteria only, someone you will understand. So you have to become the bacteria to feel this. So if you become the bacteria, then you only thing that bacteria would feel is the vibration. Bacteria can't think about, my next one is.
Yeah, you are implying that the very consciousness itself is a separation, isn't it? With
It is a separation.
The process of the mechanism of, say, it's a mechanism. It's obviously mind is also a process, of consciousness also a process. And everything is a manifestation according to Anicca, right? So cause and effect.
And also I forgot to add the consciousness, the ignorance part is also there. But once a human hears this Dhamma, after about 7 years of age, any child has this idea of self now. They know, I am someone, this is my mother. It's all good now. Separation has done beautifully. Now You don't have any problem in separation. You definitely, this is my friend, this is my mother, this is my dad, I am someone. That's all done. But once someone hears this Dhamma, the Dhamma itself is about how the consciousness is a problem here. The ignorance is about consciousness is brought about only by rapid vibration of the eye, or rapid vibration of the ear, or rapid vibration of the skin, or rapid vibration of the tongue, or rapid vibration of the nose. Mainly, it is we mainly talk about all the nose and the tongue and the skin. We mainly talk it as the kaya, in the sense it's a kind of the
Aggregation.
feel we have. You know, the actual feeling. So when you touch, you feel the liquidity, all this stuff. They are actually not outside. They are rapid vibration of organ itself. That is where the problem is. That is where the separation you are talking about is problematic too. Due to the ignorance, the vibration here, we have to get to know this properly. Otherwise, ignorance will be actually feeding us anyway. But actually, what has happened here is vibration of the sensory faculties only. It is so rapid that if you read about them, you will know how rapid they are in the eye, how rapid they are in the ear, how rapid they are in the skin level, and how rapid actually the human mind is. That is the fastest thing, I think. So the fast occurrence of these vibrations is the reason for consciousness, not the self. There's no self. There's no separation actually. And that is the understanding that leads to the non-vibration. This has to be felt. This has to be understood also first. But this has to be felt. So feeling that is the difficult part. But if you actually feel it, you understand the non-vibration. In the non-vibration, that separation you're talking about is not there.
Yeah, got it. Much merits. Thank you. Much merits. And kindly, Kokila, shall I share my text or whatever this WhatsApp, so I could just get into that group so I could get the details of the discussions? Shall I leave a message here? Or?
Well, Dr. Sakuntala, do you know anything about that? Because I'm not from Sri Lanka. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry, Saman, what did you say? Can you please repeat? Yes.
Ms. Sakuntala, is there any way that I can just get into that group, WhatsApp group, or maybe anywhere that I can get the details of the discussions? So sort of I can.
Yes, I think you can go to the websites. There are several websites.
Okay.
And the websites do have the telephone numbers also. Can I read it for you?
No, it's in the website, so I can just go to the WhatsApp number and send a request or something, right?
Right. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. That is the main website.
Site. Right.
Yeah. Buddothpado-dhamma.com. Then there is another one, buddothpado.lk.
Right. Got it.
So those are the two main websites, so that you can get every detail that you need from those two.
Right. Much merits to you all. I just need to leave. I'm planning to attend a lecture now. Thanks, much merit. So I hope to see you soon. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Rasalnai.
So I think, Sakuntala, we were talking about the mind being a dhvaniya, or mind being a vibration as well. So anything to add on to that? I think Suranka is also here. In some,
maybe
we can have
join.
a discussion.
Yes.
Dr. Sakuntala.
I
was thinking along the lines of the milk toffee still. Because it is actually quite interesting, when you said that one stimuli can set off the whole experience. Like, when
One
you get
vibration.
one vibration, say it's from the nose sensor, but then you get the milk toffee sensation. But then the thing is that everything happens from one vibration also, isn't it? One vibration.
Yeah, if you
just,
dig into that, it is
if you dig into
it
it,
is the
exactly.
tent. It's the tent, yeah.
So that one vibration then kind of splits itself only because
it's not
of
splitting. Don't use that word. I think splitting gives mixed ideas. I think the
Okay.
telepathization is the phenomena there too, because Lord Buddha has always told it's only one sensory organ works at one time. If it is eye, it is not the ear. If it is the ear, it is not the tongue. But because this happens so fast, we can't comprehend this. We can't have an idea, but it says beautifully in a sutta. I don't know whether it's a sutta, but you know that where Lord Buddha explains about the spider kind of thing. It's I can't remember exactly, but when it's only one sensory organ which vibrates at one particular moment.
Yeah, I haven't actually come across that in a sutra.
No, it's not. I don't know what it is. I'll take it back because I'm not sure. But what I'm trying to say is that particular thing, once the mind is well formed, which comes is the product, the gitel, the butter, not the milk. But it is very important. That's why we talk about understanding this Dhamma and feeling this Dhamma in one stimuli is the thing that we talk about, the moment that we talk about. That's why we talk about one particular moment. Otherwise, we don't have to talk about a moment, should we? So, anything else to add, Suranka, into that thing?
Yes, so what I was trying to say was, so for example, now the child may in the nursery classroom first be shown by the teacher. The teacher might show a picture. So now let's say the teacher will show a picture of the milk toffee and say, this is called a milk toffee. This is a sweet. And that's it. Now, supposing this child has never seen such thing before, but is now learning, sees the picture of a milk toffee and knows that it is sweet. That's it. So then maybe 1 month later, the mother makes milk toffee at home, or somebody comes with milk toffee. And then the child actually links that name and sound, the picture and the sound given in the classroom with the taste, because now the child actually gets to taste
That's actually like Surangika's waterfall now. Because Surangika was, remember we were discussing about how we feel alive near the waterfall, but when we look at a picture, we don't feel like that alive. But now the child must be kind of surprised and, like, wow, this is the milk toffee. Now it's in your hand.
Yeah, so then the texture of the milk toffee, and say there's cashew inside the milk toffee, all that now, so these are additional through the taste sensor. The child is taking on these additional, what do you call those things, volitional formations. And so the telepathization that is happening at that moment is the Montessori vibration synchronizing, and then the new taste sensation kind of thing as well. So then every time, say again, 1 year later, the teacher says, bring something to school. Everybody has to bring something to school. So the child tells the mother, okay, I know you're not very good at baking, but I want to take milk toffee. So mama, can you help? And so now finally the mother makes it. So then, finally maybe that was not as good as what the friend brought home, but still it's milk toffee, that'll do. And so now that is taken. So again, now that entire experience of the mother making it,
Yeah.
and maybe it went wrong, maybe it went well, all those again.
That is the film we are talking about. The
yes,
value.
So these are all, what I'm trying to say is each of these experiences are by itself again by telepathizing, isn't it? And say 10 years later, when the child hears the word, not a child anymore, a teenager, hears the word milk toffee, those individual sensor-driven vibrations which happened at different points in time. So time is, of course, again a falsehood. But that vibration, telepathization occurs from those different sensor-driven perceptions, all come together in one shot, isn't it? But it is not necessarily, what I'm trying to say is not necessarily happening. The time itself, how much of a falsehood it is, because it didn't matter that from a conventional world perspective that the child got one aspect from the Montessori and one aspect 1 month later and another aspect another month later. The vibration happening at that very moment, if it matches a similar vibration, everything comes.
Yeah, how about mother? Mother is like...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mother is age of you.
Yes. It keeps on adding, isn't it? I mean, it keeps on adding and the final product changes each time.
And what about me?
Yes.
And that is the most volitional aspect that can happen, because that is not even in these few years, like whatever the years we are talking about, that is not even that. This self-vibration has been the thing forever. So that self-existence, that feel of existence, is your friend forever. Feel of that's why when people ask, how do you distinguish from feel of existence and the non-vibration? Well, there's no answer, because non-vibration, we have never felt. If someone has felt it once, maybe that person will know. But if not, what we have felt throughout is the non-vibration, self-vibration. That is it. So the fish is always in the water. Likewise, we are always having this vibratory thing where the self-perception is always there.
So if the water is akin to the sensory perceptions, the sensory perceptions won't go away. We can look at it like that as well in the same example, but with a different twist, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a different twist then.
Yeah. So the water will remain the same, i.e. the same sensors will be telepathizing in the normal way, even for Arahat. But
that can actually confuse you, because what we are trying to say in this particular example, what Aranansi is saying is the actual feel of existence and absence of feel of existence. That's where that...
yeah, I think better not use that example for anything else. It's confusing, isn't it? Then?
Yeah. And because, the gentleman was trying to say about the separation is the same thing. At that particular fraction of a second, there's no separation. That's a kind of, becoming the tree, or becoming, the word becoming is kind of the thing. the separation
I didn't understand what
is
that
not
separation
felt.
was. What was he trying to say, Dr. Morgan?
Well, he asked that question in the explanation way, but the answer was given in a different way. Answer was actually given through the kind of experience that the vibration, when if there is no feel of self-existence or feel of existence, what is left is only that particular perception, whatever the sound or there's no duality there.
So
He's
that part
talking
that
about
you
the
were
duality.
explaining.
He's
yeah.
talking the separation is the duality, I think. That's how I answered the question. We may be wrong, but it's his first day, so.
But when we think about the baby and the baby's feelings and the feeling of the light, so
that is
type
in
of
the
basic
vibratory. That is a vibratory level, yeah.
So that also we call consciousnesses, isn't it? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one has to be distinguished, as you said to him earlier, about not to mistake that from the mind consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind consciousness is the dream that we live now
dream, yeah.
at this moment.
Yeah. And the split, not the split, what did he say? Separation. The separation is when the whole construct is seen as a falsehood, isn't it? And then that collapses, and it is, I suppose, in that stage of collapsing of importance that the non-self vibration arises for a fraction of a second.
Yeah,
Could we say it that way?
When you say that, it's actually absence of self vibration, because there's no new vibration. So it's always tricky, these words. But absence of self vibration. Yeah. So, but it is. I mean,
absence of vibration. That's right. Yeah.
It is very difficult to keep talking in these languages. But the thing is, when there is absence of vibration here, because there's no duality. That's in the vibratory level, though, not in this mind. Mind, it's always there. Separation is always there. Mind, if the fan is there, I'm here. But if someone has experienced this true Dhamma, then this, we don't care whether it's there or not. That's a different story. That is the outcome of this experiences, is that you get it, yeah? Like, once someone experiences these things, then that person realizes that the reality was not always duality, because duality is the reality for us. In sensual world, the duality is the reality for us. But then if someone feels this no self-perception, that's the word, no self-perception or absence of self-vibration, then you definitely know that reality is not that. Reality is non-vibration or absence of vibration, because then the actual non-duality is the norm now. That's what I was trying to say. But in the mind level, duality is there. But once someone has understood Dhamma, he doesn't care whether the duality is there or not, because he knows the truth. That's the time that fish goes out from the water and feel that always he had been feeling of existence. Now he knows, even though he has fallen back to water, he still knows there is another truth, that this feel of existence is there only when the stimulus is taken as true. That's the most important part. Yeah. Hopefully this makes some sense to everyone. I mean it's time
we
have
talk about the fish example, maybe because we are so familiar with the Sinhala Zoom sessions. So perhaps maybe we should, if you can explain the entire example and the different stages that are advanced explained.
Next time maybe.
Oh, we run out of time. Yes, it's almost time.
Yeah. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to talk about this Dhamma. It's such a beautiful thing to even like to understand how consciousness works, how mind works, and how non-vibration is the base, not the consciousness. Everyone in the world thinks the consciousness is the base. It's not the base. Actual base is the non-vibration, which we can't reach most of the time. But now time has come. We invite everyone. If you're keen to discuss something, I mean, we can be very poor in vocabulary, we can be very bad in explanation, but we can try. And one day you can fly, isn't it? You can try. We worship Aran Vanse, we thank Aran Vanse, and thank you all Dhamma friends for coming every day and making this so beautiful experience, because I don't think one person talking would be interesting for a Zoom. And specifically in Sinhala Zoom discussions, we have someone, at least we had one question today, which is great. And we invite everyone to come and discuss this, so that this message goes to the English speaking society. Someone out there who is close to non-vibration might hear this, who knows? Yeah. Therwan Sarnai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Sarnai Aramas.
Yeah.
State, the eye consciousness is to the mirror that gleams when held in sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the eye consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is a natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The learning of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears. And that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhar and pains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankhara or mental formations. These sankhara locks us up in a false view to steer, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. තෙරුවන් සරණයි වලි.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all, and we will worship and say, first of all, and I joined a little bit later. Were you there from beginning, Dr. Sakuntala, for the reading?
Yes.
Could you please
Yes.
summarize it? Okay.
Yes. Most of it actually. Basically, what was read was how the sensor level is functioning, what is happening at the sensor level, and subsequently a collective function or combination of the sensor function will give rise to the thought formation, and how the speech or how the child learns to talk. That was another point that was described. That means again at the sensor level, there will be a sound formed at the ear level, ear faculty, and as a sequel of that, there will be some function of the body sensor level, that means the throat level, and the sound will be kind of repeated at the throat level, and the child will try to imitate the sound which was created in the ear. So when the sound like mama is vibrated, the subsequent function of the body sensor or the body faculty will create that sound, and then we say that the child is talking, child is telling what I am telling him. So that was one of the things that was described. And also it was also briefly mentioned about how this synchronization occurs. Now, when there is a sound somewhere, we say that we heard a sound. Actually, what happens is that there is vibration at the ear level or the ear faculty, and then there is some synchronization with another vibration which was somewhere. So the both become same. That means there's nothing which came from that side to here. There's nothing which came from outside actually. There is synchronization or telepathization of two similar vibrations, and that process we call we heard. And another example was given, actually the lightning, which as an example for the process of seeing. When there is a series of rapidly happening sparks, we see a light. We tell that we assume that there is light. So that is what is happening at the eye level also. There's a series of fast vibrations, and that creates something which look like which we name as a light. And also another example was given about the thundering sound. Now, when there is some thundering, at the same time, we observe some of the windows will shatter. Actually, there is nothing transferred from the clouds up to the window, but there was some similarity in the vibrations, and then we hear the vibration or the shattering of the windows. So like that, the examples were given to indicate that sensor functions are not manipulated by something outside. Sensor function occurs then and there, and that is simply a vibration at that level. But the process called hearing, seeing, and feeling of the skin, all these things are something that happens then and there, and then there is some synchronization with similar vibrations somewhere. So we cannot assume and say that those vibrations are persisting. Those vibrations also occur then and there, and then instantly there is some matching or telepathizing to the sensor faculties. Actually speaking, the sensor faculty means vibration at that point. There's nothing called a separate sensor faculty which feels the vibration. Occurrence of the vibration means that is the occurrence or the appearance of the sensor faculty. That was actually, those were the facts that was read from the book Dr. Kokila. Anything you can elaborate on that, Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I think we have discussed a lot about in this towards that side of thing. Most of the time we discuss the same thing, and we just have to kind of reiterate this again and again, and tell how actually this stimuli is the only thing that was there, but how we felt differently. And the stimuli is actually a constellation of all these things, the eye faculty, and then the mind. Because just eye faculty, it would be just the light, but because we kind of have a different way of different mechanism how these sensory organs work. They vibrate in the same time and they actually act as a different new vibration. The new vibration has different qualities. These qualities were not the actual function of the first one. Like when you sing a song, the music, the final outcome is different. But if you actually divide it into various factors like the drum, the flute, the piano, the violin, they are quite different. Likewise, the five organs act differently, but the final outcome is the chair or the pineapple or the mother or the daughter. So that final outcome has a different quality. And what mind is, actually what mind consciousness is, fast occurrence of these thoughts makes it as you have kind of a existence. It is the mind consciousness, but it is a different state than the original level of other consciousnesses. So when we understand one stimuli, all these levels are there. The basic eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, tactile, all these sensory organs, their vibrations, we have kind of vibration that is without the mind consciousness, but with the mind consciousness we have that new quality, new kind of a meaning now, and there being involved in the dream. Now you are actually in the dream. You are part of the dream. You're actually the center of the dream. So this feeling brings us the most damaging part of this is actually the self-perception. Why? Because always if you feel something, there is someone who is feeling it. So that's inevitable. So that is the problem. It has happened, but no one has actually done this. So what was there was actually the stimulus, because there's eye faculty, there's all the other faculties, mind faculty, and there's a final outcome, kind of. It's a phenomena which will happen anyway. And this is not going to stop until you stop breathing and, but then what is happening then? What is understanding Dhamma and what happens then is this extra power which has come because we have taken this as real. The stimuli is not real. So there's two types of liberation that Lord Buddha talks. One is from defilements, one is from skandha. Don't know what that means in English, like from sensory organs, sensory organ vibrations. So defilements is like actually liberation from mind, where you actually get rid of that, the underlying vibration as well, because one stimuli has all these three layers. But even after that, the life will continue with the so-called sensory organ vibrations, and that's going to happen until breathing stops. But what is the magic here is the main magic is that inability to vibrate. Because there's no vibration here, there's no ability to synchronize anywhere else. And even in returner's level, there's no enough power for that vibration be able to have a synchronicity in the normal realms. Because there should be a kind of a some kind of power for the vibration to be able to synchronize somewhere else. So that power is not there, means that vibration is not powered enough. This is all happening as a mechanism. Actually, there's no one doing it, or nothing is happening here. But understanding this is bit difficult in the beginning. But once you get hold of the idea, it becomes part of you, and you kind of start feeling it. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka, do you have anything to add to that? We can build up a discussion.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you explained most of the facts around that. These things have been discussed again and again, but because it is the basic important fact or the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's teaching, we are mentioning it again and again. So understanding that it is happening uh, uh, at sensor level. Every action, every thought, every word, every action can be accounted to the sensor level. But because we have been having this strong drushti about self, selfness or I-ness, or whatever the word we can use, existing feeling. Because of that, we tend to sort of think many things that can be easily sort of recognized as sensor level, but still we feel that it happened to me or it was done by me, and I used it, I had it. For everything, automatically this self feeling is tagged. And as it was mentioned in the book reading, this is an automatic process or a spontaneous process. And you mentioned that in your part also. So there is no way of controlling or stopping whatever the environment that the animal or the living being is there, irrespective of the environment, this spontaneous process occurs. So whatever the sounds come, whatever the sounds vibrated, whatever the shapes vibrated, and whatever the other senses, other feelings vibrated, all will combine automatically to form the thoughts after a particular level.
share the truth, so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons fast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons fast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for
a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death, it's something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals. But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks. They are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering even after 20, 30 years thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami. They suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukkutumitta? So, more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So, is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. Then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works, how these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband, and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly, and you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments? So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self. but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I am going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear these. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind. because we also came from a radiant mind which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. but still he can't place it. And no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul. There is no me. But we think there is a soul. So, more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So, to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana, and the Ashtakshay Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So, without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So, one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So, in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either, that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majjhya Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Mahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement a sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Asraksha Jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? Because we take the world as real and we stride towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
16. The I consciousness is similar to the mirror that gleams when held towards the sunlight. There is only a gleam or shine on the I consciousness. The forming of the mind consciousness is a natural phenomenon. As soon as the senses receive any stimulus, automatically a thought is formed in the mind consciousness. When a shape called mother is given a sound like ma, 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 then the child tries to produce the same sound from his voice as ma, ma, and he forms a word. The learning of words is similar to when there is thunder up in the skies. When the frequency of the vibration from the noise of thunder matches the natural frequency of the window pane, then window panes begin to vibrate to the sounds of the thunder. But nothing came from the sky towards the window panes. Nothing came from the sky. In the same way, when an adult teaches a child to say mother, the child uses his voice to imitate the sound of the vibration he hears. And that is how he learns to form the sound or the word. Learning of words is also a natural phenomenon. It happens automatically. The fact that we don't understand this natural phenomenon is avidya, or the ignorance of not knowing the Dhamma. Due to our ignorance, we create sankhara and pains such as lobha, dvesha, moha, which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. The text Avidya Pachaya Sankhara explains that our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. Ignorance about the pure truth that the outside does not exist bring about sankhara or mental formations. These sankhara locks us up in a false view tushtiya, and that prevents us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. This natural phenomenon, or this Swabhavika Sansiddhiya, is that along with the shape and the sound, all the other information about that image is automatically tied up to that image. තෙරුවන් සරණයි බොලී.
Therwan Saranai. Dr. Kokila, please go ahead. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all, and we will worship Parana and say, first of all, and I joined a little bit later. Were you there from beginning, Dr. Sakuntala, for the reading?
Yes.
Could you please
Yes.
summarize it? Okay.
Yes. Most of it actually. Basically what was read was how the sensor level is functioning, what is happening at the sensor level, and subsequently a collective function or combination of the sensor function will give rise to the thought formation, and how the speech or how the child learns to talk. That was another point that was described. That means again at the sensor level, there will be a sound formed at the ear level, ear faculty, and as a sequel of that, there will be some function of the body sensor level, that means the throat level, and the sound will be kind of repeated at the throat level, and the child will try to imitate the sound which was created in the ear. So when the sound like mama is vibrated, the subsequent function of the body sensor or the body faculty will create that sound, and then we say that the child is talking, child is telling what I am telling him. So that was one of the things that was described, and also it was also briefly mentioned about how this synchronization occurs. Now, when there is a sound somewhere, we say that we heard a sound. Actually, what happens is that there is vibration at the ear level or the ear faculty, and then there is some synchronization with another vibration which was somewhere. So the both become same. That means there's nothing which came from that side to here. There's nothing which came from outside actually. There is synchronization or telepathization of two similar vibrations, and that process we call we heard. And another example was given, actually the lightning, which as an example for the process of seeing. When there is a series of rapidly happening sparks, we see a light. We tell that we assume that there is light. So that is what is happening at the eye level also. There's a series of fast vibrations, and that creates something which look like which we name as a light. And also another example was given about the thundering sound. Now, when there is some thundering, at the same time, we observe some of the windows will shatter. Actually, there is nothing transferred from the clouds up to the window, but there was some similarity in the vibrations, and then we hear the vibration or the shattering of the windows. So like that, the examples were given to indicate that sensor functions are not manipulated by something outside. Sensor function occurs then and there, and that is simply a vibration at that level. But the process called hearing, seeing, and the feeling of the skin, all these things are something that happens then and there, and then there is some synchronization with similar vibrations somewhere. So we cannot assume and say that those vibrations are persisting. Those vibrations also occur then and there, and then instantly there is some matching or telepathizing to the sensor faculties. Actually speaking, the sensor faculty means vibration at that point. There's nothing called a separate sensor faculty which feels the vibration. Occurrence of the vibration means that is the occurrence or the appearance of the sensor faculty. That was actually, those were the facts that was read from the book Dr. Kokila. Anything you can elaborate on that, Teruvan Saranai?
Yeah, I think we have discussed a lot about in this towards that side of thing. Most of the time we discuss the same thing, and we just have to kind of reiterate this again and again, and tell how actually this stimuli is the only thing that was there, but how we felt differently. And the stimuli is actually a constellation of all these things, the eye faculty, and then the mind. Because just eye faculty, it would be just the light, but because we kind of have a different way of different mechanism how these sensory organs work, they vibrate in the same time, and they actually act as a different new vibration. The new vibration has different qualities. These qualities were not the actual function of the first one. Like when you sing a song, the music, the final outcome is different. But if you actually divide it into various factors like the drum, the flute, the piano, the violin, they are quite different. Likewise, the five organs act differently, but the final outcome is the chair or the pineapple or the mother or the daughter. So that final outcome has a different quality. And what mind is, actually what mind consciousness is, fast occurrence of these thoughts makes it as you have kind of a existence. It is the mind consciousness, but it is a different state than the original level of other consciousnesses. So when we understand one stimuli, all these levels are there. The basic eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, tactile, all these sensory organs, their vibrations, we have kind of vibration that is without the mind consciousness, but with the mind consciousness we have that new quality, new kind of a meaning now, and there being involved in the dream. Now you are actually in the dream. You are part of the dream. You're actually the center of the dream. So this feeling brings us the most damaging part of this is actually the self-perception. Why? Because always if you feel something, there is someone who is feeling it. So that's inevitable. So that is the problem. It has happened, but no one has actually done this. So what was there was actually the stimulus, because there's eye faculty, there's all the other faculties, mind faculty, and there's a final outcome, kind of. It's a phenomena which will happen anyway. And this is not going to stop until you stop breathing, and but then what is happening then? What is understanding Dhamma, and what happens then is this extra power which has come because we have taken this as real. The stimuli is not real. So there's two types of liberation that Lord Buddha talks. One is from defilements, one is from skandha. Don't know what that means in English, like from sensory organs, sensory organ vibrations. So defilements is like actually liberation from mind, where you actually get rid of that, the underlying vibration as well, because one stimuli has all these three layers. But even after that, the life will continue with the so-called sensory organ vibrations, and that's going to happen until breathing stops. But what is the magic here is, the main magic is that inability to vibrate. Because there's no vibration here, there's no ability to synchronize anywhere else. And even in non-returners level, there's no enough power for that vibration be able to have a synchronicity in the normal realms, because there should be a kind of some kind of power for the vibration to be able to synchronize somewhere else. So that power is not there, means that vibration is not powered enough. This is all happening as a mechanism. Actually, there's no one doing it, or nothing is happening here. But understanding this is a bit difficult in the beginning. But once you get hold of the idea, it becomes part of you, and you kind of start feeling it. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Anything to add? Suranka, do you have anything to add to that? We can build up a discussion.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I think you explained most of the facts around that. These things have been discussed again and again, but because it is the basic important fact or the basic teaching in Lord Buddha's teaching, we are mentioning it again and again. So understanding that it is happening uh, 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 at sensor level. Every action, every thought, every word, every action can be counted to the sensor level. But because we have been having this strong drushti about selfness or I-ness, or whatever the word we can use, existing feeling. Because of that, we tend to sort of think many things that can be easily sort of recognized as sensor level, but still we feel that it happened to me or it was done by me, and I used it, I had it. For everything, automatically this self feeling is tagged. And as it was mentioned in the book reading, this is an automatic process or a spontaneous process. And you mentioned that in your part also. So there is no way of controlling or stopping. Whatever the environment that the animal or the living being is there, irrespective of the environment, this spontaneous process occurs. So whatever the sounds come, whatever the sounds vibrated, whatever the shapes vibrated, and whatever the other senses, other feelings vibrated, all will combine automatically to form the thoughts after a particular level. That means after a particular maturation of the physical parts of the body, there is automatically combining to form thoughts. And because the thought itself has a power or a current, it won't stop from there. It will lead to the feeling of existence, which we call itta sanyava. And itta sanyava means there is a spontaneous feeling that self is there. So this is the sequelae, and this is something that we have been talking again and again so many times, and it is the truth, and it is the fact that to be understood in the form of an internal transformation, not as a knowledge. A person who will listen to these Dhamma discussions can take it as a thought and can say that, yes, this is only a sound, this is only a shape to me. But that is completely wrong, actually. Taking it as a thought means the person is there, doer or the person responsible is there, and some activity is happening. So it should be an internal transformation. Initially, to understand this as a sensor function or sensor level, the person should use the thoughts and then try to research himself, and then try to understand. And eventually, after some level, it's felt as a thought automatically. At that time itself, you get that thought instantly to say that this is something created. And then further deep, when the understanding or the internal transformation is further better, it comes as a feel. Then the next thing is that I know, Dr. Pokila, you are very often discussing this level in your discussions, especially this night discussion. I have heard you mentioning this very often, because you can't stop at the sensor level, because sensors itself are creations. Sensor function itself is a creation. That is why Lord Buddha said, Chakkung nichangva anichangva. That means is the sensor level, or the what you see is true. So in other words, even without a name, if you see a shape, if the eye vibrates and creates a shape, that itself is not true. That again is a result of a fast vibration. The usual example of the fireball, when the fireball is spinning very fast, you can see it as a fire circle. Similarly, when you see the blades of a fan, of a ceiling fan, or maybe an ordinary fan at home, or even the fan of a helicopter or flight, when there is fast spinning, you can't see the blade separately. You see it as a circle, full circle. So you can't say that there is no circle because you can see it. And you can't say there is a circle because it's just a creation at that moment. So that is the deeper level that you have to understand. And that is what the system will understand with the complete internal transformation, that there is nothing, basically nothing in any of these things which are experienced as stimuli. Depending on the nature of the sense faculty of each living being, something is created all the time. If the consciousness is there, consciousness in the sense, what I meant is that the level of consciousness that we describe in the normal world or the mundane world. So if the person is alert and conscious, then you will experience these stimuli one after the other, and different sense faculties one at a time, and collectively it creates the world. And the feeling of the existence of world is called bhava in Pali. Bhava means assuming that the world is existing. Even one stimulus. Now, if you take as a tree, if you consider it as an existing tree, that is also bhava. And all these items, the trees, houses, vehicles, people, myself, all, the feeling of existence collectively, we call the world is there, world is existing, there is a world. And opposite to that world, I am there. So this is the ignorance. This is what we don't realize, because the existing world and myself are the components that we have been experiencing, not only in this birth, but all these samsara cycles throughout this time. That is what we have been believing or taking as real. That is why we are born today as living beings here, because we couldn't break that cycle. So I think those were the things that I wanted to elaborate on from what was read, and maybe Surangika can add something to that. Teruvan Saranai. Are you in the place that where you can talk?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I think as Dr. Pokula said, we are talking about basically the same process, isn't it? How the vibrations causes the manifestation in the five senses, and it is only from that vibration that there is a representation called form, which is then identified by the sensation that it creates or seems to create in different senses, isn't it? In the eye, the sensation of light, in the ear, the sensation of sound, and so on. And then from those comes that illusion of And from those comes actually the naming or the identification of those various images and sounds purely for the purpose of experiencing those and distinguishing one from the other. And why is that also done? That is done for the purpose of wanting to savor it, wanting to enjoy one as distinct and different from the other. And all this via the different senses, but ultimately, once one accesses the true Dhamma and gains that understanding, there is that realization that from whatever senses these feelings and sense of enjoyment comes, all that is happening here is that what do you call it? The uddipana in Sinhalese. It is that kind of slight exuberance, that bit of volitional formation, no matter whether it is coming from the eye consciousness, stimuli from the eye consciousness, or from the ear, like nice sound or music or whatever it is, or whether it is from food, some tasty, delicious food. Ultimately, the sensation is that sense of satisfaction or the sense of savoring, and then that existent feel and the savoring, the sensual desire, the sensual form and formless world, the three bhumi, the three realms get created, and that existent and self-perception is there. And the self-vibration keeps on maintaining itself, if not becoming stronger, isn't it? But ultimately, one realizes that if all these senses are just only giving that sense of savoring or tasting or enjoying, ultimately it is just one sensation. Ultimately, it is one vibration. And when that is realized, the futility of sensations being derived from different senses collapses, isn't it? And that is the very thing that, and when people do not understand that, they go behind all these different types of enjoyment. If it is sports, through the physical activity of it, the euphoria of winning a game, or playing some, hard game like rugby and soccer and things like that, the joy of the moment, the joy of winning, and so on. And then if it is food, you go to restaurants and you have these different types of cuisine, you go to the nth degree about how to make it this, that, and the other, and you get this fine dining and all these kind of things. So that's the ultimate zenith of the taste sensor and the taste function. So from all these things, people, due to ignorance, think that they are gaining different types of satisfaction, and all these are like kind of catering to different parts of themselves, and each of these tastes that they cultivate within them also they think is part of their character, part of their personality. And they've created these certain art forms and personality traits based on these different sense faculties and their desires for different types of experiences. So, but all this is what? All this is, again, as Narayan Vase has said this so many times, when one understands the function of these senses and how they come about, and then that ultimate experience is the same, whether it is coming from the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, or the smell. And that sensation itself is also made up of nothing, and it is purely there because of the speed of vibration. Then what more is there to savor or hold on to or value, isn't it? And I think it's that realization that one that is gained gradually, and also, of course, very importantly, the fact that this is nobody's doing. It is just a mechanism, a process that is happening. And this perception is something that has been tagged on to it due to the ignorance. It is just a misconception, but not something which is a truity. So if once that is fundamentally realized, that this whole need for wanting to be living, wanting to, get up every day and survive, not survive. Nobody wants to survive. No, people want to always do something. There is the tendency in this process, because of the way the mind works, of wanting vibration after vibration, stimuli after stimuli, to maintain this so-called existence. And that is also coming from that zygote Shasviya nature that is there. That is the thing that is propelling this thought process and the self-vibration. Because of that, there is a never-ending wanting through the sense functions to keep on living, keep on existing and wanting. So the wanting comes from that self-vibration. So when one understands that there is nothing to want, there are no such things to want in the first place, and that those are also just constructs of the mind and mind alone, then this whole need for existence, needing to be alive, all these things just fall away gradually. And with that only comes that tranquility. And one would still have to exist as long as there is the breath coursing through this so-called body. But there is in that moment of nothing being anything of value, the, I don't know what you call it, the Swapadishesha nirvanic state, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And then one just continues on until this physical body comes to an end. But having at least realized that point of Swapadishesha Nibbana, or at least a state of super-awareness, then the only thing that one actually would want to do is to find a way of providing this source of solace to those out there who are suffering due to ignorance and going behind all these sensor-driven sensations that they think are giving them so much joy, but unerringly and unknowingly and invariably ends up giving them suffering, isn't it?
Yeah. Not sure what more to add. We can discuss something that Hanse keeps saying last few days, because it's really nice to hear all the sermons that he does, which says the same thing, but in a different way every day, in a different context to because it changes with the person who asks the question. So
I think we can talk about something he mentioned, I think last night, Dr. Kokila, to a mother, where he said that one starts on this journey by first seeing the suffering out there, isn't it? The dukkha satya.
Yeah. That was so beautiful. But the thing is, when the actually that brings brings up the discussion I had even early morning, because when the self-view is very strong, there's a possibility that this self-view, or actually any view in that sense, the chair or anything in that sense, when they are very strong, what does that mean is when the thought is very strong, very powerful, actually the feel can be clouded. I mean, feel will not be there. So there is that problem. That's where in Lord Buddha's time, Patachara, actually, if that calamity didn't happen to Patachara might not feel anything. Sometimes you don't know, but it's an example. Likewise, sometimes when the view is so strong, the thought is very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, Dr. Kokla, if we can start with the basic explanation, basically explaining what is really meant by mind and what is meant by feel. I think that will be something useful for the listeners, because we talk very often about the feel and the mind. If we tell them what is really meant by feel and what is meant by mind, I think that will be a good basic basis to start this, what you are going to explain.
Well, even that is very difficult because it has to be felt. But the thing is, feel is mainly, it doesn't have the mental picture. So the feel is the basic feel that even the child or the baby would have. Feel, even the baby would have a kind of a feel, and that feel, that's the way I could tell it. I mean, there would be more ways to tell that, but I think the basic example would be the little baby in the cot. How the feelings, without being clouded by a thought, genuine. I mean, I don't know whether we can use that genuine word, but I think in this context we can use that word, genuine, basic feels. And in that, then comes the feel of the mind too, like the mind. There's a feel in the mind too. The mind, the outcome, there's kind of emotions as well. But so the feel entails the ones with the baby as well as the feel of the mind, because mind also has few other factors. That's the beauty of the human mind. It's only with the human mind though, because a lot of animals, they don't have the human kind of this mind nature. They have the feel and they will just forget about it, like kind of they don't kind of go back and go back to the same scenario again and again and again and think about it and feel sorry about that. But in the human system, because we have the ability to synchronize to the same thought again, this is the phenomena that happens in a human mind, where thoughts will just come to the surface because there would be a similar something. You imagine cry of a baby might bring a mother's memories about her own baby, something like that. She didn't even plan to think about her own baby, but there was a baby crying in the streets, and then this can bring about the like this, because they too are similar in vibration, so that can bring the same thought. But the feel actually is how strong you feel about it. And when we say that, actually this feel is an indicator for your how strongly you would have kind of it is the indicator for taints also. But when the mind is formed, it is very difficult for this to surface, because mind has so many explanations. Like we go to the baby. Imagine a baby kind of, or even a child would be so happy, then they will express that. But adult, even if they feel the happiness, they don't want to express that. Or the sadness, child will be crying like non-stop. But adult would not cry because it's not good to cry. So this everything is clouded by and buried by the thoughts which are governed by the culture, governed by the family norms, governed by the data you have, governed by the job you do, governed by the even children's attitudes, because the way mom performs can change due to a lot of factors. It's all in the mind. But because because of these restrictions we make in our own self, the feel is mass, basically mass. We even don't feel anything because it's kind of the way that people live. So this is very well known in psychology, very well known, that children who underwent some kind of harsh situations, they would learn to ignore things. They would learn to, skip things. They would learn to think about something else. And also in the other way around, if a child is exposed to all the time with like a very extreme conditions where like every time there's something happening, there's no much time for being single, to calm down, that person will not have an idea about anything, so always on the go. Kind of there's always the factors which mold this, our external appearance as well as external kind of our actions and our words, our thoughts, basically. But this, remember, tense, there's nothing like that. It's kind of the same vibration that is there. That vibration can change from thought to thought, yes, of course, because the frequency can change. So imagine it is like an animal. Now you are trying to attack someone because you got angry. The kind of the vibration of the tense can be very high, and if that is the last thought, the high possibility is the synchronicity can happen to a similar level. That's how it happens. Anyway, it's very difficult to because, as we always say, we can say that this milk toffee is, or chocolate is sweet, but if someone asks you to explain what sweet is, you just have to put something in that mouth and say that is sweet. But then chocolate sometimes has a bitter taste too, and someone may not like it. But if you put some sugar into the mouth, okay, this is, you can only say an example. But likewise, the feel, everyone knows this. It's masked sometimes by a lot of thoughts and a lot of norms, a lot of cultural things, a lot of, there's so many aspects of it. Actions and words and our thoughts can be governed, can be manipulated, can be changed. But the basic vibration, nothing has happened. The vibration frequency can change. It's the same vibration. Nothing changes. Nothing happens to the vibration. Same vibration, but the frequency can change. That's where we feel it very hard. If you are tuned to that, the first tuning is happening when you actually go see through and through one stimuli. If you can see through the mind, like when it is not real, you can exactly feel that vibration and the non-vibration as well. But then after that, you're familiar with this now. That's where the hint is, I think, because you're familiar with the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So then most of the questions we ask is actually subsiding, because we know the vibration, we know the non-vibration. So it takes time for the vibration to go away. In the sense, vibration is a field. That's why I use that word. Sorry, the vibration is the field. The field is a field. So sweet or salt is a field. That basic field is actually, when we say sweet also, that is, again, it is not that basic vibration. So the field has no form. You have to get this very clear. Field has no form. The mundane world we have, this is so soft. We have the word soft has a meaning to that. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. That's not the formless world. So feel is the formless world. There can't be any form attached to that, and it's a feel only. But when you actually, it's the only way I think it is easy is to for the knowledge wise, to go back to the zygote and try to feel that vibration and how this vibration started to manifest and then change to this so-called mind bubble now. When the mind bubble is formed, feel is anyway covered with that. But once one is aware about this, becomes easy, becomes kind of someone has to actually free from the form world, in the sense there can't be a value to the form world if the field has to be full. I mean, we can get it here and there, in the sense we can feel, we can again think like as real, like take it seriously too. So we kind of go from Dolan, even know what is the word for that, we can be having
Oscillating, isn't it?
Yeah, oscillating from one place to another, but as we have heard, non-returner, the is going by the feel only. And yeah, that's I think that oscillation stops, because oscillation can be in every phase. Like oscillation can happen from outside to the mind level, where the view is very strong and view is getting broken. Then the mind level, that's the second one, where the actual form world is still felt as real. That is where all the perceptions are felt as real. All, like every word we talk, even Dhamma, whatever, they are felt as real. If someone has actually surpassed this level, then the actual form level doesn't matter. The feel would be there. But then if actually someone has felt the non-vibration, they know the difference between the feel and the non-feel. No, there's no word like that. Feel of the vibration and feel of the non-vibration. So there's nothing that the system can do. There's nothing that non-returner can do. Just wait for the feel of the vibration to become the non-vibration. How do you know? Because you have felt it before, isn't it? Is there anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what Dr. Sakuntala mentioned about the mind part is that, I mean, if we think about the beginner, also based on earlier past experience as well, how each time an experience is related on the Zoom, you know, how people say, but that's also in the mind, and that's a thought. It is quite difficult and challenging for a person who hasn't understood the feel. They might have experienced emotions, of course, as a natural feeling, but to be told that you're in the mind is not something that is that anybody's kind of given thought to, isn't it? Because it's the whole mind formation has happened from such a small, tender age, and the feelings that have got generated as a result of those thoughts, which we spoke of earlier, coming from the various senses and then with objects becoming real, is taken so much for granted that the feelings and emotions that they generate are also considered feelings associated with that person without knowing that they are generated by thoughts and thoughts alone.
I don't know whether Sakuntala can hear.
Distinguish it, because so many times, time and time again,
Surangika, is your Wi-Fi working well?
hears people, including ourselves at the beginning, speaking on. I'm wondering whether that's the part that. Sorry, maybe it's the fan. I have a fan on. I'll switch it off. Can you hear me, Dr. Kokila?
No, you were in some parts. Your voice could not be heard that much. Did Dr. Sakuntala hear the voice?
No, it was, there were some disturbances.
It was dragging.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Now we can hear.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was that these emotions and various things that people have, they don't know that they are getting, that they have got generated from the mind or the thought patterns with making senses and the sensory experiences real. So that is why there was a big challenge, even at the beginner stage on Zoom, when people say things and recount various experiences, only to be told, but you're thinking, that's in the mind. So I think that's what Dr. Sakuntala wanted to you to explain or distinguish for the benefit of our listeners. When we say mind, what do we mean by saying mind, and then what is feel? Now you actually explained the feel, Dr. Kokila.
There is a
Yeah.
problem there actually, because we have a feel with the form. That's what I was trying to say. This is so soft, then it's with the mind. So one has to actually pierce the mind level to actually get the feel. That is the problem actually. That's the challenge here.
Yes, but just before we get to the feel, if you can just clarify what is exactly meant by saying a person is in the mind.
It has a form, that means. It has the form. So usually the whatever the description is not there in that particular moment. So that's the problem I think we come across when we try to say if there is a actual description, it's again in the mind, because there's a form. You know, there's a story, there's a perception, and
I think if we try to put it simply, Dr. Sakuntala, you can chip in as well. It's that every object and stimuli that has been created through the mind is the thing that through Dhamma, one gets the understanding that it is not the seeing, but it is a thought. It is not the crow that we see, but it is the thought that it is a crow. So it is all the living itself is one whole series of thoughts, and it is those thoughts that are referred to here as being in the mind, because all the thoughts, the so-called objects, persons, people, external world, reality, I, me, myself, all that, through the true Dhamma, we understand only thoughts, and it is to those thoughts that we refer when R.N. Mahanse or any Dhamma teacher says, you or he or she is in the mind, isn't it? I mean, just for the benefit of our listeners, just trying to clarify and distill that down a little bit more.
Yes, I think now in simple explanations, what I remember Aryan Mahanse also described in the same way. That is how I could sort of pick this up. So, as taste becomes chocolate, the feel of taste becomes chocolate as a thought, or or in other words, the feel is a taste and the thought is a chocolate. So, but when we sort of at the level where the thoughts are formulating, you cannot separate these two out, and then there is no way finding out it's just a thought, it's just a taste, but it always ends up as chocolate. And when you go deeper, this field of taste, that itself is a creation at that point due to the speedy vibration. And beyond that, there is just one form of vibration which is manifested as a taste depending on the sensor faculty. That means when the sensor faculty is the tongue, or the taste faculty, it creates it as a taste, and then as a thought it is mentioned or it comes out as chocolate. I don't know whether is there anything
If the
correct in
form of chocolate is there, the perception of chocolate is there, the feel can't manifest itself.
Yes.
That
Yes.
the actually what I'm trying to say is it's even not the vibratory nature of the taints can't be manifested. Then only we actually understand that because we have contemplated it before, only it comes that is the vibration of the tongue only. This thinking part is not going to happen in that particular experience. That experience has nothing to do with the thinking part. That's where the avitakka vichara is no thinking part. So can you see the avitakka vichara means it has no thinking at all, in the sense there's no chocolate at all. It's just the vibration of the tongue and the non-vibration. That's where everyone struggles, I think. But it is something which can't be explained either. It has to be felt.
Can I clarify something from both of you? The word contemplation is used for the abhisankarana or
Oh, sorry, I used it in the mundane world. We talk about contemplation. I don't know whether it is used in this Dhamma
in
as
these
well.
Dhamma
Sorry.
discussions, what is it? What word is it? The kamatahan or abhisankarana?
So abhisankarana is the volitional formations. The volitional word and the formation. Formation comes from that mental formation, the sankhara aspect of it.
Okay.
And the volitional part comes from the fact that we upadana karandit, meaning that we are taking it to be real and then therefore savoring and enjoying it, thinking that it has value, whether it is from the external world or the perception itself. In both those senses, if there is a sense of value attached to it, then there is that volitional formation, isn't it, Dr. Punkila?
Yeah, the words are so confusing. I'm not a good person with the words. I think you are better in that aspect, because sorry, I used the word contemplation, where I was trying to say was the yoniso manasikara, that thing is not happening in that particular avitakka vichara level. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's only at the feel level, isn't it?
No, the savitakka savichara, there's one in the middle, and then the avitakka vichara is the one where actually, in the sense, feel and the non-vibration. So the feel of the vibration and the non-vibration. Because it has to go to non-vibration. It's useless to just feel. Just feel is still if you have contemplated, if you have done this yoniso manasikara, what is the word for that?
I don't think we have a word term for it, actually.
That whatever that is, if we have done that well,
maybe
the practice,
deep penetrative, maybe penetrative insight, isn't it?
Yeah. If we have done the penetrative insight before with the 4 levels of practicing, then only it will come. Otherwise, it will never come. It will just stop in the level of the vibration. Non-vibration won't come because you get so flustered in that situation. But if you have actually practiced it so well, then it has that effect.
So Dr. Popula, sorry, I'll just ask Dr. Sakuntala, if you can ask your question, I'll ask my one after that. You were asking what point of contemplation? Yeah.
Yes,
Point
I think
of contemplation was the The kamatahan.
Kamatahan, isn't it?
Kamatahan.
Yeah, sorry, I used that word wrongly.
Okay. Point of contemplation, right? Okay. You're learning many new things.
So what I was going to ask was, this Avitaka Vichara, Dr. Kokila. So at that point, when it's just the feel, so at that point, I mean, now that the thoughts coming and going thing is still there because of the sense
No, this is in one. This is in
function.
one stimuli. So we can't talk about other things. It's just in one stimuli.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Everything is explained in one stimulus. One stimulus.
Yeah,
isn't it?
even this stream winner has to feel it in one stimuli. That's where the whole thing is. That's where what Aranwanse is talking about has come out, because if one stimuli wasn't felt as a thing and the feel of existence is broken, that completely explains the whole thing. That means you are born in every stimuli.
Yes.
And once the stimuli is not a thing, you are not born. That's the basic, important, I don't have words to say anymore.
That's the Buddhakshanya, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember there was a question either today morning or last night. Patient, I can't remember. Probably today morning, 5 o'clock. One mother asked about now if a fetus dies, then there is no sort of life and it will get
I
evacuated.
think last night, yeah. That was,
Last night.
he has
That
explained
was-
it multiple times.
Yes. Because in that also he said that it is just one spark or one vibration. And then there's nothing called this vibration going to another fetus when it happens. The vibration becomes synchronized, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Synchronicity, or the ability to synchronize, is the beauty of the, or actually that is the samsaric cycle, I think.
Cycle, yes.
This whole thing is so natural also. There's no self, but this keep happening. That is the aviññānaka way. I don't know what is the word for that. Aviññānaka way to, if you start looking at this phenomena aviññānaka way. Do you have a good word, Surangika, for that?
Aviññānaka is looking at it from a lens of non-self vibration.
That's good. Yeah. Oh my God, you are so good in that non-self angle. Yeah. If that can be done, this whole thing is like easy. This whole story becomes easy. Why the scientists are struggling is because they have so much ideas about self and the consciousness, and because they have taken this consciousness as, power of us. They can't deviate from that, but I think in the future they will deviate from that and start understanding more about this.
I think there are people, I mean, probably even people like Stephen Hawking and Arthur C. Clarke kind of cottoned on to it, isn't it? There are aspects in their teachings or in their books where they lean towards the fact that they can't find the doer, but they haven't really quite touched it.
Yeah, they didn't actually touch it in a way saying Lord Buddha actually knew the answer.
Exactly,
they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They never say that in that sense. Even if they suspect it, they might not say that because it's not there.
But although they embark on those experiments through a point from a knowledge perspective and a curiosity and a passion for science and so on, I think some of those people have the feel, and ultimately it leads them to the feel. They can't really put their finger on it, but they get the feel that this is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Meaning, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we are actually going into the 4 o'clock mark now.
Yes.
So we will stop the Zoom meeting for today, and we thank Shani every day, and we thank our Hanse for letting us know all these actually ground-breaking revelations and the science of samsara and science of nirvana. Thank you, Aranansa, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Everyone, son and Dhamma friends.
Everyone, everyone. Namaskar.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start this home sermon now. Thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. We talk about no self angle or no non-self every day. We touch on several aspects as it comes. Actually, I don't have a prepared plan at any time. But yesterday discussion actually went on to non-form level again, which is a bit confusing sometimes to some Dhamma friends. The problem is until you feel it, you can't really say it either. So the feel side is completely an art, I would say. The problem is that just the feel, and piercing one thought in that the feel of non-form is slightly different, because we can say, okay, now as someone who hasn't listened to Dhamma also, I can say I feel the touch, or I feel sad. That's a word we use for feel. Feel is a very broad word we use, right? Yeah, I feel sad. Or you can say, I felt the warmth, or I felt the cold. I felt the solidity, liquidity. I felt the softness, right? Or you can say, we never say, I felt the light, I felt the sound. It's actually something like in that way, if you can understand. I'm trying to explore this a bit more, so you will be inquisitive enough to actually dig deeper, because it is like you feel in sound. Have you ever felt sound? Well, no, I only hear sound. No, but actually, maybe you can go to the level of feeling the sound, because in this feel, there's no sound or light or touch or no smell, no taste. Feel side is completely different. Side is completely different. So the feel side has no form whatsoever. When we talk about this piercing one thought, not in the other times. So then, if you actually feel that, you can understand what is felt by even a zygote, what is felt by even a unicellular organism, what is felt by simple organism which has only one sensual organ. I think this depth of this Dhamma actually can be revealed like everyone who are monks, no, like venerables, female venerables, male venerables who are actually trying to. They have changed their robes. They have gone to the monasteries. They want to. They live in such a way. They think about Dhamma. They try to understand Dhamma. They try to meditate and see whether they can feel the non-vibration. Yes, everything is right. But the thing is, do you know the science behind this life? Science behind this alive feel? Science behind this self-vibration? That is the most important aspect of this Dhamma. Mm. What do you think? So just imagine one actually felt the vibration, your taints, your own self vibration. Is that enough? No, that's not even enough. Just identifying your vibration is good, but that's not enough because you have to identify non-vibration as well. What is non-vibration? That is the consciousness without that power. Consciousness with power, with the self-power, consciousness without self-power. How can that come? As soon as existence perception is gone, self-perception, self-power is gone because the effort to maintain that self, the existence power is gone. You are keen enough. If you want to actually, if you're curious enough, if you are, if you have kind of a wisdom that this is not ending here, there's something more. Just imagine a child who is, going in the jungle, who is exploring by himself or herself, if they feel that this can't be this, there must be something more, that is very good. But in this Dhamma, actually Aran Wahanse has put all this Dhamma, the actual truth, in a gold plate and has given it to you. He tried very hard to make it to surface, but it is actually given to you. It's actually, how can I say, told to you. You know, the extent of research. It's kind of, you have at least heard of extent of research. Lord Buddha is the supreme because Lord Buddha didn't know anything. Lord Buddha didn't have an idea. He just explored and explored and explored and explored, and finally felt the no-self Dhamma, or non-self, non-vibration, right? Yes. If you actually think about it, it's very important to understand that it is given to you. Kind of, it's easy now. If you take it that way, it's actually easy now because Aranwanse has told everything. Aranwanse has given you a pratipada, that is a program which may help you to feel the non-vibration, which Aranwanse has so many sermons which is explaining Dhamma, and also some not Zoom programs, actual physical programs also, which will help people to come away from the home environment. And they are so beautiful, like calm places with so much serenity that it helps to feel this non-vibration as well. Mm. What do you think? Can you understand? Aranwanse has made it so much easier for you. He's telling you, when you come to the Zoom sermon, also he might say, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You have to feel more. You have to find your own vibration. You have to find the non-vibration, in the sense you have to feel it. This is the guidance you have. So this is a good time. Everyone, mothers, fathers, friends, kids, it's a good time. It's a wake-up call for you all. If you ever thought of Nibbana, or if you ever thought of non-vibration, if you ever thought of cessation of suffering, the chance is here. Some people with bad vibrations, very high vibrations, may actually try to even harm the non-vibration without knowing, of course. Because they can feel threatened by the non-vibration because of
because the vibration lives on so many outside factors. So the outside is very important to them. So, but going back to the topic, Aranwansa has already opened up this puzzle, like done the puzzle. So every one of your puzzle is actually jumbled up. You can't understand what is the non-vibration. You can't understand what's your own vibration. You are tangled in your own thoughts and the perceptions. And there was a confusion about the mental perceptions and the other perceptions too. You have to be careful because every organ aspect should be fully realized. So the mental perception is a chair, but actually there is some layers underneath that: the light perception, the sound perception, the touch perception, the taste perception, the smell perception. Because name and form came later. In the sense, naming came very late. Before that also the baby had a perception level. When the eyes are formed, there's a perception level, right? I don't want to use the word for Rupasatana, that we just found a word for that. That's is it the lining of the? No, I now forgot completely. The Rupasatana, I think, the shape of the light. There's a kind of a shape of the light. So just imagine, shape of the light is different to chair. Chair is mental perception. But baby, before even the mental perception come, because someone has to say that, child, this is a chair. Child, this is an apple. Child, this is an table. Someone has to say that. Then the naming has happened. But even before that, child has different shapes, right? Yes, that's you have to understand that there are multiple aspects in these six senses. You're not a baby, you can actually fully realize this. Mental perception, we talk about mental perception because as an adult, mental perception is going to come anyway. That's why we talk about the mental perception. What do you think? So, mental perception, chair. right? It can come up in a memory. I mean, there's nothing called memory. It is just the synchronization of the same chair again. But you know, how is it? How now? Imagine you saw some orange color. You saw orange color. Suddenly, there's a thought popping up about king coconut or a robe of an monk, right? It's orange. So everything orange might pop up. That's actually a thought. But which started that? It's the shape of the light that started it, isn't it? And the color is a different phenomena. Color actually wasn't there in the zygote level. That's only a feel. But now there is a color. There's a difference in color, but even the baby might not know what it is. That's why the baby is like glued to the colorful article or the ornament which is hung on top of them. Like imagine about 6 week baby. If someone hang like a very colorful ornament which goes around and around and around, can't remember what we call it. So that one, why do they keep looking at that happily, kind of trying to figure out what that is, and kind of inquisitive look, kind of keen look, kind of happy look? Why do they do that? They sometimes laugh because it entertains their vision, entertains. There's entertainment of vision. Do they know about it? No, they don't know. They don't know. There's a chair perception as well. There's a light perception as well. There's a sound perception as well. There's a touch perception as well. Every perception is there in the chair perception. Can you not get this? Every perception aspect is there in the chair perception. Well, there's another one. There's existence perception as well in that. And also the power to maintain that existence is also there. That is self-perception. Just imagine this calamity, this problem, which is a samsaric problem. This is not just this 45 years or 65 years or 85 years problem. It's not. If there was a field, there was existence field as well as a self field as well. You don't have to be angry to, if you're just staring at the wall, at the tree, if you're just looking at a tree, no craving, nothing, still there's self-perception. Did you get it? Did you get it? until you fully realize this Dhamma and this duality is gone, you fully realize that the duality is actually a projection only. It's actually not true. Unless proven otherwise, self-perception is there. After it is proven only, you can relax and just let be. Just let be, like just let anything happen. So Aranvansi is guiding you as a small child. I wish all the very senior venerables, if they haven't experienced a non-vibration, even if they are not sure about what they have felt is non-vibration, you better unanimously, like without if you're really scared about giving your name and stuff, just join and request to be not named and just study this. Keep listening to Dhamma, it's okay. But there would be problems that you might have to ask. And if you feel like it will damage your reputation, that's so sad. Because reputation is also in the 65, 85 years of age time. Reputation is not there when you suffer in Niraya. What reputation you have when you suffer in Niraya? Yeah, the reputation is a very good word. Just now came, but it's not easy. We can say this, but it's not easy. We know because there are so much restrictions. You can actually be expelled from your community. You may be, a child who is falling in love with a man from another caste or another. They take that decision without the fear of getting expelled from their own house. Even that courage is not there in trying to understand this Dhamma, which will help you to feel the cessation of suffering for the whole samsaric journey. And that courage is not there. Because it's complicated, the life status is complicated. It is something that you cling on to with so much effort because you are scared that the comfort zone will be broken. You have a comfort zone, you have a monastery, you have a place, if you are not a monk then or a venerable, then you are a person at home, you are happy with what you have, you are happy with your husband, the children. You want to maintain that status. Until the death comes, you can't really capture your vibration. And that moment, it might not be helpful, but maybe even Dhamma will come at that point, but it can be too late. Because the vibration may be, if the vibration is there, there's definitely going to be another synchronization effect. You can't prevent it. I mean, there's no you there. Nothing can be prevented. If there's a vibration, yes. How do you feel about your vibration? Are you sure now it is 0? Or are you sure it is at least 100? It was 35,000, now it is like 100. How do you measure that? What's the measurement you have? Is that just a crude measurement? Or actually, are you fully aware of what your self vibration is and what's non vibration? If someone asks you to come to a forum, like Lord Buddha's time when Lord Buddha passed away, everyone had to come together and there was invitation for only an arahants to participate. Did Ananda Thero hesitate and go and ask the other venerables, please tell me, am I an arahant or am I just a normal person, or am I just in the path? Well, can you tell me? Did he keep asking everyone? No. He knew. How did he know? How did he know? How did he know that as he hasn't become an arahant yet? There must be like a clear-cut margin, isn't it? Yeah, this vibration, just imagine, if you exit the mind only, you can actually, when the mind is not prominent only, you can feel this. And as the feel is so powerful, you will be kind of, you will be fully aware about that. You can't escape that because that's so powerful. And the non-vibration is also so powerful because of the gap. So this gap is going to get smaller and smaller. What gap? The self-vibration and the non-vibration. Self-vibration is going to slowly die down. Why? Because the view is broken now. The self-view was the powerful tool that decides the power of the self-vibration. It is going to lower and lower and lower and lower, and non-returner actually has no problem with any of the 5 sensory organs, 6 sensory organs, in the sense no problems with the light or the vision because they are all worldly stuff. They're all worldly stuff. Even the sound, just the sound, not the chair even. Even just the light, not even the chair. They are worldly perceptions. So someone, a no-returner, actually has no problem with whatsoever these worldly perceptions. Why? Because they are fully aware that the perceptions are not true. And the power to maintain them is not there anymore. In the sense, we were craving to maintain the perceptions. That's what the entertainment of the sensual organs is. So the entertainment of sensual organs is gone. So what is left in a no return to another? What is left is the slight, very, very slight entertainment of non-vibration. In the sense, the awakened feel, that also will slowly die down because it doesn't become a thing. After some time. With nuances talks, you fully realize that that also can become nothing. No, it's nothing to do with the perception side. It has nothing to do with the perception side. I think we need to concentrate more on this truth. Yes, please. Because it's easy for you to like just Mhm. Well, this no self-dharma is, if you look at it in an angle, you really realize this shape and color, sound, basic things. I'm not talking about the just it's normal, basic five sensory organs. They also can't be a thing. Can't be a thing. They are a thing. There is some returning. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the deep aspect of the perceptions, because mental perceptions, we are very clear about that. Chair is a mental perception. Father is a mental perception. Mother is a mental perception. Train is a mental perception. Ball is a mental perception. Bat is a mental perception, right? Yeah. So what happens with these other perceptions? They are also not true. They are just past vibration of the mental. Sorry, not the mental. The sensory organ. So, is the shape of the light true? No. Shape of the light wouldn't be there if the eye is not vibrating fast. No shape will be there. If the shape is not there, do you know anything about it? No. even let alone the shape of the light is not true. Let alone the differences in colors. The light itself is not true. Why? Light itself is fast. Speed of the vibration, speed of the light wave. That's the thing. Speed is something you feel. If you fully realize this, only you can come to the level of the so the level of the non-vibration is actually much, much more deeper than you can feel it, right? Because just imagine a sound of a bird. I don't know if you can hear. I hear a sound of a bird at this moment. It will come as a sound of a bird immediately. Why? Because it's a adult, it has happened before. So definitely there will be a synchronicity that it's a sound of a bird. But beneath that, there's a sound perception as well, right? Mental perception is the sound of a bird. But there's a sound perception as well there. Because you have all these components in this mental perception. So the sound perception, is that true? No, even that is not true. Then what do you feel? That's the speed of the sensory organ. What organ? The ear. If you feel something there, that's the speed of the sensory organ. Do you feel? What do you think? So we'll go back to that. Sound of a bird is actually a mental perception, right? Because how do you know otherwise it's a sound of a bird? You didn't mistakenly think that it is a sound of a car or sound of a brake, sound of a bell, sound of an alarm. You didn't think like that, did you? No. You have the perception of that it is a sound of a bird. Sound of a cricket is different to sound of a bird. You know very well. You know the raya, the small insect which gives so much sound in the middle of the night. As the cricket, there's so much crickets sometimes, and they give a very unique sound as well. So the sound of an alarm, sound of your child, sound of friends, sound of your phone ringing for a call. Don't you know that? It's a phone. You know that immediately. Well, that's a good example, I think. Phone ringing. Do you mistakenly think that it is the bird singing? No, that's the mental perception. Is the mental perception true? No. But beyond that, is the sound true? Is the sound perception true? No. Sound perception is also not true. Then, what is what if you actually pierce this properly, there would be a feel. What will you feel? you will feel you will feel your full vibration. But if the Dhamma comes there, 100% this is wrong. This is the speed of the sensory function. Then the existence perception is gone. The power to maintain that existence perception will be gone as well. You will feel the liberation in that particular moment. In a fraction of a second, you might feel the liberation from you. That's actually a feel that you feel the release from you. You release from you. It's a feel. It's very important. This is very unique experience. This will lead you to fully realize Dhamma. This will lead you to understand that your own vibration. This will lead you to fully realize the non-vibration. Then, if feel a feel of your own vibration and non-feel of your own vibration. If you have preconceived ideas about Dhamma, and when you go and talk to Aranhansi, if you're talking in a different angle, it's not good. All the time, if you feel as, I know Dhamma, and then if you go to Aranhansi and say, I don't know Aranhansi, that is also going to mix up, because if you say, I don't know Aranhansi, actually Aranhansi's answer is slightly different to the one who has the idea of, I know Aranhansi. You have to be careful about how truthful you are. If you are not truthful, you're not going to go anywhere in this path. You are cheating yourself. You're cheating yourself. You can't, you might think that you have cheated for some time, your own teacher or your Dhamma friends, but actually speaking, you're cheating yourself, because you, underlying, you have the feeling that, yeah, I know this Dhamma, I know what it is. And then on the superficial layer, you say, I don't know, I don't know. So, and then this whole phenomena, what you know, if you know something wrongly, I don't know, you can't correct it. So your truthfulness is very important. Just by saying, Aranhans, I feel so good, and keep saying that every day, it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Can he help you then? He can't. Because you keep saying, I feel good, I feel good, I feel good, I feel good. Have you seen the non-vibration? No, Aranhans, but I feel good. Is that just good enough? It's not good enough. It's not good enough. What's the big deal about feeling just good? What's the big deal about feeling good all the time? That's not the idea. This is all about no self-perception or no self-feel. Some others say, I feel very good, Dharan. So that's not the point. Do you feel the no self-perception or no self-feel? If you feel the no self-feel, that would be actually like awakening from the dream. If you awaken from these worldly things, that includes the light, the sound, the everything. Because they are also worldly. But the eyes, the ears, the tongue, they are also worldly. Do you think they are not worldly? They are worldly. Lokasanya, worldly perceptions. They're all worldly perceptions. Why? Well, if there's a perception, 100% there, it's a worldly thing. So, what is the problem with them? They are not a problem. The existence perception is a problem. Why there is an existence perception? Because you didn't know the truth. You thought they are actually existing. You felt the light as existing. You have to have a experience, different experience for you to say that light is actually not there. If you don't have that experience, you're not convinced enough. So you have doubts. So you keep saying Dhamma, but you have doubts. So you have to have an experience to say that the light is actually not there. It is a feel, and that feel is speed of the sensitive eye, the eye function. So, question is, have you felt light? That would baffle you, isn't it? Yeah. Have you felt light? If you felt light, you're 100% sure the light is not out there, it's here. The fast vibration of the eye. Do you have doubts then? No. Have you felt sound? And you'll be like, how do you feel sound? You can only hear. No, if it's in the perception side, yes, it is a sound. But if it is the feel side, you feel the sound. Wow. This Aranwanse has given this Dhamma on a gold plate to you, and you're just throwing it away and keep fighting with Aranwanse or with each other. And on the deathbed, you will be like, I should have asked this from Narayan Hanse. And you're too late. You're too late. You're one phone call away from Narayan Hanse, and you're too late. You are one click away from Narayan Hanse in a Zoom discussion, and you're too late. You are so close to Narayan Hanse, but you are too late. Because this world is a very small world because of this media, not media, the internet. World is very small, so you are one click away from Narayan's. But on the deathbed, you will be like, why didn't I ask him? Why didn't I ask what to do with this fear of death? He talks about not having the fear of death. Why didn't I ask about that? Why am I suffering now? Why didn't I fight to fully realize the suffering before my death? Yeah. Do you want to actually lament like that in the deathbed? I would actually invite you. You are one click away from Aranwanse. You're not ready for your death. You are very fearful of your own death. You may think that I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm ready to die. You are not. If you have the concept of death, even you are not suitable for this Dhamma. So to become suitable, you need to actually fully listen to this Dhamma. Listening is actually easy because you can listen to it even without anyone knowing. You can close your door and no one will know what you are listening to. So you can listen to Aranwanse. But actually, your doubts will not be cleared until you actually discuss with him. You can do it anonymously, but the thing is, everyone has their so much ego that thinking that, how can one know about this? If I don't know, how can another one know this? If I'm not sure, how can he be sure? if I am not aware about, if I haven't felt the non-vibration, oh, he's talking about that. And I am the king of the concentration meditation. Even though I feel all the defilements when I'm out of concentration meditation, when I'm dying, I'll be in the concentration meditation. And do you have the confidence to say that the concentration meditation is nirvana? Not really, yeah. Not really. You are just cheating yourself. It's okay. I mean, you have the whole responsibility of cheating yourself. It's okay. Just keep cheating. But what I'm trying to say is if someone has some common sense, and if you really want to solve this problem, a lot of the people in Western culture, they don't have this superimposed restrictions that much. So I invite everyone. If you have a question, you better ask now, because there will be a time the internet will be not there. One click away, Aranhase will be not there. Your mouth will not work. You will be having problems. You may be paralyzed. You may be not remembering anything. You may be in another different suffering level, and your time has passed. Lord Buddha said, he saw someone and he said, if he came at this age, he would have been an arahant. If he came at this age, he would have been no returner. If he came at this age, he would be once returner. If he came at this age, he would be a stream mentor. But now he has passed all these chances. Can't do anything now. How come? Sometimes there's a difference again. In some other instances, 100-something years old Swaminathan, Venerable, actually Malukiputta Swaminathan, I think understood Dhamma and fully realization also happened. So there's no demarcation. So its invitation is for you all. One click away, Arananse is actually you are just missing the chance. Just missing the chance. This is for friends who are listening to Dhamma also for 5 years. And you like to think that you know Dhamma, and you would not want to tell Aranansa, I'm lost, can you help me? No, you don't say that. You don't say that. You just keep saying, I don't feel anything, Aranansa, I'm really good. I'm not burning, Aranansa. But still, if you ask, okay, do you know what is non-vibration? Have you felt the non-vibration? Have you felt your own vibration? Have you caught your own tense? You are silent. So shouldn't you ask help as well from Arananse? One click away, one phone call away. Phone calls are very difficult for Arananse because his time is in the Zooms all the time. So I think better way is to log into a Zoom and actually ask, because it will actually help others to understand that just keeping silent is not going to help you. Just keeping silent, the whole world, sometimes they don't hear this, that's in vain. But even if you hear this, if you're thinking, oh, who is he to tell me about the non-vibration? I'm the person who has done concentration meditation for 50 years, so I'm the person to talk about the non-vibration, not him. I have felt it in the concentration meditation, but I feel my fear of death. Well, of course, because the concentration meditation, what even if you go to a no feel state of non-form meditation, if you have your self-view, it's useless. If you don't know what is happening here, it's useless. If you haven't understood your full vibration, it's useless. If you haven't understood the gap between your vibration and the non-vibration, you don't have a feel about your own defilements. You can't judge your defilements just within the mind. You can't judge your defilements. Only in the pure side you can judge your defilements. Right? How do you feel about this? I mean, this may be too much also for you, but I felt like telling this, so told. It's a very tricky area that even the Dhamma friends who even tell Dhamma also has to be very vigilant about your own status, because if you are not vigilant enough, there is an issue. There's issue. There's issue about poor judgment, because if you have felt your own vibration and the non-vibration, you know what is happening. You know that you can't judge it in the mind. Nothing. So this invitation is for everyone, all the monks and venerables out there in the world. If you have doubts about Dhamma, if you have even gone to form and non-form meditative states, and you still know that it is a temporary thing and not a permanent thing, and you have to actually enter that meditative state to feel good, because I have talked with a lot of venerables. I know, especially female venerables, I know how it works, because they have to go into the meditative state to actually feel good. So they are actually addicted to that. This is a very specific area. So if someone is getting treated as a monk, getting treatment as a monk, and telling Dhamma also, and still if you have doubts about Dhamma, Aranwase is one click away, one phone call away, one Zoom call away, one Zoom discussion away. I mean, it's one fraction of a second you can log into them. If you are keen enough, you will actually have if you have the courage to discuss about your own vibration. We invite you, so we invite with so much kindness, so much, I mean, I don't have words to say this, even how much effort we take to spread this, because it's in vain that you're suffering. In vain that you are suffering. Really. Yes. In vain you're suffering. So it is a good message. 3 to 5, there's a discussion time in English. Even if you are any other religion follower, it doesn't matter. We have people like that. They do everything in their religion, but still listen to Dhamma as well. Because this Dhamma is not for Buddhists. This Dhamma is for humans who are researching about self, who are researching about suffering, who are researching about nirvana, or actually cessation of suffering, not just having meditative states. This Dhamma is for all the Christians, Catholics, atheists, Islamists, or any religious follower. This is for anyone who doesn't want to follow any Dhamma. This is for everyone, every human being, a child, as adult, or any male or female. It doesn't matter. This is for everyone. This is for the actually. This is for a vibration. It's for any vibration. If you want to know something, how did this vibration arise? Is there a way to stop this suffering? Suffering in deep aspects. You might say, I'm not suffering. What are you talking about? I'm so happy. Yeah. Because you're trying to maintain that happiness, there's suffering underneath. That's why you are suffering when you are near death. Otherwise, you will be like, I'm okay. I'm going to be born in heaven, but still at the last moment you are struggling so hard, right? Yeah. So we welcome everyone with so much open arms, so much kindness. For 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time, we have English discussion. Aranumse has Sinhala discussions, specifically 7 p.m. And 7 p.m. is for ones who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, but there's 5 a.m. one as well. But as I said, don't forget, you're wasting your time. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aran. Dr. Kokila.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 14, second paragraph. If you believe in the outside, you could say that you create karma, which will take you in an endless cycle of rebirths and deaths. Also, if you believe in the outside, according to your verbal, bodily and mental actions, you would create good merits or bad merits and suffer endlessly. But when you turn towards the practical side of being on the path, you won't accumulate karma. When you go on the path, you will only consider the working of the Hetupala Dhamma. And one day, when you realize the pure truth, you will always see Dharmatava, which means that nothing exists. Iti imasmin sati idan hoti, imasmin asati idan na hoti. The meaning of the text above is, if you believe in a thing outside, then another thing would be created. But if you don't believe in a thing outside, then nothing will be created. In other words, what it means is if there is a light, you can see. But if there isn't any light, you cannot see anything. The same way, if you don't believe in the outside, if you know that it is an illusion, then there won't be any reason for a thought to be formed. Chakkum paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku viññāna. This means if your eyes receive some light and an image, only a thought is created in the eye consciousness. The image does not contain anything. Therefore, the image is only a thought. The discourse of the Mahanidana Sutra and the Salayatana Sutra teaches you how the mind consciousness is created. The eye consciousness does not recognize any object that falls upon it. The eye consciousness is similar to a camera. It only takes a photograph. The eye consciousness receives only a shape and a spark. Thank everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend, Buddothpado Aryanwanse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. So today also, let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
We pay homage to our advancing and may triple jump as you all. We will start the discussion today as we were talking about very specific sentence in the book. I think we have talked about this before, but we can elaborate on that a little bit more. Dr. Sakuntala, do you think you can start the discussion about that, or is it?
Yes, Teruvan Saranai, we pay our homage to our Wahanse, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. Do you mean the sentence, the Chakkuncha Paticca Rupecha Chakku Viññāna? Is that the sentence you were trying to discuss?
What Chani was reading?
Yes, yeah, I think that is the sentence, yes. In Pali it says Chakkuncha Paticca Rupecha Chakku Viññāna Tinnang Sangati Passo. That is, and I think that is a Pali term that she was reading. And in Sinhala, there is something related to that actually. Is the eye permanent, or the what you see is permanent? And then the other monk says, no, Bhante, it is not permanent. Then the Lord Buddha asks whether then is the self-perception real, or is it something existing? And the monk says no. Am I correct, Dr. Kokila? Is that the thing that you are planning to discuss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So basically, This is a very famous phrase in Buddhist teaching, and also it sort of gives the spirit of the teaching of Lord Buddha. And that sentence actually explains about the vision or the creation of the vision, but it has to be applied to all other five senses also. But because the eye is an important sense of faculty, I think we can elaborate on that, and subsequently that has to be applied, or that has to be explained in relation to all the other five faculties. So the first part is that, as I mentioned earlier, the Lord Buddha asked monks, is the eye faculty, or is the vision, or what you see is real? So the monk says no. So
Okay,
what does it?
can we elaborate on that a little bit? Like,
Yes. What does it mean actually? Is seeing, or what you see, is it true or is it real? That is the basic meaning of that sentence. So what does it mean actually? Now, in the mundane world, or the person who has no idea about this Buddhist teaching, uh, including us, I mean, we were all in that level. What we accept is that we have a world, and then we see the world with our eyes. And we mean eyes means that the physical eye. So if the person is totally blind, there is nothing that the person can see, but a person who has a functional material eye can see this material world, and then we assume that what we see is real. But in Buddhist teaching, actually the meaning of the chakku, or the eye, if it is directly translated to Sinhala, it's the asa, or in English it is eye, and in Pali it is chakku. But actually the chakku doesn't mean that the materialistic eye, the what is made up of flesh and various other soft tissues, blood, all that. So it doesn't mean that physical eye. The meaning of the chakku, or we call it eye faculty, means that it is a function of seeing. So function of the seeing, is it real? That means Lord Buddha is asking, what you see, can you take it as real? Now in our teaching, we know that eye functions, the physical eye functions as a camera. So the eye cannot decide what the picture is. So in certain circumstances, when the suitable circumstances are there will be some pictures formed, or there will be some vibration of the physical eye, which leads to the ability to see something. Now, this ability to see is solely depends on the capacity of that sense of eye faculty. So, different animals will have different types of eye faculties. The nature of the eye faculty greatly varies from animal to animal, insect to insect, and even among the animals or the human beings of the same species will have some difference in the way that the eye faculty is functioning. Actually, the function means the eye faculty. So when you take this fact, depending on the ability of the eye faculty, there is a shape, or we can call it a light is created. That is a result of some vibration that occurs in the eye. And because this vibration is a very fast action, extremely fast, which we cannot give in number, we cannot tell the speed in number, and there is a very fast action which creates something which looks like real. So in other words, if that speed is not there, we will not have this creation of the shape or the light. So a form of shape is created, but the eye doesn't know how to name it, doesn't recognize what it is. So the more important step, which occurs almost at the same time, we cannot see a time gap between these two actions. What happens is the mind will recognize what it is. Now, when I tell that mind will recognize, actually there is nothing called mind. There is no separate sort of component called mind. It is actually a collective function of the other sense faculties will give rise to the mind or the mind faculty. And this is, in simple words, we call thought. So thought is the one which gives the naming. Then the question comes, how did the mind or how did the thought know what it is? That this is the place, this is the instance where we should know about our what is called the Ubbe Nivasanussati Jnanaya, means the ability to use the data which happened in the past. So in Buddhism, we do not describe something called memory actually, but when it is something called cause and effect phenomenon. So when that system had some form of exposure in the past, and there was this thought formation in the past in relation to that stimulus, which means some form of identification. Now, for example, we take the example a tree, a banana tree. So the recognition of the banana tree is always a spark which happened in the past, and that will occur at this moment, and the mind will recognize, the mind faculty will recognize it as the banana tree. So when you sort of see this sequel of action, it's very clear that the picture which was created, the shape which was created by the eye faculty, is not something unique to all the animals. And even the animals of the same species, for example, even the human beings, depending on the nature of that person's eye faculty, there may be some structural abnormalities like color blindness, and maybe some visual problems which are sort of individualized. So depending on the capacity of that eye faculty, the picture which was created as a result of that fast vibration can vary. So therefore, you cannot see what was seen is not true. You cannot take it as real. It's merely a creation of the eye faculty. And then the recognition of that shape again is not unique to everybody, because it depends on the data, or depends on the spark which occurred in the previous instances. It can vary. Now, for example, if you see the banana tree, now a person who is in the tropical countries, who is familiar with the tree, has the previous data to identify it as a banana tree. That means a previous spark. As a child, the parents will show the tree, and then along with the eye vibration, there will be a vibration of the ear with the sound, naming it as banana tree. So that data will not be there for every person. A person who is living in snowy countries, very cold countries where they have never seen a banana tree, even on a television or any other social media, the eye faculty will have the vibration and then recognize the shape, but the naming will not be there. So therefore, the what is created by the eye faculty, that means the what is seen, is not unique. You cannot say that that is the thing which is outside there, because it solely completely depends on the function of that system's eye faculty. So therefore, that the sentence that Lord Buddha asked, is it true? What is seen, is it true? No. The monks responded saying that it is not true. What was created by the sensor or what was created by the eye faculty is taken as true. So that is the ignorance. Dr. Kokila, anything to correct in that part I mentioned? Teruva Saranai?
Yeah, no, actually, when the child is about 7 years, human, we are talking about humans. When a child has grown to about 7 years of age, usually they directly can see the chair, they directly can see mother, they directly can see the car, home. So the mindful world has started, and it is consolidated as well. Because consolidation is not there when you're about 2 years of age or 3 years of age. All the perceptions are there, but they are not consolidated as such for child to say, that is my mother. That's not there. They know that there's a perception, but the perception level has gone to the level to the view that is my mother, that is the chair. So the view has fully developed, fully consolidated. When a child is around 7 years of age, then we see directly the things, the people, the stuff. We don't recognize anything else. Very consolidated dream, and which is felt as true. No one told us anything else. It was the truth. I can remember how we get amazed at some things happening around us, and sometimes how we get terrified of things that happen around us when we were 10 years of age or something. How things were so obvious to us, like very true, because we have never heard any Dhamma as this before. So that kind of mind, we see directly things, and that's what Lord Buddha asks, is that true? No. If that is not true, that what mind has produced, if that is not true, can the other side be true? What is the other side? Because there is duality. When the chair is there, you are there, because the seeing or the doer or the person who sees that chair is there, or person who hears the car horn is there when you hear the car horn. So it is already established now, this duality, and but if one side is not true, can the other side be true? No, because this is the effect. What is the effect? When the stimulus is a thing, only this side is there. That is the cause and effect. So that is the beauty actually, to understand if this is not there, that is not there, isn't it? Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you are explaining the practical side, because I mostly described the sort of from the knowledge, but you are sort of explaining from the practical side. Please go ahead. I think that is a good explanation.
Yeah. So by about 7 years of age, Lord Buddha says someone is actually suitable to understand this Dhamma. Why? Because the full mind has been formed and consolidated. Then only we can understand this Dhamma, how we are fooled. Because to even understand Dhamma, we need the mind. We need kind of this thinking process. But still, we need to understand how what we see or what we hear in that sense, or what we feel is not true, because we feel water. We don't, it's nothing about liquidity and stuff. We directly feel water. We feel hot water sometimes, but we don't say there's like a temperature change. We don't say that. We never can appreciate that. So directly it would be hot water or cold water in that sense, but it is water. And when we eat, it is some bread with butter. We never talk about like there's some sensory modality working. We don't talk about that. We usually talk about that. Yeah, I ate bread and butter. So is that true? What Buddha asks. And that's not true. How can that be true? And Dr. Sakuntala correctly explained how that is not true, because that is the mind is never true. We use it. It happens. What is mind is rapid flowing of thoughts. There's no mind organ, specific mind organ anywhere in this body. It's a rapid flowing of thoughts. So are the thoughts true? They are not true. Even the words we talk now, they are not true. But we talk, yes. We communicate, yes. We in this forum or any Buddha like this, the Buddothpado forums, we try to communicate the fact that none of these things are true. So when these things are not true, the person who sees, the person who feels, the person who hears, or the person who thinks, or the doer, or the duality, can that exist? No. Yeah, no. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And that is actually the birth as well. When that is there, the birth is there. What birth? The subjective objective thing. If the object is there, there's the subject is always there. So that's a birth. Actually, what Lord Buddha is trying to say is it true? No. If that one is not true, this can't be true. Then we understand the basic Buddhist teaching. That's a very basic thing. There's a lot underneath, but that's a very basic thing. Yeah, that's so beautiful. Anything to add?
Yes, Dr. Kokla. Actually, as you said, the I faculty or the function of the I is not true. I mean, it's just created something, some creation due to fast speed. So it looks as if it is there, but it's not really there. So it is an illusion. And then collective function of these sense faculties will end up having the thoughts. Then when the basic the foundation is not true, that means the faculty function, the creation of the eye, ear, nose, all those sense faculties, when they are not true, the collective function of those is the thought, then thought cannot be true. So as you very correctly said, we experience the world. We see always, we don't see a shape, but we see a bus. We don't see a shape, we see a rose flower. So the sensor level is completely covered by the thoughts, and then automatically it's a thought which is surfaced. So we see the thoughts. Actually, the thoughts are seen, thoughts are heard, thoughts are tasted, like we taste a chocolate, but it's not, we don't realize that it is basically a taste due to vibration of the tongue, but straight away it comes as a chocolate, so which is a thought. And we smell thoughts. We don't feel the smell, which is the basic thing underneath, but we smell the fragrance of a rose flower or a jasmine flower. And when it comes to the skin, we feel the cold feeling of blowing wind. We don't recognize that cold vibration or cold feeling due to the vibration of the skin, but it straight away comes up as the blowing wind. So like that, we are wherever it's a thought always, and we experience the thoughts, and thoughts are the one which manipulate everything. And even the function of the physical body, move all sorts of movements, are manipulations of the thought, which means there is a power generated, and then the power of the thought will manipulate the physical body. So it's a changing pattern of the thoughts, isn't it? The thoughts are changing. And then we, like the physical body, is like a puppet, and acting according to the power of the thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was well said, actually. And to add to that, even after understanding this Dhamma, nothing changes. Nothing changes. Only this power will start to reduce day by day, because this power underneath this wrong impression we have, because the wrong impression is that there is a self and there's a doer, there is someone who is feeling all these things. That brings a massive power. You can even kill someone thinking that person is the one who is shouting at me, or slap someone, or or do anything in that sense. So how did that power come from? How did that power arise? That power arises from the ignorance, and ignorance is about that there is a self. Because what we already had the discussion is about how there is no self. But when we have the ignorance, we feel that there is someone, and you want to feel more, you want to see more, you want to think more, you want to hear more. Why? Because there's a person who is entertaining all these faculties. So the person starts needing more and more things. Never a person will be happy. Just, one day the person had a chocolate and person, yeah, I had a chocolate, yeah. Yeah, I have had it in my life before. No one is like satisfied like that. And if you see the chocolate again in the shopping center, you might be like, yeah, that thing brought me some, kind of satisfaction or nandi or some enjoyment. Can I have that again? Children will ask this question again and again. You know how bad it is to walk around a shopping center with kids, how tempted they would be. So it's natural thing, but this is because of the ignorance that actually a perception is bringing the sensation of satisfaction, not actually the taste, because the taste actually can't do that. That chocolate can do that, but specifically the tongue vibration can't bring a specific it gives you the sense of existence, but actual extension of that is needing more and more chocolate. It's funny, and it's kind of really interesting too, how to understand how this power works, how this power is lying underneath and works as like a ghost. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but like underneath there's kind of a manipulative force. So Dhamma explains everything, and this force is going to get reduced every day because you keep understanding. Yes, what did Lord Buddha say? If the power is there, you are there, and when you are there, there is always suffering, because that's due to ignorance that you keep things taking as evident. So if the chocolate is there, suffering is there in different ways. When the chocolate is not there, the person can feel sad. Yes, that's a different suffering. But there's deeper levels too. Like the wheel of existence is the deepest level of suffering. But to come to that, a lot of people even can't comprehend that. But then at least to understand that normal suffering we talk about, if you miss something, you feel sad. If you get something, also you feel kind of a temptation to get it again. So there's suffering in different ways, but that's the basic suffering, but there's more depth to that. Anything to add, Saronika? Do you have the ability to talk and add something, discuss something?
Yes, Tevan Sanai, Dr. Mokina, Dr. Sakuntala, and Tevan Sanai, Dharma friends. It was a good discussion on how thoughts come about, isn't it? That Chakochapati page is so famous in the way we explain it, and one of the what shall I say, groundbreaking revelations of Aryan Mahanse was also on that same Pali term or stanza, where that second stanza, isn't it? Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku vinyanam tinnam sangati passo. So the tinnam sangati passo is the aspect that was, the different interpretation was given by Aryan Mahansa. But before that, the chakkuncha paticca rupecha, the rupecha thing has been described in other Buddhist teachings that is commonly encountered. To mean that there is an external picture or a frame or an image that is being seen by the eye, and then that is the thing, the combination of those two by attachment or desire causes the chakku vinyanam, or the consciousness kind of explanation was what was given, which meant that the picture was also made to be real, meaning that it existed externally was made to be real, And the fact that there was an eye here was also seeing the picture was made to be real and all that type of thing. So we know through the true Dhamma that, as Dr. Sakuntala pointed out right at the beginning, the eye faculty is the thing that occurs spontaneously in the seeing. The function of seeing is what we mention as the eye there, and nothing else. And the rupecha part, the rupecha or rupane or form as we call it, is not something clearly coming from the outside, nor is it that even the light is coming from the outside, but it is something that gets manifested in the eye sensor in that very moment and then interpreted by the mind consciousness. So the Nansangati Passo element is again something that people mistakenly thought that it was the eye and the outside picture coming together, forming the vinyanya or the mind consciousness kind of thing, and the thought is born at that moment. But R.M. Mahansi has explained that it is a combination of the light consciousness, hearing, the sound consciousness, and the other sensations that are manifested to the other sense faculties. That means the smell, touch, and taste, that kind of physical sensations. All those five combined, the sruta, mruta is what we call it in Pali. All those three types of sensations combine, altogether five, combine to form that secondary cycle, which is the mind consciousness, i.e. the thought. So that itself was a groundbreaking revelation because it puts the whole external world reality kind of thing as a falsehood. It brings to light the whole concept that the thought is a mind construct and a mind construct alone. And then, of course, we go on to break up how this whole mind thing works, and that it's the thought itself is what, as Dr. Sakuntala said, what we consider the chair, the mother, the father are all just thoughts. And it is those thoughts that make up this so-called world that people believe to be true, and off the back of that get the feeling that everything is existing. And again, off the back of that, as a spin-off, the whole self-perception, there's an I or a me here that is experiencing this so-called object, so-called people, persons, and then there is that I and the duality gets formed then and there. So the urge and the wanting and the desire to, once that belief is there on that external reality, once the belief is that there are objects out there and all this is existing, then that power starts generating from that, because the urge to maintain that status quo becomes more and more strong, isn't it? So the power continues to generate and continues to generate through the thoughts because of the self-propelling nature of thoughts coming one after the other based on stimuli that are ever-flowing. And but we know through the true Dhamma that this is just a process. It is the natural phenomena, the Chitta Niyama, as we call it. And all this is just giving explanations to basically say there is no such thing as, there's nothing of substance in the thought. But, coming to the fact that how society works, it is just these thoughts, isn't it, that from our childhood days, as you said, Dr. Kokila, keeps on fattening this ego and the self-perception. And it is, unfortunately, due to ignorance. It is not anybody's doing. It is not one's doing. It is not other people's doing. I think we've said this before, the Pali term, naidam attakatam bimbang, naidam parakatam agam, and hetum paticca. So hetum paticca, it is the cause. If there is a cause, then there is that effect of actually believing that these things are there. So if one knows that how these things are formed, then that imasming asati idang nahoti. If there isn't anything, and if one knows that the thought is not true, then there is no repercussion, and the self-perception does not arise in that moment because the self-vibration is non-existent. So, and also to your point, Dr. Kokila, once this true Dhamma has been realized, or even for those on the path, the gradual dissipation or fading of the defilements and the inner tranquility that arises, even through that one witnesses or one experiences in different stages, the shunyatavya or nothingness as we call it. But in this nothingness or shunyatavya of the Buddha Sasana in that sense, everything is still there. Everything still exists, i.e., in the so-called conventional world type of experience, because as long as the sense faculties are prevalent or existent, the manifestation of these things continue to happen. Because we've talked about this before, one cannot turn the, cheese back into milk. So that vattang vattati, the two cycles, the first cycle of the light sound consciousness and so on, turning into the mind consciousness, and the objects that are the generation of that mind consciousness, i.e. chair, table, mother, father, school, etc., cannot be unwound, isn't it? You cannot turn it back into light, like you said. You can't, when you drink milk, you don't think that it's liquid separately and milk separately. You're just drinking milk, isn't it? And then the chocolate also, one won't contemplate that the chocolate has a liquidity effect in it, and that is why it's melting and so on. One thinks the chocolate bar is solid, and then we don't even think about solidity. All that is thought is it's a chocolate, I like it, and I like to eat the chocolate, and that's it. And then the desire forms, and then the craving, and so on and so forth. So this is the way the whole process works. But having understood the Dhamma and the realization that comes with it, the freedom, the liberation of the mind is that one still sees this so-called world that gets manifested to the sense faculties in that same way. There is no change, and yet one exists with those, but with no entanglement, no desire, no craving, and then therefore no suffering, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, it's very clear now. And when we say, the synchronicity of these vibrations is very important to understand. That's how even, the start of a life, start of a consciousness to occur. We can't call it a birth, but start of consciousness occur. And like in a zygote. But that synchronicity is also there when we see something. But the important factor is if the eye vibration is not there, we can't synchronize to anything. That's the thing. And the synchronicity, there's it's the same vibration. That's why we can say something. It's the same vibration. So it is actually, it's very important to understand that it's not that there's no outside or inner side. Understanding that there's no antara, or there's no difference like that is important in understanding the whole Dhamma. That's another factor, I think, to feel this. If you can feel this and even understand this, is a massive thing to understand that there's nothing. It's only the synchronicity of the vibration. That's how the the eye consciousness is there. I consciousness is there because of the rapid vibration of this vibration here, but the synchronicity is the thing that is uh, that is felt as light. It's the same with the ear. The synchronicity is a massive phenomena which happens everywhere, even with the death of a person, where the mind ceases to work, mind ceases to exist, or in the sense the thoughts stop working. Underlying vibration, which we call about the chains, or chains, I think, that the vibration can continue to vibrate, and then at that last thought, whatever the last thought would be, the thought vibration that will automatically vibrate elsewhere because of the synchronicity. So this synchronicity is the phenomena which that a few days ago morning, Aranansi was talking about this, how it starts another life somewhere else, which has the whole features of this last thought. So it's very beautiful Dhamma, and I can't even express how mesmerizing this Dhamma is, how beautiful this Dhamma is, and the more you feel it, the more you get rid of the power which carries the whole, which is the cornerstone for the suffering, and it brings the world will be similar. It is still similar. Nothing has changed. Still, everything is similar. So, but one thing is different. What is the difference? Difference is the self vibration here is reducing each day to the level of the non-vibration, isn't it? Anything to add to that?
Yes, I think that that phrase that we were explaining, which we started at the beginning, second part is that, is there a self then? If what you see is not real, if what is heard is not real, if what is felt as taste, smell, or the tactile skin feel is not real, then is there a self? That is what Lord Buddha asked. Then the monks replied saying that there is no self. So I think that part already was explained when Surangika gave a detailed evaluation of the part that she described actually. So then wherever, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real or as existing or true, then there is duality, and on the other side there is the person or myself who is experiencing. So that is the second part of that phrase. So then if you do not take it as real, what is seen or what is heard, etc., if you do not take it as real or existing, then there is no self on this side. So whatever the stimulus, whatever the thought which is given a reality or which is taken as real, automatically myself is there. So then we can very clearly see now when the sensor faculty function is when it is merely a creation, which is just an illusion, then the other side of the duality, that means the myself, also cannot be something existing or cannot be something real. So both sides become zero or nil. when you explain this phrase actually. So that is the basic teaching, and so many sutras and so many explanations, so many discussions are done to explain this basic truth. And what we have to understand is that whatever is experienced is a thought. It may be something subjective or maybe something objective. Everything is a thought. So thought is not real, because thought is just a collective function of the other sense faculties. And the other sense faculties are just created then, and they are due to the speed. So it becomes very clear that there is no foundation to this building. There is no base to the building. And when there is no base, when we understand the Dhamma facts, and when we realize that there is no base, the building of the thought automatically collapses. Anything else to add to what I said, Dr. Kokila or Dr. Surangika?
Yeah, actually, that's what happens. And more you understand, the more you relax, because you know that the thoughts are not real, even though we living is actually thoughts like that. That is what we live on. Like, even if we do something, it is kind of a thought. Even if you say that I didn't think about anything, I just stood up. Even the standing up is kind of a chittarupa. It's a mental. It has a mental image. So we need to understand, it's just the living itself is like a flowing of some mental images. That's okay. But when we keep understanding Dhamma, the actual truth, what happens is the power underlying this process starts to reduce, and one day you might momentarily feel that non-existence, or not feel that the absence of that power, which is kind of is inevitable. So the relaxation up to that point is the difficult part in this path. But more you understand them, more you feel that there's nothing that this doer can do but to keep investigating how this happens, and keep your kind of right effort to feel the non-vibration. Because if once you feel the non-vibration, to feel the non-vibration, it is just one thought. One thought has all these layers. One thought has the tense. One thought has because if there were no light, you can't talk about a flower. How can you? If there is no sound, you can't talk about a cross sound or car horn sound. If there is no tactile sensation, you can't talk about hot water or the temperature. So this one thought has all these layers: the tense level, the perception level, and the sensual level, where we kind of direct it to the outside. But when we keep understanding them, all these levels also get slowly evident. It takes time, though. It takes time. First, we actually kind of understand that it's actually a perception we have, we don't have an experience of the outside. And then we realize, slowly, takes time, we slowly realize that the perceptions are not true, even though we feel like that. I mean, even just because we understand them, it doesn't mean that all the habits of all the perceptions are gone. You will definitely feel them as real, but slowly. It takes time. It takes our effort, right investigation, right, the Chanda Chitta Viriya Vimansa, all this matter, and keep rekindling your interest in this, and and then if you kind of understand that the perception level is not true, you might pierce that level as well, and then feel the vibration, which is just the vibration of a sensory organ, and that vibration is the vibration which carried all these actually the features of whole samsara. So that vibration, if you have the ability to actually understand, it was due to ignorance that he thought it's a self, but then we understand it's just a function of the sensory organ, and then the non-vibration arises. It's already there, it just arises because it's like peeling off 3-layered process. Kind of, when one layer is removed, automatically the other layer, you can feel it. The other layer is removed, you can feel the next layer, yes. And all the layers are removed, you can feel the absence of self-vibration. It's not a new perception, it's not a new thing. It's just absence of self-vibration. And the tranquility or the sukha that Aryan Wahanse usually talks about is the absence of suffering, not a new happiness. That's the difference. Sukha, I don't know what the word in English we talk about, but that is absence of suffering. Nothing to do with new onset of happiness due to something, because usually happiness has a thing attached to that, isn't it? Any idea about that bit?
Yeah, it's difficult to describe, isn't it, Dr. Faulkner? Happiness has like a sensual connotation to it, or a slightly, I don't know, materialistic kind of connotation to it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can say lightness, but even lightness, it's not really conveying that feeling, I suppose. And I mean, I just want to give an example. So just today we had a big storm in the afternoon, and then massive storm out of the blues, completely out of the blues, as it's normal the case now these days. I think as we are coming into summer, but then towards the evening around 5:30, 6 o'clock, everything had disappeared, clear skies, and so after work I generally go for a walk because of my eyes are so tired staring at the computer. I just go to the park to look at some greenery, and there were, the pools and the moats were like overflowing with water. There were birds that were not seen before who just come to enjoy the water. Puddles formed all over. There were children, 2 of the kids I know were playing with the dog in the water, knee deep in water. And so I stopped and yelled at them and had a big laugh and walked on. And then, the trees, the paper bark trees had stripped the bark out of the trunk, and it had fallen all over the place. But the beauty, and which Aryan Wahanse has explained to us so many times, how nature beckons and one gets closer and closer to nature and sees the beauty of it. So there was beauty in the water puddles, that the pavements were like pools, and the grass was also couldn't be seen. There were ducks and ducklings all over the place. There were children screaming and playing in the water, and then there was a glow across the entire park and the greenery with the dying sunset. All that was beautiful, and there was so much of beauty in it. And one is actually seeing the beauty. One can be close to the beauty, but there is still a separation. There is almost, one can discern the beauty, but there is no identification with the beauty. I don't know how to explain it. So that is why Aryan Mansa says even the falling of a leaf from a tree is also beautiful. And one can stare at that for ever so long. And yet one is not really mesmerized by it or not really identifying with it. And yet one can objectively appreciate the beauty without being part of it. And one can imagine how Aryan Mahansa, plays with the children and sings along with the children at the children's Zoom as well, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because that is a complete. Now, if this experience was a partial experience, one can only imagine Aryan Mahansa's experience with the children, how, when the self-perception and vibration is completely annihilated or completely dissolved, how that form is able to take the image on that and tune into the other vibrations and become that and become like a child and, sing along with the child and take on that innocence, isn't it? I don't know how to explain it actually.
Yeah, true.
That is the beauty of it.
Yeah, it's we can't even summarize it in a way how and how, I don't know, no words actually, how an arahant would be feeling with while they will still feel all the if there's a cut in the body, the pain will be there. If there is chili in the mouth, the burning will be there, but actual burning is not there. So it is the beauty of this Dhamma. So yeah, I mean, main thing for us to understand is if there is a thing, you are there. If there's no value, in the sense the value word is also a bit misunderstood that day. I was trying to say that, but I don't think it came out properly, because one can say I don't have any value, but the dream can be still there. So you have to be careful, because as I said, there are kind of layers to this thought, because we have to have that perception level to become involved in that in the sensual way. That's what happens in the 7-year-old kind of the sensual world has begun. There's you can have something to get attracted to or dislike them. So this, as the sensual world, you can't actually stop that, and that's the nature kind of thing. If there's a thing, you just get either you like it or you don't dislike it, or you just I don't like it, or you can say I don't like, no, dislike it. So even that it is existing, that bit is the big thing to understand. You don't feel anything towards that, but still it is there. So that has to be understood and well investigated for you to go through that and get into the taints level and the vibration level, and then you can understand how this vibration did this damage for a whole sansara.
And that part is also, I mean, depending on each moment, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because it is self-evident. It's difficult for another person to say how that person is felt at that very moment
No, yeah,
when an
yeah, yeah.
experience is taken.
Yeah, we can only like give a hint. That's all we can do. But the most important thing is Lord Buddha has given in a sutta where he has explained how it will not be stabilizing. But to stabilize, and Venerable Anuruddha Thero, I think,
Anuruddha Thero.
Anuruddha Thero, Lord Buddha was explaining how it takes time to stabilize, but that means it has already been felt, and it's not stabilized means he's not an arahant yet. And Venerable Anuruddha says, yes, it's not stable, it hasn't stabilized. And Lord Buddha explains so many things, holding on to a stimulus too much, or holding less, or not holding at all, or how many were there? There were like a lot. The Thinamidda, or the, what is Thinamidda?
Sloth and torpor, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. And there was a list. I can't remember the whole list now, but these things are very important because it was directly when it was like a broad comment that Lord Buddha has done, because he didn't exactly say the exact reason to Venerable Anuruddha. He said there are multiple reasons. Anuruddha, I also had that problem, and he said examples of things that can affect or delay, because even when you try to focus on something like what Venerable Ananda did, was like concentrated too much on becoming an arahant, so that completely masks the ability to it will not happen. It's a strong kind of mind bubble. So there's pitfalls everywhere, but you can't really do anything about it, and we just kind of float. No, we try to, what is the word, Surangika? Swim, not swim, or not.
Yes, that one, yeah.
What is that word?
Not try to swim, nor should one just float or stay still, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's so many ways that he has explained that too much.
Pihita no sitimin vayan nokoramin in Sinhalese, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pihita no sitimin vayan nokoramin.
Kind of like, yeah. So you can't. You kind of have a journey, but then you can't really try to do anything as well. That's where all of us, I think, struggle. I think Dr. Sakuntala will agree too. Like, all of the Zoom discussions are how to either not try too much, or someone will actually give up trying and just stay where you are. You understand a bit, and then I'm satisfied with what I know, and you just stay there, Peter sitting. And then the other way around, someone is trying too hard And yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, and recently, I think was it last night or the night before, and Mahanse, I think, has been repeatedly saying this to people on the Zoom, people who have listened for some time, and then occasionally call and say, give it some time. I've heard him saying it several times. Give it time, and giving it time is to I don't know what the word in Sinhala is. It's pattiyang venda, meaning, as you said, for that permanent state to emerge, because until such time one gets a bit shaken in one's foundations or goes and does something else when one is in one's routine environment and facing and encountering the same objects and having a day-to-day kind of routine existence, it is difficult to see what can happen and how that self-perception will react, isn't it, to various circumstances. So literally, as they say in English, there has to be a rocking of the boat in order to see whether there is actually still remnants of those defilements or taints that need to still be analyzed, still be understood in order for its vibration and power to end, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yeah, it's such a beautiful. I mean, there's so many truths we learn about, but this is really inspiring. And but even those words, when I use it, it's nothing like that. Like it's difficult to even explain, even though the words come out like this. Like saying it's so beautiful and it's mesmerizing. People might think, "Oh wow, she must be." She must be feeling that Dhamma is a thing, and it's not. And that's these are the things that people can't relate to. And when Aranohan say something, or even Lord Buddha says something like "Kimbulat nore sitena sulangat sapai," isn't it the word? I think it is the
That's
word.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, and someone can actually say, "Oh, is it a thing then?" It is not. So that is the thing. The words, the meaning can carry things, but the underlying power can be nil. So yeah, this is beautiful Dhamma. And again,
And
really.
just for the benefit of our listeners, if they want to go into those different hindrances when one is on the path, it is that Upakilesa Sutra. And I'm sure there are enough English, in the Buddhist Tripitaka in English and all. There are there are explanations in English on the Upakilesa Sutra and the different hindrances that the Buddha cautioned Anuruddha Thero, isn't it? So it's actually quite beautiful understanding
It's
all those
very
hindrances.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someday.
I think we are running out of time now, and we will stop today. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and thank you all Dhamma friends for participating in these discussions. They are very fruitful. I think we all try to bring out our best and try to give it to everyone. That's what we can do. We can't do anything else. That's what we all can do. And we worship Aranwanse, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Theron Samai.
Theron Samai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, Theron Samai, Namaskar.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Here will be 24 hours Dhamma sermons broadcasting on this Buddothpado PeoTV. Via Zoom, YouTube and Facebook as well. When we listen to Dhamma, we need to be considered the explanation about path to Nibbana. Not every sermon we hear actually leads us out of the cycle of samsara. That's why we need to consider what we are listening. Some teaching may sound beautiful, but they keep us turning within the same cycle without giving us the wisdom that frees the mind. If we are not careful, we might end up listening to Dhamma that comforts us emotionally but does not guide us towards liberation. The purpose of the Buddha's teaching is to help us step out of the samsaric cycle, not to settle more deeply into it. So we must pay attention to what kind of Dhamma we are listening to. We need to consider, does it reduce our defilements? Does it help us let go? Or does it point towards Nibbana? If not, then even if the sermon sounds pleasant, it is not truly helping us. This is why wise attention is essential when we are listening to any Dhamma sermons. With the right understanding, we can recognize teaching that genuinely led to freedom and avoid those that keep us bound to the cycle of becoming. That's why our noble friend Aryan Wahanse and all Dhamma friends make effort to spread this message about through Dhamma to this world. So we often misunderstand about this Dhamma when we don't have a understanding about a Samma Ditti or the right view. Our noble friend and all Dhamma friends spoke about how we often misunderstand about this Dhamma when we don't have understanding about Samma Ditti or the right view. And we always explained what the Buddha actually mean by the right view and how every tangle point in our practice can be understood when we explore it carefully and let go of everything we are holding on to. Why it is important for us to understand what Samma Ditti or the right view really means. Because when we listen to a Dhamma speak or Dhamma sermons, we need to examine carefully whether are we only hearing ideas about Dhamma or are we recognizing the Dhamma that arise within our own experience. And we need to think how we should listen to Dhamma sermons, with what kind of mind, with what kind of attitude, so that the Dhamma truly guide us. We tend to accept things without really exploring them for ourselves. We keep trying to gather knowledge from outside and fill the mind with information, instead of applying the Dhamma directly to our own experience to understand. we always try to fill the mind with information. Because of this habit, we never really want to practice ourselves. We think that we know Dhamma, and we think that we understand. We can understand about the Dhamma, but that is also only a thought in our mind. We only want to collect information so we can say then, I am a very intelligent person. And without even realizing it, we end up creating a kind of superego inside us, a personality built on knowledge, not on wisdom or direct experience. We have a habit of doing this. That is how our mind is working and behaving. Instead of examining things with our own wisdom or prajna, we look at what someone else is doing and simply copy it. We don't pause to explore it through our own inside. This is the reason for misunderstanding about this Buddhist practice. That is why we are talking about sammaditthi or right view all the time. When someone reaches or understanding about the right view or sammaditthi, they no longer pray to God or ask for divine blessing. Why? Because a person who has awakened even a little understands that nothing outside can truly protect us. There is no need to seek blessing or rely on external forces. Protection comes from wisdom, from seeing clearly, from letting go. That is why we always say as, may you all be protected by triple gem. That means Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. Also, if someone say, I have attained Nibbana, see whether they are talking and encouraging you to go heaven or Brahmarya or good place by doing good deeds. So you need to understand that point when listen to Dhamma sermons. Consider what they are explaining you, and they should be able to explain everything clearly without giving you a wrong understanding of the Dhamma. Otherwise, what happens is that you get pulled even deeper into this cycle of samsara. It is very dangerous because if you haven't understand about or idea about what is right view, then you trap in this cycle of samsara. You never can get out of this cycle. That is why we must look carefully with proper awareness and examine within ourselves about our six senses. What is being said here? What does it really mean? Or if not, then we must study carefully and understand why the Buddha said that wandering in this cycle of samsara is never good. We need to look deeply with proper awareness and steady awareness and examine within ourselves what this teaching are really pointing to. So our noble friend make a great effort to explain this, what is the right view and what is the real path to Nibbana. But it is very difficult to understand because we have lots of concepts in our mind that we have kept for a long period. The Lord would never encourage anyone to remain in samsara, not even in the Brahma realms. Samma Sambuddha has never said that staying in this cycle is good. Instead, the Buddha revealed the suffering hidden within samsara and showed us the danger of continuing in it. That is why the Buddha's teaching always point towards Nibbana, because apart from Nibbana there is no true safety in this cycle, no lasting happiness anywhere in this cycle. Actually, in the past we didn't have access to the true Dhamma in the way we do now. Because of that, we were always encouraged to do concentration meditation, to collect merit, do good deeds, and to aim for heavenly realms. We didn't have a path, a correct path that showed us how to see the Samdittika Dhamma. That means the Dhamma that can be realized here and now within ourselves in this very moment when you are listening or when you are realizing about Dhamma. We didn't meet a way of practice that leads to direct insight, a path where wisdom arises from our own experience. That kind of clear personal understanding, a true Vipassana path, simply wasn't available to us before. Now you can hear this Dhamma regularly on YouTube, and you can participate for the Dhamma discussion through a Zoom discussion. That is why Aryan Mahansa keeps offering these Dhamma sermons every day. If you could reflect deeply, you will begin to understand this for yourself. First, you need to explore whether you have a soul within your body or mind. If you are new, or if you are seeking a true Dhamma, you should find out who I am, why you born, why you die. Unfortunately, you don't want to find yourself. We always tend to look for things outside, things that match our likes and desires. Our minds keep always running outward, searching for what seems pleasant or attractive. When we think about today, nowadays in science and psychology, they clearly understand how visual perception and hearing perception arise. These fields explain how the mind constructs experience through these processes. It's the process by which the eyes detect light and the brain uses that information to create an image of our surroundings. They might explain like that way. They are very deep, hidden aspects of this that most people don't realize. So they think light comes from outside and enter the eye, and that's how we think. The color world comes from outside, enter the eye. That's how they think. They also believe that objects truly exist out there exactly as they appear. But they don't see the illusion behind this process. This is where the Lord Buddha's wisdom becomes extraordinary. Lord Buddha revealed the unseen nature of perception, how the mind creates a world based on conditions, how what we see is not as solid or independent as we assume. He exposed the illusion that ordinary people never noticed. The Samma Sambuddha explained why the I arises and how seeing happens. He showed that the I does not function because of some external power. He asks us to look carefully and understand, does this I operate because of something outside? The Lord Buddha revealed the true cause that sin arises due to condition, not because the external world forces anything upon us. He pointed out the dependent nature of the I, the object, light, attention, and consciousness. When these conditions come together, sin happen. When they don't, sin does not happen. In the same way, we must investigate carefully and wisely how does an electrical impulse become something we called a flower or a car. How does this tiny signal turn into the names like mother, father, tree, sun or moon? We need to look deeply and honestly at how this process is created within us, how we experience these mind objects from outside. Only then we can understand how the mind constructs the world, how raw sensory data becomes a whole experience filled with names, shapes, and meaning. In the same way, we must carefully examine how taste arises on the tongue and how sound arises through the ear. These are not simple processes. To understand them properly, we need to investigate deeply within ourselves. Only through honest and careful observation we can see how these experiences are created, how contact becomes sensation, how sensation becomes perception, and how the mind builds a whole world out of these signals. We have a habit of doing this. When someone teaches us a bit of information, we simply memorize it and repeat it so we can pass an exam. But this doesn't awaken true wisdom. It doesn't help us see whether what we learned is carefully true for us. Real understanding comes only when we take or when we experience ourselves, examine it carefully, and see through our own experience whether it is real or not. If you are a young student, actually you can see this Dhamma everywhere. When you learn sometimes, I remember when I was studying biology, I came across a question that really made me think. Without light, without a tree, and without an eye, we cannot say this is a tree. If all three are absent, there is no way for us to recognize anything as a tree. So then we must ask ourselves honestly, when we say a tree, are we seeing the actual thing, or are we seeing something created inside us? Then you begin to understand about these six senses and how it's constructed, everything. Then you can understand about our mind. What we call a tree is not simply an external object. It is a mental formation built from conditions coming together. So then we cannot say that a tree is something permanent or independently existing. The experience of tree arises only when those three conditions comes together: the eye, the object, and light. And those three conditions are not the same as the final result. The eye is not the tree. Light is not the tree. The external form is not the tree. Yet when these three meet, the mind produces the results we call tree. It is the condition that arises, and from those conditions the results appear. When the conditions change or disappear, the results also disappears. So then it becomes clear the cause is not the same as the results. The three conditions comes together, and from them the experience called tree arises, but none of those conditions is the tree. The eye is not the tree, light is not the tree, the external form is not the tree. Saying this, we begin to understand that the cause and the effect are never identical. The effect is something newly constructed, something that arises only because the conditions support it. That's how I started to explore the mind from the very beginning through study biology. You can try, you can see this Dhamma everywhere. What you are learning, you try to understand about this process. But in the end of this path to Nibbana, you won't see nothing. It is very deep. In the same way, when you taste something, think about mango. How do you actually experience that taste? If there is a problem with the taste buds on your tongue, you will not experience the taste of mango at all. So then we must ask, does the taste really exist in the mango or in the taste buds on our tongue? You can see by exploring yourself. When you are eating anything, you can explore everything, how your senses are rising in this very moment, and how it works with awareness. If we look even more deeply, we can ask, why does dead bodies still have a mouth and a tongue, yet cannot experience any taste. So we need to reflect carefully. Does the tongue produce the taste or the mango produce the taste? Where in truth does this experience of taste arise? There is also an electrical signals happening in the taste receptors in our tongue. So then we must ask ourselves, how does that tiny electrical impulses become what we call the taste of mango? If the taste buds are damaged, the electrical signal doesn't arise properly, and then the mango taste completely disappears. So where exactly is the taste then? Only when all these conditions meet does the experience called taste appear. So we need to think and we need to see very carefully our six senses. That is the Kaya Anupassana. You need to understand or you need to practice. Sometimes we get infections or virus and bacterial attack this body. Then different kind of cells inside us begin to fight back. But we are thinking this is our body, but we never can fight with those virus or bacterial infections. Can you control that process? Even when immune cells attack the parasites inside the body, you don't know how it happens either. You don't command it to functions yourself. Yet the body cells continue their works on their own. So we must reflect. Are you the one doing all this, or are you controlling these functions? Actually, this process happen naturally and not automatically according to nature, not according to a self. No one can control it. The body continues its works whether you understand it or not, whether you want it or not. If we truly had full control over this body, we would never die. No one wishes to die. So if the breath really belongs to us, so we be able to keep it going forever, but we can't. This is a natural process or natural phenomena. We need to understand that there is no person belongs to this body. So when you start to think about your body, about your six senses, this shows something important. Even the simplest functions in the body, single breath, is not under our command. We need to look honestly. We cannot control even one cell in this body. If this body were truly mine, then I should be able to manage every function. I should be able to stop sickness, stop aging, stop pain, stop death, but I can't. So then we must ask, where are you in all this? Where is this soul or self that is supposed to be in charge? Even when you and I breathe, can we really divide the air and say, this is my air, this is your air? Can we claim ownership over even a single breath. If we truly own it, we should be able to keep it forever, protect it, and never let it go. But we can't. Even we don't realize air doesn't belong to anyone. It moves freely. We simply borrowed it for a moment and then it leaves us. Before understanding the Dhamma, even we need to explore everything very carefully from the very beginning. How these bodies function, or when we look carefully, we see that these processes happen on their own. Then we have to think what we call I is not a solid owner or controller. It is a collection of changing processes arising and passing away moment by moment. That's why the Buddha has preached, look at our body through Kayanupassana. So we must look carefully. If we cannot even claim the air we breathe, how can we claim our ownership over this body? We cannot control even the smallest function inside it. We cannot stop aging, sickness, or death. We cannot command the cells, the organs, or the breath. If you clearly see how this me or I is formed, you will start to see the Dhamma. If there were a real person or me, a solid soul or self inside, then I should be able to control everything. But we can't. None of us can. So we must reflect deeply. Where is this I that we talk about? Where is my soul? You can start to find out about yourself. Where is the soul we believe in? If it truly exists, it should have full authority, but it doesn't. This is why the Lord Buddha pointed us towards seeing the body and mind as processes, not as a permanent self, not as something we own, but as condition arising and passing away in this very moment. That's why the Buddha explained where real birth and death actually arise. We usually think I was born from my mother's womb, I live for some years and then I die. But that is only the conventional story we create because of ignorance. If we really had that kind of control, if we truly had ownership of this body, then we should be able to live on this earth forever, but we can't. The human mind is so greedy that from the moment this body is born and touch the earth, within every short time, just a few months, it tries to grab the whole world. That's how strong this grasping is. That's how strong this craving is. That's how strong this craving, yeah. In truth, the Lord Buddha pointed to something much deeper. What we call birth and death are happening right now, moment by moment. Every time a sight appears, that is the birth of seeing. When the sight appears, that is the birth, and when the sight disappear, that is the death of seeing in this very moment. The same happens with the hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. Because we don't see this moment to moment arising and passing, we build a long story. I was born then, I will die later. That whole story is created by ignorance. So, the conventional birth and conventional death are things we construct in our mind. They are not the ultimate truth. The Buddha showed that what we called me is just this continuous flow of sensation, continuous flow of perception, and continuous flow of these thoughts arising and passing away. In reality, the eye, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body, and the mind are being born and dying every moment. Every moment there is a new arising, a new sight, a new sound, a new thought, and in that same moment it disappears. In this way, each sense dose is constantly producing tiny impulses and tiny sparks. Every moment something arises right here, and every moment it ends right here. That's how our birth and death happens in this very moment. That is what the Lord Buddha explained about the death and birth. Yeah, this is why the Buddha spoke about moment to moment death. In Sinhala we say Kshanika Marana. That means the continuous arising and passing away happening within us all the time. If one can see this instant birth and death of the mind, he does not see the conventional death. The Buddha explained that the highest mindfulness is when a person can see death even in the short gap between inhale and exhale of breath is supreme. It called Kshana Sampatti. But that is the point of realization. That is the awaken to the moment. This is the moment of realization that all the defilements are disappearing within the realization. That is the point that the whole world be collapsed once you realize the Dhamma. We only ever experience this present moment if we think about past thoughts or past events, even that memory is happening right now in this moment. If I plan something for tomorrow, that plan is also happening now. Even when we imagine tomorrow morning I will wake up and do this, that imagine is still happening here in this present moment. There is no real past or future that we can step into. The past appears only as a memory in this moment. The future appears only as a thought in this very moment. Even the present mind we talk about is not a fixed thing. once you understand about how this mind has formed, then you will realize even the present moment also we can't take as a fixed thing. Even when we think about a past or future events, thoughts that make us sad or happy, they also arise through the same process of sight, sound, and the other sense. Whatever appears in the mind comes from these sense impressions. So even those memories and plans are just experiences arising in this moment, shaped by the same color, sound, and sensation. Still, this present mind is not real. That is why our noble friend Aryan Mahansi always says that there is no world or existing outside in a short way, because this mind is not real. As long as you don't step out of the world, you cannot realize Nibbana, because what you call the world is nothing other than the six sense bases. When these six sense bases are taken as real, a world appears. As long as these sense bases keep functioning, a world continues to arise. The world is not something you escape from physically, actually, it is something you see through. As long as the world exists for you, as long as the sense of I exists for you, and as long as the six sense bases function as something real, there is no possibility of Nibbana or liberation, because the world, the I and the six sense bases all arise together, and as long as they arise, the world continues. This is why Lord Buddha mentioned kaya anupassi viharati. This is why Aryan Mahanse also emphasized this point always, so that you understand clearly. If you take your mind object as real, or if you take loka sanya, the perception of the world, as real, you will continue in this cycle, because we still feel heat, cold, and body sensation. It becomes difficult to accept that the world is not ultimately real. Our sense experience keep creating the perception of a world. That is why it is very difficult to understand true Dhamma within you. The world feels real because sensation feel real. When sensation are seen as impermanent, the world is seen as impermanent. After hearing and understanding this Dhamma, one must then see with one's own wisdom that the form we perceive and not ultimately real. This is exactly where we must look very carefully. How does contact or sensation actually arise? What we call the Chakku prasada or eye sensitivity or Ghana prasada, nose sensitivity, and Jivha prasada means tongue sensitivity, and Pottabba prasada means body sensitivity, are simply the subtle sense receptive faculties, and whatever we experience through them is only a reflection that appears on this prasada. when we talk about eye sensitivity, nose sensitivity, or tongue sensitivity, and a body sensitivity, we are not talking about the physical eye, nose, tongue, or skin. These are the very fine, delicate sense receptive elements, and whatever we experience through them, whether it is a sight, a smell, a taste, or a touch, is just a reflection arising on this prasada rupa. It is not that the outside object comes into us. Actually, it is not that the world enters the body. A tiny reflection forms on the prasada, and the mind interprets that reflection as the world. If there is external world or bahiranta, all these things we experience from the outside, sounds, colors, smell, taste, heat, cold, pressure, and none of them actually enter into us. So when we are talking about the eye also, the eye isn't the physical organ. The eye is the experience of seeing, the whole process, the arising of knowing. It's the same with all other senses. When the Lord Buddha said the eye is born, Lord Buddha wasn't talking about a biological eye. The Buddha meant the moment of knowing, of seeing arises. That's why the Dhamma points us inward to the experience itself, not the physical organs. But from the very beginning, we are looking around the physical body, physical organs to understand step by step. We feel as if there is a person living inside this body, as if someone is sitting in the heart area experiencing everything. We are thinking like that way. That feeling is what we call the life form. Sometimes we hear through so many Dhamma sermons, they say that the life form is close to your heart, the soul is close to your heart, like that way. But that is actually not the true. Once you understand about the Dhamma, then you will realize that non-soul Dhamma very clearly. Because of that feeling, it seems like I am in here. But if we didn't have these five sense bases in the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, then where would a world arise? This is exactly what we need to look at carefully. Yeah, in the Dhamma sermons we heard earlier, the message was that because we cannot control the outside world the way we want, we should reflect on impermanence. But actually, that understanding is still incomplete. We must investigate whether an independent outside world actually exists to control as we wish. The Sammasambuddha's teaching goes deeper than simply accepting impermanence. This is why Kayanupassana is so important. it helps us see whether there is actual a person or a soul inside this body who can control anything outside. Actually, I remind this again and again every day because most of them are practicing and thinking this is the right path to Nibbana, and they think all the time, and they practice in saying anicca, dukkha, anatta through memorizing those words. They think that is the way to escape from this cycle of samsara or escape from this ignorance. So actually that's why I remind this point all the time. In those days when we truly practiced, whenever suffering came from someone outside, we would say it's impermanent, it's uncertain, like anicca, dukkha, anatta. But even then, there was still an outside person and inside me who was experiencing the pain. There were two sides, or nothing can be controlled the way I wish. And this is what we were told is Dhamma, but that understanding is not complete. The Lord Buddha taught this Dhamma from a much more profound perspective than that. It goes far beyond simply saying nothing can be controlled as I wish. The Lord Buddha pointed to something far more subtle and vast. Even though it's extremely hard to realize, the entire samsara is actually arising in this very moment. All the thoughts that appears right here, right now, contain the whole of samsara within them, and even this very moment has no real substance, nothing, no time, no place where it can stand. It doesn't hold anything, it doesn't stay even for an instant. It is a state where name and form is absent, a state without mind and mental processes. Actually, you might think, how can this thing called samsara exist in this very moment? You might even believe that samsara is something far away, something that stretches across countless eons, something almost impossible to grasp. But the moment you truly understand the Dhamma, this Dhamma, even for an instant, you begin to see for yourself that samsara is right here, happening now. And unless you have realized that directly, it can feel difficult to understand. Then you will understand why it says akalika Dhamma, timeless Dhamma, and why it says sandittika Dhamma. Why this Aryan Vahanse always says this samsara exists in this very moment. Once you realize, or once you understand this Dhamma for a moment, then you will realize why we say this samsara is also exists in this very moment. Even though we can never point to samsara as some solid, separate thing, samsara simply means the ongoing flow of the mind. the arising and passing away of subtle thoughts, a stream that never really stops. So if you truly understand how a single thought comes into being, you begin to understand the whole movement of the mind. And when that becomes clear, you start to see the nature of all thoughts. In the past, we used to believe that samsara and rebirth meant this. After our conventional death, we go on to another life, another existence somewhere else. That was the understanding we grew up with. That's what we learned through Dhammados in the past. But the arising of a life and the ending of a life actually happens right here. Arising of the bhava and the ending of that bhava is actually happen right here in this very moment, within this moment to moment mind. One day when this Dhamma becomes clear to you, you will see for yourself that bhava, nirodha, this sense of being, arise and ceases in each instant of the mind. That is why the Buddha taught us to complete the path here and now by seeing arising and passing away this mind. By ending this moment to moment becoming, that is what it truly means to be a Buddhist. You can become a Buddhist by realizing or by seeing the rising and ceasing of this mind object in this very moment. That's how you can escape from this cycle, by seeing the mind object that arising and ceasing in this very moment. Then your all defilements will fade away, and then all your fire fading away. That's how you can become a Buddhist. So try to become a Buddhist by understanding your mind and by exploring your 6 faculties in depth every moment, step by step. Then you can realize this Dhamma. May all of you have the right conditions and the good fortune to understand this Dhamma. Thank you for listening the Dhamma. Thirvan Saranai everyone. Thirvan Saranai Aryan Vansa.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, Told myself that I was fine. Kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
The baby's skin and the body begin to stretch out and fill up with air, giving it a liveliness that enables the baby to make some movements. If the air did not enter the body, you would not hear a crying or a whistling sound that comes from the baby's throat. Also, if the air had not entered the body, there would not be a circulation of blood either. If the air did not enter the body of the baby would not be able to raise his arms and legs with lightness, and neither would there be an expansion, contraction, or any movement of the baby's body. If the baby's body did not fill up with air, the baby's body would be stiff, like a piece of dead wood or like a stone. Therefore, when the air goes into the baby's body and when the baby begins to inhale and exhale, we could say that the cause of his liveliness is because of the air that entered his body. As a result, the six senses and the skandha, five aggregates, begin to form from the time the breathing begins. All what we feel them because of an illusional speed of an illusional skandha. Sanya is a part of the skandha, five aggregates. Sanya is felt like a vibration. Therefore, everything, a sound, a color image, a taste, a smell, a thought, a touch, all these six senses are felt as vibrations. There is nothing in these vibrations. It is all alive, an illusion. If you believe that everything we experience from our five senses comes from outside, and if you believe that the outside world exists, then you would create Sankar, which will take you in an endless cycle of rebirth and death. The three types of Sankar, illusional mental formations, are Vachi Sankara, verbal action, Kaya Sankara, bodily action, Mano Sankara, mental action. If you believe that there is an outside and everything outside is true, then you create Sankara, which in return generate Lobha, greed, Dvesha, ill will, and Moha, delusion. Therun Sanu everybody.
Everyone, Sarnai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend, Buddothpado Aryan Nanse. Everyone, Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the world, the outside world, and your very existence. Do you know the rapid speed which creates an illusion and takes you in an endless cycle of birth? So let's start our discussion. I would like to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Mr. Bernard. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Pepila.
It's good if you can actually give us a summary from what Jani read today, because I just joined. Sorry.
All right, okay. So first of all, let's all clear our home and chat. Buddothpado Aryan says feet. Therun Saranai, all Dhamma friends. So today also Shani read 2 pages from The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So the main topic of entire Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, we can see all the currently, what Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse mainly focuses in all Zoom discussions is how this illusion of self is created. Have you identified the notion of self or sense of self or the soul? So this section read today is directly related to that. It is another dimension of creation of the self in relation to the birth in the conventional world, birth of the child, and how people say that that is not a stillbirth. The child is alive because it clearly says how this uh, inhalation and exhalation or the respiration happens. It is also a natural process due to actually I cannot find the proper word for that due to a certain difference in air pressure. Maybe Dr. Kokila can use the proper word for that. That air flow through the uh, nasal cavity enters into the trachea and the lungs. It is a natural phenomenon. And then onwards, the body functions, the body movements, all these types of uh, actually, basically, the lightness of the body movement of the child is highlighted here. It happens due to this airflow. And what happens is, ignorantly, in the mundane world, okay, the child is healthy, child started to breathe. That is the first, actually, that is how we see, how we, like one who doesn't know this mechanism, actually the pure truth, looks at it from to say to analyze this natural phenomena as the child is healthy, child is normal, the baby started to breathe, and so on and so forth. So actually, we can connect it to the previous days Dhamma points also, because they are also what Aryan Mahanse highlights in this section is understand that everything is nature. Now, this entire universe is nothing but energies. Sadly, human eye cannot capture the vibrations, energy, but an fully enlightened, fully aware arahant can see through each and everything. So that is where the role of this spiritual teacher, noble teacher comes to play. Actually, how he becomes the savior of the mankind. So he mentions gravity. Now there is something, some power. We can't say something power called gravity, but only clue to understand there's gravity is that things people are on the ground because if you jump you come back to the ground, if you throw something up it falls down. So so we know that it is gravity, there is some power. So similarly, this power generated through the mind creation in the sense thought creation, this mechanism behind the sensory faculties. So that power is mistakenly taken as the self. So the other point that I wanted to mention here is that the law of nature. Aryan Hase connects this very nicely because this is pure uh, Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy of Gautama Buddha Sasana, that law of seasons or these changes of climatic conditions, like 4 seasons maybe. That is nature. No one is doing that. It happens without the involvement of a self. It's a natural phenomenon. Then also that is germination of seeds. Plants, if a seed of a particular type of tree falls on the ground, it absorbs energies from the ground, and it grows into a huge mass of these four great elements ultimately. Although we say it's a jack tree, mango tree, whatever, it's a huge mass of, again, uh, after, I mean, gradually, if any entity is subjected to decay, so it again becomes that energy finally. So same phenomenon is applicable to any entity, even the human. Although we say the child was healthy, child, it was I mean, a healthy birth of a child. He grows, he breathes, he eats. They are also depending on the certain needs, the hunger. Now we assume, oh, child is crying, child is hungry, but actually that the response, or naturally this crying occurs in response to a certain feeling of this sister. So that is actually then Chitta Niyama, law of mind. That is also a natural phenomenon, the law of action and effect. So the four laws of nature. So all these are included, very well exemplified in these sermons, to prove nothing but this notion of self is a mistake. This exists, so-called feeling, the self, that feel that we get as something is there, someone is there, is nothing but mistakenly taking this power as me. And if Dr. Kokila, did you listen to morning Zoom discussion today? Probably
Yeah,
you
I
might.
did.
That's beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Gila? We can connect this to that beautiful revelation in relation to chains also. So, Teruvan Saranai. So, hopefully you can elaborate on these points, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
There are some. Actually, before the tense thing, I would like to add something to the discussion that you did. It's an add-on. It's just to add. So we can think about. I think I have tried to tell this before. We can think about a process. You know, we can think about
Yes.
how we put some rice, some milk, and some salt, some water, and kind of make a milk rice. So we can think about it. So we can think in different ways about how, what happened to the baby, what happened in the childhood, what happened in the adulthood, what happened now. We can think about it. But when you say jnana, you have to remember it's not only thinking about it, because if you're thinking about it, it's not going to stay, because this dream, this human dream we have at this moment, for some kind of years we talk about, will just end. Whatever the experiences are in that vibration, self vibration. Everyone. So what I'm trying to say is,
We just need to realize that we can comment on anything. We can comment, oh, this is the baby. This baby must be having this kind of feeling, and now this baby is getting bigger, so baby must be having this kind of feeling, or now the mind must be there. Now this baby must be seeing this. So that kind of thought process is okay, because we need to understand this first with the thought. But main important thing is to actually be able to feel it. So that's where always the challenge is to feel this. But if you have the chanda, we don't call it raga, we call it chanda, the willingness to explore, definitely it will happen. First you have to understand this, yes, and then you will feel it. That's the important thing. So jnana is something you feel. So you actually feel this. So if you experience this, you will definitely know what kind of vibration is there and what non-vibration is. Without knowing the vibration, you can't know the non-vibration. So this has been reiterated a lot, and I think it should be remembered every day, like reminded every day. So it's just an add-on, because everywhere where the word jnana is involved, it's kind of not just an explanation, because explanation can be like how to make a milk, but the actual experience, milk rice, how to make milk rice. Aranwanse has similar, we talk about atalappa. I think something else. Can't remember. What is that? You get the letter to make something, and it's all written down there. You can think about it also. You can plan about it also. But you can't experience it unless, and even if you experience it, you might make the complete different one, and your mother might come and say, what have you made? What is this? This is not this is not what you're supposed to make. It's different. Then you might say, oh yeah, it's a different one. I didn't want to make that one. I just made something. And yeah, we can be satisfied with that answer. But we don't have two paths in this. We don't have two paths in this, because to feel the vibration and feel the non-vibration, there can't be multiple paths, because it's a very, 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 very finer point. To enter this Dhamma, there can be a lot of areas, but the feel and the feeling of non-existence, feel as the existence feel, but what we importantly say is the super awareness is the non-existence. So that is the add-on there. I forgot the next point, but I think that we have talked a lot about the tense also. So the tense is also, you just need to feel this. So to feel this, the power of the mind should dwindle every day, and we talk about this a lot. Even though the value is gone, the power should go. Power to go, we should understand that whatever you think, even the Dhamma point, just now what Sudharma was reading, or the reading itself has no meaning. But if you feel it, that is what is the important thing. So we can read and understand, like, but actual feeling is the important thing. So yeah, anything to add on into that?
Dr. Kokila, when we actually talk about these Dhamma points related to the newborn starting to breathe, that it is just a process, all these are natural processes and so on. We personally do not have that experience and we cannot go back to that experience. So basically, what we do is Aryan Vahanse's beautiful revelations, we try to uh, discuss and try to make them our own experiences. As you said, if Aryan Vahanse always comes up with this beautiful example of making Valitalapa, people may have the recipe, but only
No, but
recipe may
if
go.
someone
Yeah,
is going to
yeah,
attain
yeah,
the Buddha state or an Arahant state
yeah.
temporarily for a fraction of a second, or even to become that, it's not different, it's the same thing. It has to be felt. It has to be felt by the particular person, particular system. You can't just know from someone else. There are a few
Yes,
other things that, few extraordinary things that some arahants would feel. Like example, what Mughal felt wasn't felt by uh, uh, Ananda Thero, but Ananda Thero, no, not Ananda Thero, Sariyut Thero, and what Sariyut Thero may have the idea, may have not be the idea Mughal Thero feels. So the feeling, extension of the feeling can be different, but the non-self perception or the actual this no self perception and the self perception is the same thing. It doesn't change, but this is beyond that. You know, the perception of everything is where you kind of relate to every vibration. That's a kind of a different thing. It is very, very, can be different abilities of, you know, feel can be different from system to system. Feel can be very vast, but the non-vibration and becoming the non-vibration, that has no difference. No difference at all. Then they can't be called an arahant. So you have to remember that the just have to understand that, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I know when you explain actually as a true Dhamma friend, you are reminding this, but still, if I take it as a thing and if I look forward to this non-self experience, then that
You
will
can't get it.
actually block my way anyway. So I
Yeah,
do not have any anticipation of that. So
no.
I
This
don't,
discussion,
yeah,
this discussion is not personal.
yeah,
This
okay.
discussion is
I
not
got it,
personal.
got it, got
This
it.
discussion is not personal. This is trying to give the whole world. Yeah, I'm not actually, you know, in morning discussions, in Sinhala medium, we actually kind of seek one-to-one thing, you know. But this discussion is not like that. We are trying to elaborate on important aspects to the whole world because this is very rare, and we are not clearing someone's taints or someone's defilements. Actually, here we are trying to give the world this message, isn't it? Don't we? I think
Yes,
we are.
yes, we that's our main intention, and that's why all this effort, yeah, you all join from overseas and try your best to convey
Yeah,
our
in Zoom,
appreciative
singular Zoom
effort.
discussions, we do that. We do that. Actually, we try to do that, and you always have that ability to, discuss all your own departments, and you have direct access to all the Zoom discussions in singular medium, which is the most powerful weapon people have in Sri Lanka. Most powerful weapon, the ability to understand this Dhamma in your own language. But here it is a bit different. Here it is a bit difficult, and yet we are trying to give the message in a different language. Trying to say what I was trying to say. I will reiterate again. This Dhamma is we think about Dhamma first, but main thing is we do think about Dhamma first, and we try to understand, analyze in our head, But main important thing is for you to feel it, because if you feel it only, you feel you are on 10. Otherwise, you will be just analyzing the world. Because when you are given one of patients or someone who is sick, the medical reports, you can analyze that and you can give a verdict. You have this. You have to do this and this and this and this. But analyzing your own self vibration is the most ever difficult thing in the world. Your own vibration. I think that is the most difficult thing. Even analyzing someone else's one can be easy, because it's kind of. But actually, if you have done it, if you're doing it to your own, this system is the easiest one for you to feel it, because it is felt only here. Even Lord Buddha can't come and change it. He can't like put the hand into your system and change it. You can't turn anything. You can only support. And maybe we can support. So the Aryan Hanse can support. No. You're still thinking. Stop thinking. It's kind of a guidance, but no one can actually get the horse to drink water. Horse has to drink water. Horse has to feel like drinking water. We can even, put the horse mouth into the water, but drinking is his own thing. So likewise, someone has to listen to this Dhamma, hear this Dhamma by any chance. It's a random thing. I listened to this Dhamma very randomly. No one told me. I just came across a sermon, that's all. And it's a very random thing. I don't know how much random, how random that is, and how random for you to feel that, and how random for you to even to think, listen to the second one, third one, like 5,000. I don't know. It's very random. So it's a feel. It's a feel, and it's a feel, and with the guidance, you keep exploring your own vibration. That's the important thing, not other people's vibrations, or analyzing Dhamma is really important. But you have to remember that the feel is the goal. And when you know that, you will keep analyzing, and you will stop somewhere. You have to stop somewhere. And that's very important to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time. When to stop, you can't decide. That's again like getting the horse to drink. You can't stop forcefully. Someone has to realize that whatever thinking I do, even if it is the correct Dhamma path, you're thinking and analyzing in the correct way, exactly 100% correct way now. Still, that's not going to make your mind thinner, kind of mind bubble thinner, because mind bubble can get actually thick with all the data. So you need to realize, and then you just drop, but you drop with confidence, because well, you don't stop listening to them now. So you will continue to understand this, and you will continue to listen to and come to the discussions. And yeah, if you have problems, you just ask it without much thought. Because if you keep thinking, the question gets actually cheeky, kind of. The question is not the original question, because you manipulate the question. The more you manipulate the question, more answer will not match you, because the question is originally manipulated by yourself. So these are few things that few things that we learn in the path. So be genuine, be free like a bird to listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma. Whether you feel it or not, it doesn't matter, because more you feel comfortable with the Dhamma, more you feel confident enough to actually let go of the theory part. When you let go of the theory part, you will definitely start feeling this Dhamma. That's the path. That's what I wanted to add. Yes, someone else can add on. Is it possible? Everyone, Sanna?
Thervan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, those reminders are very beautiful for everyone. Even though someone has listened to Dhamma for 2-3 years, or someone has just started, just found it randomly, as you say, these guidelines, these are kind of self-evident things that you all share, self-evident experience. So, that is the uniqueness of Buddothpado, this entire kind of, not just sermons, entire Buddothpado doctrine. We can't say doctrine, it's anyway Gautama, reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So what happened in Buddothpado Zoom discussions, meditation programs, even in these books where you find sermons in written form. Uh, this is what happens. The people who are in different levels of the path, together with Aryan Wahanse, who has fully realized this, help each other and embark on one single journey to nothingness. Started the journey with the self and gradually dropping the self, and so that is the ultimate goal. But we can't say it a goal even, as you said. So that's very beautiful. And feel low, non-self experience or whatsoever, Dr. Kokila, what we can do is to gradually explore this and try to see it through the system and leave everything to the system. The more the self gets involved in finding or to complete the journey or attain a certain state, a certain level, it would delay it and you end up nowhere or you get lost. So uh, the thing is understanding that this is a system. That's where
but I wanted to highlight actually the reading also basically the summary essence of the section read was that birth of a child is nothing but it's a natural phenomenon. Everything that happens, they are also natural processes. No one is doing that. Even whatever we do, have the ignorantly we have the habit actually. Typically, we are good at getting ownership of things like.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, true. And that's why I was trying to add that point because um, it is easy for us to put the Dhamma into the something in front of you, like but then start putting it yourself is the best way to do. When we hear something, we feel that is it directed for the now it was Surangika I think works in a with a lot of people in a if there is a firm, there are a lot of people. If it's a teacher, there's this, principal and all the other teachers. So always there's someone says something, you can feel is are they like directing it towards me? Even if you directly know that it is directed towards you, and you know what you have to correct yourself, because there's always a fault that is being highlighted, you will correct yourself, but you won't have any burning because the self-perception is getting less and less. But we know good olden days how we, not good, olden days how we like kind of get everything into our head. Did this friend tell it to me, or did this friend do it to me? Everything is kind of questionable, and we get hurt if you understand it is directed towards me. And if it is directed towards the other friend, oh, okay, oh my God, thanks. I thought I thought the principal blamed me. Oh, thank you. I just realized it's not me. You have like a sigh of relief. So the little things, the day-to-day things will show you how this self-perception works. Might not even give you a burning, but how self-perception works. Self-perception is a very subtle thing. It's a very subtle thing. It becomes subtle day by day when we hear them also. So you need to be very, very vigilant enough, like being a vigilante towards yourself. Vigilantes are usually, looking for other people's wrongdoings. Vigilante is never going to be a vigilante to yourself, but here, this vigilante is checking how self-perception works and actually laughing at that. The self-perception is actually, very, very powerful sometimes, and even if it's not powerful, it is there and you realize that. And every day, you will see the gradual, the boss will be telling something and you will get the message. You will say, don't do this way, and you will definitely stop doing that this way. But there's no burning because there's no one to actually get the blame. So it's very difficult to understand this Dhamma. But the message is pointed to yourself.
point it to yourself all the time. Try to point it to yourself all the time. And but this doesn't mean checking every thought. This, you will realize that the non-burning times, you don't have to check anything. It's just whatever the things that, but this gets the fine tuning. When fine tuning happens, you realize, wow, I didn't even think about these things before. When the fine tuning keeps happening, that's the important thing. And then the fine tuning keeps happening to the field too. So it's a beautiful Dhamma. Anything to add here to the discussion?
Dr. Kokila, actually, in the very first few months that I started listening to Dhamma, I was not able to identify the self vibration, because we have lived.
I don't think we have
so
done
many-
even now.
But now what happens is, actually it's like I have kindled a fire within this. This burning, whenever it happens, it becomes prominent, because it was
Yeah, but that's
unseen
what I'm
for
saying.
so many.
Fine tuning
Yeah,
is going to go further.
that of course,
Yeah.
it's
That's
yeah,
that's the thing. That's the thing.
yeah.
That's the beauty of Dhamma, because
Hmm.
the day you feel like, oh yeah, finally I got what Aryan once said, and the day
Yeah.
you think like that, the next day you will think, oh my God, no, I haven't. Yeah. So the fine tuning will keep happening, and someone has to actually feel the the non-vibration, or the vibration and the non-vibration, to actually feel the depth of it. So that guides you after that, and that actually it becomes the norm, slowly but gradually. It will happen. But Lord Buddha has given the assurance, if you feel this once, it will keep happening, and it will become the norm. Yeah. Yes, Rangika, you were trying to say something?
Dr. Kokila, I was just going to add about what Aryan mentioned. I think it was last night about Kusal and Akusal. I think it was, what do you say it in English? Maybe wholesome deeds. I don't know what Kusal is. But basically, Kusale and Akusale, the distinguishing of the two. And basically understanding the truth of the thought and being able to do that. The capability of seeing through the thought is the Kusala. And he elaborated on that a little bit as well, contrary to conventional meanings of Kusala, Kusal that we have known for the last so many years, isn't it, in the traditional ways of Buddhist teachings and acceptance in society. People think kusal means you have to engage in religious activities and go and offer flowers and offer alms and various things to temples, have katina alms givings and various things like that. So basically material stuff, offering and giving away of material stuff, and then therefore you are trying to be less selfish and so on and so forth. That was the interpretation or the definition given to Kusala Kusal, whereas in this Lokottara or True Dhamma philosophy, the Kusala is actually seeing through the thought itself, understanding that the thought and the object, the stimuli, is of no value whatsoever. It is something that is so difficult for the conventional society to gather, isn't it? Which is why the Buddha has said that only a handful, or if one says that, the little dirt that gets trapped under the fingernail of a person's finger, that's the such a tiny number of people who actually become stream enterers or so on. So you can imagine from the billions of human beings and species, which are more than billions. It's just that the dirt trapped under the fingernail is the infinitely small amount of people who are going to actually understand this. One can imagine from that how difficult it is to be able to understand this whole process, how it works, and not get entrapped with the mind, isn't it? Which is the thing that keeps us in the samsaric cycle. So that Sabba Papasa Karanang, the stanza, and Kusalasa Upasampada, Sachitta Pariyodapana Etam Buddha Anusasana. So Sachitta Pariyodapana means understanding the thought by applying the true Dhamma philosophy, how that comes about and so on. And then being able to conquer the mind is such a challenge, but that is where the skill lies in the person, or the person who's actually embarking on it, and the perseverance, the aptitude for it, and so on. All that, the application and having the right view, having the right perseverance, and so on, and the right reflection and the right time, all that is so important to gain that skill, and that is the thing that then will allow the person to persevere towards the liberation of the mind. So just wanted to mention the kusal thing. The other thing I was trying to say, I think 2 days ago, was there's this just an incident in my workplace. There was a lady, a friend I work with, whose mother passed away, and she went off, I think, to the UK and came back. So after a couple of weeks, I spoke to her the other day. And so I said, how are you coping, and so on. And then she said, the morning session is fine. She keeps herself occupied. But then towards the afternoon, when the work kind of dwindles down, that is the time that she finds it difficult to cope. And I said, and because what is the coping there? The coping is the mind. The thoughts now start pressing down and becomes very burdensome, very heavy. The thoughts of her mother, the dead mother, and all that becomes unbearable at that time. So what is being done in the morning, happily one embraces work because it is a distraction, isn't it? And that is what is trying to temporarily keep those other thoughts in abeyance without actually understanding the thoughts. So this is how the conventional society exists. And we have talked about this in so many Zooms, that people who have no access to the Dhamma, they just latch on from one stimuli to the other stimuli. And if one stimuli or one object is going to give them grief, or is giving them grief, then they move on quickly to something else, which is more joyful and more happy, and do not dwell on the sadness or want to understand the sadness as to what is causing the sadness, what is causing the suffering. And Aryan Master says it is the person who actually experiences the suffering who will want to find an end or a salvation from that suffering. But that it does not necessarily happen to those who have, unfortunately, probably no access to the Dhamma. And sometimes they are not prepared, they are ill prepared to even understand the basic concepts of this Dhamma, isn't it? So it is quite unfortunate. And I suppose that is the very purpose of these English Zoom discussions, that we are trying to spread this beautiful message to the Western society, whoever who can take it, whoever who is blessed and fortunate enough to be able to reflect on these key points and think that everything and the peace and the salvation and the tranquility or the calmness lies within oneself. The nirvana is here to be reached and accessed in this very moment. if one can see through the thought, see through the mechanism, understand the senses, and understand the sense of I that was given so much value to, is a non-existent thing. So of course I explained a little bit on the true Dhamma philosophy, and it was she found it so beautiful, and she said she was going to dwell on it a little bit and think and reflect a bit, and was very grateful about it. But the example I gave was to say that the difficulty that people have and that the suffering that they undergo, all because of not knowing their own mind, not knowing, I say there, but just understanding the mind. And that is the crux of this true Dhamma philosophy, which if one keeps on applying oneself, coming back to the kusal, that is the thing that would then pave the way to liberation and on the marg,
And
the
to
path,
add that,
isn't it?
to Surankika, I think understand the mind as well as to understand this power which drives the mind, isn't it? Because the five senses and the six senses, the five senses, there's always a sixth sense which happens like the mind. It's a natural process, but the power which is the one which drives this, into different vibrations, like not the different vibration, different frequencies, how this changes and how this will never end, kind of this, the power is the actually understanding the mind as well as the power behind it. What is actually happening? What is the suffering? Because there's no multiple suffering. Actual suffering is, there are three sufferings, Lord Buddha said. I don't know how to say that in English, but the suffering, the normal suffering we know, like losing child, child's death, or husband's death, or wife's death, or parents' death, or something like that, or your own illnesses, cancer, or losing a leg, or whatever. So we feel some sadness. 100% we feel some sadness, but then it goes on. There is some sadness. There is some suffering in another deeper level too, when there is the mind itself, and then deeper down there's a kind of another level too. So the more you keep understanding this, more you understand, where did this power come from? Why are we needing the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one? That's not normal. Everything else is normal. That's not normal. That's where we keep understanding. This power is the power which gives you the power to vibrate that kind of last thought. Give that kind of power where if there is any similar vibration somewhere, it can telepathy or synchronize similar vibration and synchronize to it. And there it is, the whole thing, the whole samsara, whole experiences. That's what Renwanse was. He said a lot in the morning, but the one part of it was, this one particular vibration has the whole thing, and to feel it is, it's so interesting. How it's just one vibration has the whole thing. So that's where that's the thing. How this keeps on, the circle of birth, circle of suffering, actually. Yeah, isn't it, Rangika? Can you add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite profound, the morning explanation, wasn't it? I didn't actually quite grasp it fully. And it was, whilst he was talking about the zygote level, he also said that vibration, the vibration had a mental picture associated with it, which is what you just, I think, touched on. That mental picture carries the vibration of the entire samsaric cycle. That is why.
Yeah, that's the chitta that is the
Chitta Rupa thing he mentioned,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what the correlation is when one dies. How when an arahant dies, there's
That whole
no
thing stops, isn't
there
it?
is no inner vibration to vibrate anywhere. Like to synchronize to any other vibration in anywhere, because this is empty. This is the non-vibration. There's no ability to vibrate into anything. So just the stopping of the sensory organs, and in no returner, specifically will not have a kind of a birth in the normal realms. So what does that mean? Is that power? The power. There is a power that one chitta that, you know, one we always call it Chutisita or something like that. But whatever that chitta, how much power it has, and that power has the whole samsaric power, and
It's almost like a chip, isn't it, Dr. Gokila? I mean, if you want to kind of put a modern connotation on it, it's like you can change the phone but if you carry the memory chip or, you know, whatever it is, and you go on from phone to phone, you break the device, you move on and you get another one, and you something like that. Or if you want to put another modern twist, like everything's in the iCloud, and even if you lose the phone, it comes back. I mean, you can recall it, type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. So that's where the feel is important, because non-vibration should be felt, not discussed. Not only discussed, but felt, for there to be an imprint in that system. Otherwise, it's just discussed means, you know, it's not going to have anything in that, because the mind is temporary. This human, specifically this human part, can be temporary. If you take an example, when too much vibration, you can become a dog. More than that, you can become a monkey. But then, does the monkey have all the features of the human? No. But you know how this keep changing. So, but that particular chip thing, or I don't know whether we can take it as like in that context, but for an example, the no self experience, if a system has that, because there's a complete effect from that experience. It's just not another experience like, you know, salt or sugar. It's an experience, overwhelming experience, where you don't feel the self like existence. So then it is kind of imprint, and that changes the way you look at the life. So that's kind of because it's an experience. That's why that brings down your, you know, the whole the the frequency of that vibration. And that's why it's Lord Buddha says, yeah, no vibration into lower realms. 4 realms, isn't it? I can't remember. I think 4 realms or something.
Yeah.
Lower 4 realms. So isn't that a beauty? Isn't that a beauty to say that with so much confidence in that? And if someone feels that, definitely, isn't it so beautiful to feel the actual vibration coming down? So yeah, but then still there's more. Definitely there's more, but it's so beautiful. Yeah, so it's kind of very important to grasp this fully, which is difficult. That's why we take years and years to listen to even Dhamma, because we listen first, we get only one point.
And Dr.
Yeah.
Kokila, I mean, even that lady, now you said that for that example again, to talk about the power, one can't even go to the point of explaining the power first, because they are in such a preliminary stage. Everything has to be very gradually just mentioned. And
even us, I mean, we listen to Dhamma, and I can remember I was touching my daughter's head for some reason, and I just realized I have never touched my daughter's head, and these are like very, very minor insights I get, just like a very, very randomly you get some insights like that. But that's not the end. But when you get that, you're like excited. Wow, I understood that. But then that's the like the tip of the iceberg thing. But yeah, that's how excited we are. Yeah, it's funny now, but that's the path. We are no different. Everyone, we were not suitable to listen to this Dhamma, but the most important thing is not to give up. Even though you might not be able to grasp everything, and it can be frustrating also, because I don't want to say, one can join night Zoom discussion, and Aranwansi says, "Oh, you are still in the mind," and about 1 year later, he or she joins again, and if he says the same thing, you'll be like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" He says the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. That has happened several times to me.
Yes, but we don't give up. That's the beauty of this Dhamma.
But the thing is, Dr. Kokila, it is so easy to give up. That is the thing, isn't it? Because the low, what do you call it? The low, what's the pitfalls? The pitfalls are so many, and that one can go into those, and then you come out of one to go into the other one, and to the other one, and to the other one, and then you talk to Asant, she says the same thing. You talk to maybe afternoon, so when Dr. Sakuntala, she says the same thing, you're in mind or something like that. RN Vansi says the same thing. And then oh my God, can't talk to anybody, everybody's saying the same thing, what's wrong with me? And it goes on and on. I can remember maybe 1 or 2 years ago, RN Vansi told me on the Zoom, he just brought this example of a chocolate, and he said, Suranka, so this chocolate thing, I mean, what is in a chocolate, right? Just a square, like a mud-looking square, mud-colored square that is called a chocolate, isn't it? I mean, what is the big deal about it? And then I nearly gulped inside here, because that week I had had enough chocolate. But then I realized that you can't stop that chocolate. If you want the chocolate and there is an attachment or a desire to eat chocolate, like that lady Narana was saying like a couple of weeks ago, until that correct understanding comes
Yeah.
and understand that a chocolate is actually not a thing, there is no point in trying to be here and a person quitting the desire to eat chocolate, because then the chocolate is not
Yeah,
real.
that's a beautiful thing to remember, is you don't need to cut, the chocolate thought, then the milk toffee thought, and then the watlapang thought. You don't have to just cut one thought fully, but fully, that's the problem. The fully, then you can you can broaden that. You can apply that to anywhere, because that's the mangosteen story. You can cut one. I don't know whether there's another English word for mangoes, so whether I'm telling the wrong word, but whatever. If you cut one thought sharp and pierce through all three levels and feel the self-perception, that's the beauty of it. You don't have to attack the chocolate, attack the milk toffee, attack the biscuit. A long time ago I have asked even that, but you don't have to. But then we don't get it initially. We don't get it. It's okay to not to get it.
Yes,
It's
so I mean,
okay
even
to
if
not to
it's
get it.
10 and 20th mangosteen, if we want to cut it, because if each time one cuts into it and one encounters the same thing, then the message gets reinforced.
No,
that there is nothing
that
in it,
cutting is
at
different.
least.
Surangika, I have to correct you there.
Ah.
That cutting is by force cutting. No, it should go through instant. What's the word? Like without actually anyone doing it. That's the difficult part of it. It should
Yeah, so
happen.
until that happens,
Yeah. We can keep cutting. Yes.
Yes, I think because the beginner, until one comes to a particular stage, has to do that, because
Yes,
a
100%.
message is never delivered in one go. No,
No.
it has to get reinforced over and over again. One has to reflect on it. Then when one listens to the Dhamma, somebody else is also saying the same thing. Then you have a discussion, and in the discussion also they say there's nothing to it. So in multiple angles, we are putting the correct lens onto the thing. And then through that, eventually the message gets across. It's like, these clouds parting, and then finally one sees the ray of sunlight. Finally, at some moment, the true message comes through. But until such time, there can be 10 or 15 mangosteens being cut to see, because if you think about the Kamatahan and the point of contemplation, because Aryan Vansi says, find your point of contemplation. Is it your mother? Is it your child? Whatever it is. So don't go and, worry about this, that, and the other. Other things might not bother you so much. So focus on your kamatahan, on your points of contemplation. So at that point, now say it's the sun, certain things that the son does might not bother the mother. But certain things, if the son forgets the birthday, or there was this incident where somebody forgot to come to the mother's funeral or something, right? Some gent called on Zoom, and the son didn't turn up till the day of the dane or something, almsgiving. And then he asked, why did you come today or something? So that means that mangosteen, or the 10 or 12 mangosteens, even half of them must have been in relation to the sun, had not been cut. There was still that expectation, underlying expectation that the sun should appear, which means the sun was real, and that the sun was real and he was real, and the expectation of that the incident and everything had become real to.
That's the example that when one is leaning towards the actual external kind of, that's a risk. It's a very risky thing. Yeah, that's the sign that to say that still, even in that point of contemplation level, it still hasn't come to that stage, like to understand that none of these thoughts are actually outside. So
We have,
that's the problem. But when we keep understanding this all the things get better.
yeah. We have someone called Sriyani on the call. Maybe she would like to add something, or Sudharma. There was someone.
Dr. Kokila and Ms. Sudhantika, yes, it's very beautiful. Your first-hand experience in terms of the Dhamma path. And very recently, if we have time, I can also share something that I experienced. Yes, yeah. So the school got an opportunity to participate in a program at Sarnavahini. So the main task to organize was entrusted to the media unit. So it was basically about certain aesthetic items should be presented, like Eastern music, Western music, dancing, but very limited like opportunities we could give to each unit. So there was a big fuss because media unit is presenting the school history. In between, they basically preferred Eastern musical items like instruments and several few instruments and 2-3 songs. So what happened was Eastern aesthetic unit is functioning really well. The teachers are so enthusiastic. They have placed at all island events and so on. So all were fighting for this opportunity. So actually, how it came as a Dhamma thing for me was now the trees also bear fruit. Trees also bear fruit, like let's say mangoes, but the tree never expect the fruit to go to Aryanhase or to as Buddha Puja or as to the tree of Kataragama gold, or if it falls just falls on the ground and goes rotten, it doesn't matter because it's just nature. But now, since all these people are doing well, they wanted because they were actually no teacher is going to appear in the program. It was all out of good faith, like giving the opportunity to, but they are children, dancing unit, music. So ultimately, we had to discuss with the program director and got three extra opportunities to be offered to the Western Music Unit and other 3 units. So that's interesting. Nothing happened because nothing, I mean, extraordinary. But in the world, when we encounter such experiences, so we actually, I was so conscious. I mean, sometimes, but actually I had to go to people and calm them down and talk to them nicely, appreciate their job, and I anyway made an effort to give each unit a certain opportunity. But at the same time, that contemplation came to me. It's I mean, very recently such an experience was there. So when the world was so real to us before listening to True Dhamma, we also wanted to do the same. But uh, actually, we had this others to send the student representing my unit. Then what about dancing unit? We have done this. So the self, not at personal level. I mean, we never know how the self vibration comes to life. So uh, I don't know whether it's something important still, but since I just got that thought at that point, the trees bear fruit, but they never, I mean,
worry about the fruit. It's a service also. These teachers are also doing a service, but they have certain expectations. So that I feel that as the way that self vibration comes to play a role.
Yeah, the most important thing is how much vibration you felt, not the story. So the story is in the mind. The actual, we all about this dream that Aranwansi was talking beautifully that day. That dream can be there. Dream. There's so much havoc in the dream. It can be beautiful dream. It can be ugly dream. But the dream is dream. So most important thing is what kind of vibration was there. The feel. Other whole story is actually in the dream. Yeah. So I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
Yes, it's 2 minutes. We have already taken 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think we
Even
will worship Aaron and say we thank Shani for reading the book, and thank you all the Dhamma friends for participating to this Zoom discussion. May Triple Gem bless you.
Teruvan Saranai.
Niratsanai
Let's start the
Niratsanai
process.
friends. Niratsanai Namaskar.
There is nothing using a language. It is impossible to teach about how to go on the path without using a language. And when we use a language to explain the path, it creates a you and a me, which is also another illusion. According to the pure truth, the person does not exist, but in order to convey this truth, this message of the Buddha, we have to use thoughts, sanya, or signals to convey it to you. This truth, this satya sanya, are extremely complex teachings. Our language is very limited, and it is difficult to explain about the truth, the non-duality, or the oneness with words, because words contain the concept of duality. The Buddha said that the birth is the seeing at that moment, the hearing at that moment, the tasting at that moment, and you can apply this to all the six senses. The birth is when there is a stimulus, aroma, received by any one of the six senses, nothing else. Now, according to the pure truth, we know that there is nothing as death. But how is it that there is no death? In this illusional, normal, mundane world, we say that our mother gave birth to us and brought us into this world. And once we die, we are buried in the ground, and that is called death. If you really think about it, it is the death of the mind that is considered as death. Also, if the breathing stops, that too means death. If you really think about it, you would realize that every moment you feel alive, it means that along with the liveliness, the mind consciousness is also born. For example, let us see how a baby comes to life due to breathing. The moment the air enters the body of the baby, the characteristics of the Shuddhastaka, smallest unit, makes the body of the baby feel light, louder, soft and flexible, mudra, and allows the proper coordination of the bodily movement. Hammam. Thanks, everybody.
Tirvan Saranai Shani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryananse. Tirvan Saranai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. All stimuli from six senses create your world and your existence. If you feel burning sensation or suffering due to aversion and hatred, how do you find the way to freedom of your mind? So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
There was a night. We worship our advancing and welcome everyone. May Triple Gem bless you. Yeah, I think we have been talking about this exact meaning from yesterday onwards, and I would like one of you to recapitulate how we talked about this same topic. So how this world, a kind of our, whatever the manifestation we have, which is illusory, but the beauty of this Dhamma is to understand the illusory nature of the self. Actually, not even we have to understand the illusory nature of the world, yes, but at the same time, it's the beauty is it gives you the understanding about the illusory nature of the self. Because when we talk usually really good about ourselves, like we say, I'm really sure, I have heard this, I know this, I have seen this in multiple areas, or you can say I have googled it myself, things like that. So we were sure about ourselves to the extent that we can even write an affidavit. Yes, I can say this, it's me. Yes. And the beauty of this Dhamma is it gives us the understanding about the illusory nature of the world as well as illusory nature of the self, because they are together. Actually, they are same. That's the beauty. That's the actual, can't even explain how much value would it be to understand this Dhamma about how illusory this self-perception is. Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add? Isn't it beautiful to understand this illusory
It is.
nature of the self as well as the world? Like they are the same, isn't it?
It is, yes. Peruan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yes, actually, I wasn't there yesterday for the discussion, but from what you kept summarized just now, uh, what is meant by world is something that we have to think about. World is sort of composed of all the materialistic stuff
we include the trees, houses, maybe vehicles, the family members, sun, moon, stars, everything are components of the world. And what we didn't realize was that all these are thoughts. Thought means something that was constructed in the mind. So when we sort of look carefully about these thoughts, underneath each thought is a field only. These fields are experienced, or fields are created at the sensor level. Sensor means that action of seeing or hearing.
The
So
power.
only power, yes. And that is covered by the casing, so-called the thought. And the illusion is that taking this casing or that cover as real, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really important to understand this, how this, if this is there, this is there. There's in Pali, it is beautifully said, um, if the world is there, you are there. So, and it's, whenever we talk about Dhamma, we should actually try and say both things together, because when we keep understanding that the illusory nature of the surrounding, we might be like, yeah, it's all, yeah, it doesn't matter now. But still, if you miss the other part, because the world is you, the value, in the sense the word value misguides us sometimes. Actually, the chair is you. The problem is, because of the ignorance, we feel two kind of duality, like we feel duality. So that's where the problem is. So that's where the importance of this feeling, also this truth, at least here and there, if we feel the truth, it is only the, if at all, it was only the stimulus which was there, and it is no outside, no inside. It's actually, it is the only thing that is left out until the breathing happens. So whenever we talk about Dhamma, anywhere, any place, we should reiterate this very carefully, that how sense of existence is brought about by the, fast vibration of senses, and how sense of existence makes us to think that there is a self. That's the most problematic thing, as well as the reason for the long kind of nature of the self vibration. So this Dhamma actually explains how self vibration, or this so-called, whether you call it self or not, just that vibration, how we keep understanding it is only a generation of senses. That's it, nothing else. And when we kind of feel this, the absence of duality is very important. Absence of duality at one particular moment, absence of duality. So it's really important to feel this, yes, but we all know that we have discussed this as much as possible, that can't really do anything about it. What we can do is keep understanding how there's only the stimulus, because there's senses, and that's it. That's it only. So we keep understanding the illusory nature of the world, yes, and and it confirms you the illusory nature of the self-perception, because finally what we feel is absence of self-perception. Yes, someone can add to that. Yes.
Yes, there was Sunny. I just want to add one more thing that I heard actually from one of Aryan Mahase's explanations. I think it was from last night, Andolnatmaka Deshana. Aryan Mahase said that if there aren't two opposite sides, I mean the two extreme ends or two opposite sides, there won't be a power created in the middle. And if there is power created, that means, in other words, there will not be a vibration. If there is no vibration, that means there is no creation of the world. And if there is no creation of the world, there is no doer, or there is no self who is experiencing. So this was actually kind of summary of everything. And if we didn't hear this true Dhamma, we have absolutely no idea that the chair is the self, or the chair means that, like the other side of the coin, the self or the doer is there on the other side. So this important fact will not be understood by a ordinary person until a person like Lord Buddha, who found this truth and explained. So it was actually just a very beautiful explanation, short one. What he said was that if there is no power created, there is no world, and if there is no world, that means there is no doer or a person who is owning that world. You may have listened to that, I don't know, because that was something that I grasped from that discussion.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. I couldn't finish today morning one. I couldn't finish. I usually finish it throughout the day. I couldn't do it today, but I have heard every sermon up until that. So Aranwahanse always try to reiterate this, remind everyone how important is for us to understand this, how this power has, how power has arisen and giving us this false sensation of a self, like false sense of like existence. It's such a beautiful thing, and sometimes we kind of tell it from the beginning, and sometimes we will catch up from like kind of from the mid area, because wherever we start to talk, yes, but I think that there are challenges. There are challenges because to understand that we should feel it too. We can say there's non-duality. We can say there's no this side, but only the stimulus was there. We can say that. But the problem is we have to feel that too, and that's the challenge we have. But just by feeling that also, everything is not over. We have to actually, we will definitely understand what power is there at the beginning and how it is slowly going down, and it is evident in everyone, whatever the levels. It is Dharma is helping everyone. So as we discussed yesterday, this the feeling that the burden of the self perception. Isn't it such a burden? Because we can remember how as children how I mean, even if we are wounded, even if we are punished, even if we are in trouble, trouble in the sense, that teacher will shout, or, mother will shout, or whatever, the children at the particular moment, they're just not having any burden like an adult. So this burden, we can feel how burden gets bigger and bigger. And with Dhamma, you can see how the burden is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And one day, definitely it will be not there. But the challenge is to feel the stimuli, full stimuli, the levels of stimuli, and to feel the lack of or absence of self-vibration, or the absence of duality. Anything else to add by anyone else? Not sure. Surangika or Sudama, anyone can add something?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වෙනවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි both of you. It was such a beautiful recapitulation of the self-perception and this illusion. Yes, as both of you said, this sense of self and then the external world becoming real. These two are like two tracks, parallel tracks, and they actually lessening or mitigating of the sense of self, and diminishing of this defilements or the belief that external world is there. They happen, this self-realization happens simultaneously. It is, I mean, we can experience that also, because as you said now, chair is you, there is no difference when we talk about non-duality. So, and at the same time, this we can connect this discussion to the path, because for months and months now, in this groundbreaking revelations at 7 o'clock, Aryan Mahansi get the disciples to share their experiences, to know, to make sure that they are in the right path. So they are also only criterion, only parameter that we can, not as a person, one has to confirm, to like to understand that particular person is in the path, is also seeing this dilution of or dissolving of the sense of self. Because as you said at the very beginning, this world and the self, we in the, I mean, as kids, we took them as two entities, this figure, the body and the external world. But actually, when we go deeper and deeper, when we see this truth of the stimulus through ourselves, what happens is this body is also external. This only that awareness is there, that defilements are diminishing. Otherwise, this so-called six sensory organs and this body also becomes external. And then if we talk about the path also, the path is actually, simply we say, it is just diminishing of defilements, or like lighting or softening of the sense of self. But still, in other words, it is how real the external world is for you. Like if we try to take a certain stimulus, For example, if we like take simple things like something that you use quite often, maybe a pen, simply a pen. So uh, those days when it was so real to us, that entity was so real to us, because this pen itself represents the entire world that we used to believe as real. So we actually, when we don't see it, we look for it everywhere. We like with the, it was so real, the mental image of the pen and the three-dimensional shape of the pen, everything. The moment we think that we know that mechanism, how this becomes a three-dimensional thing, because due to the merging of the five sensory faculties. First it occurs with the eye, and then all coming together and gives us the image of this three-dimensional pen. So we look for that. That actually now we know that it is a thought. We have looked, we have run here and there, checked all the places to find this mental image actually. So it is a thought, but gradually now also when you see the pen is not there, we go and take the pen, we write with it, but still we are not like we don't believe that strongly of this pen, like since we know the strategy, how it has come to this is a thought. So that way we are gradually kind of what happens is not we are, it's all nature. This power creation, thought creation, everything is nature. You were talking about it very beautifully, and yesterday also in the reading it was highlighted in relation to this Tuniyama, Bijaniyama, Kammaniyama, Chittaniyama. So this is nature, power creation is nature. But what gradually happens is everything is there as usual, but the strong perceptions or kind of strong belief we had as they are real entities, that gradually fades away, and that is, I think, what we meant by that release. Actually, the strong burden we had with all the perceptions and all the entities, people around, we had created such a kind of world, very thick, solid world, so that dilutes gradually. So you also can correct and like continue the discussion based on these points. Please correct if there are things to be corrected. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. But actually, yeah, if Surangika can add something, that would be great.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Not on that point exactly, but I thought something that Dr. Sakuntala also mentioned about the Yandunatmaka Desana yesterday, but another aspect that R.N. Mahansa brought out based on a question that somebody raised was the difference between awareness and feel, which I thought was the main focus of the this course yesterday. And I think it arose because of somebody saying that the person has awareness of the thoughts, awareness of what's happening in this very moment, every moment kind of thing. And I think it was the person who had listened to Buddothpado discourses
Yeah.
for a few years. And so almost the entire discourse was on that, as to why that person even contemplated that was the way of the path. And to Dr. Sakuntala's point, or I think Sudharma mentioned it as well, the way of the path is giving away from the mind to the feel, and the dissipation of the self-perception. But the awareness, and how he explained it was, he said, if you have an awareness about something, in Sinhalese we call it sihiya, that means there is invariably something. There has to be a something in order for there to be awareness. So this whole crux of this Dhamma, the true Dhamma philosophy, is that there is no thing in anything. The objects one would see, one of the objects one would hear, true. But is there anything in that object, anything in that sound, anything in that light? And then the aspect he said is, is there we hear a sound, but is there a crow in the sound? Is there a baby in the image? Is there a mother in the image? Is there a jasmine flower in the smell? No. So if one actually has an awareness, then that object has become real to that person. But what is jnana? And it is the jnana or wisdom that emerges through the understanding of the Dhamma. And the Vidarshana itself is the penetrative insight that one embarks on, is to not continue to be aware of things, but to give rise to wisdom, because it is wisdom that will take one towards the path to liberation, and not the mind. The awareness itself is a facet of the mind. True, at the beginning, at the Satyajnana stage, when one is understanding still the true Dhamma philosophy, one has to turn it around in one's mind. One has to analyze it. One has to understand it. I think a few Zooms ago, we talked about active thinking, active reflection, and then we talked about passive reflection, which is somewhat slightly more advanced stage than the active reflection. The active reflection was like Savitaka Savichara in Sinhalese, so I think it's Pali. And then the passive reflection, but then all that gives way to that innate wisdom and the feel. So Dr. Kokila, I think you mentioned this in so many Zooms, in the English as well as in the Zoom at midnight. But essentially what Aryan Mahansi was saying was the Vidarshana. Why do we call it Vidarshana Jnana and not Vidarshana Sihiya or awareness? And that is because through the penetrative insight. Why are we doing it? Through prajna, when we do the penetrative insight, without one's volition, the wisdom emerges. There is no time, there is no timetable or any kind of thing that one can do about it. When one keeps on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, all these come about, how the vibrations and the speed of vibration gives us this manifestation, how these sensory perceptions then make up this world, and the thought process and the existent field and the self-perception. Through that thinking and reflection comes the wisdom, and it is through that wisdom that self-perception, the sakkaya ditthi, gradually erodes, and to a point where it is understood for one moment. And then the path is there for the gradual dissipation of the defilements and the traits, the asavakkhaya jnana. But essentially what he was trying to say was, what are you doing, having listened to the Dhamma for so long? What is this so-called awareness that one can keep on doing? And there is no need for it. If in this very moment, What is feel? The feel is that in this moment, the stimuli has not become a thing. If the stimuli feel means there is no thing in it. There can be an association of various things, various stimuli, mother, father, objects, things to do, incidents to do, tasks to perform, and so on. All these are stimuli that is coursing through the mind. But if none of those things become a thing, that is the feel. And if that is the feel, that is the vipassana kanika samadhi. That is the almost kind of permanent state, permanent meditative state that is prevalent without having to actually do any kind of active thinking or awareness onto every stimuli, because is that practical? No, it isn't. And that is why there is
Surangika,
vidarsana, isn't it? Yes,
Surangika, are you using the feel here for avadiya?
The feel, he said, was
No, here, when you were telling, when you were telling, were you referring in Sinhala term? Was it avadiya you were referring to, or was it that, or I just got just
it was in
deviated.
relation to the question. So the question was
No,
awareness.
I listened to that. No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about when you said just last bit. Last bit now, just now you said the feel would be, because there's two different the feel word is also a bit tricky here. Do you get
Yeah,
it?
I think it is used in two
aspects.
Aryan once I have heard him saying it in the way he said it last night, that Daneno in Sinhalese, of course, means that deyak නැති බව දැනෙනවා නම්, that is the feel. If you use feel in that way, what
that's
that
true,
means
true.
is the stimuli has not become a thing in this very moment.
In English, didn't we try to tell that in English by using a new word called super-awareness? Did we not try that? I think we tried, didn't we?
I was wondering whether super-awareness, did we use it for avadiya, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma might remember. I think it was for avadiya.
I'm not sure. I think Samma Satya, wasn't it super-awareness?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Samma Satya is concentration, isn't it? Right?
Oh no, that word is wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's so difficult. When you, it's really difficult. So what did we use the word for super-awareness in
I think it's avadiya or adhigata samadhi, one of the two. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have a view on that?
I think it is adhigata samadhi, isn't it? The super awareness. That is how I remember it.
Because Aryan Mahansa doesn't, he always says this awareness and concentration, and these words have been used so much, isn't it, in the Western world, that he said those are full of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, can't even discuss that because it's always taken, and as soon as we tell about concentration, everyone thinks about, concentrating on one stimuli. That's what they think. That is where the problem is. Even that the last night, what that every time someone says "Sita dakinawa," this problem comes because the word is taken so much. Even in Sinhalese, it is taken so much. It confuses everyone. It's like being someone like a security officer and keep watching, and then who is a security officer? Then it is a self vibration. So then the whole thing becomes confusing. So we always have this problem in when we try to say something. Super awareness. If it is the
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, awakening to the moment is also useful.
මොහොතට අවදිය. Awakening to the moment.
Yeah, true. But all these things is awakening to the moment is usually no self-perception or actually feeling the non-self, you know, non-vibration. So it is the same thing. It is the same thing. But divulge in different topics and different ways. It was so beautiful, the last night discussion, where people have to be very careful, and I struggle in, like, I try to say this, but it's very difficult, if someone asks, okay, are you telling us to not to have any awareness in normal day-to-day life? No, we are not telling that. We are not even talking about that aspect. We are not. This is completely different. That's why actually the river is going downside. This river is going upside. This completely different aspect. So I think that has to be understood first. That this is, I heard someone saying that. In only the first part of the Zoom, I heard someone saying it's so difficult to understand. Yes, it is difficult to understand. Even, like, to understand, okay, is it awareness or is it not awareness, or what is it awareness, like that. But what here we have to understand is we have a different kind of awareness here, that there is no self and there's nothing. So it is very, very, very. I think one day I was trying to say that with an example of the baby, where baby slowly gets the awareness, because baby, usually we say siyanadda, we tell children, don't we? Like, we tell, don't you have any awareness? Don't you know? You have lost your umbrella again. Why don't you know? But then,
Yeah, that's such a conventional term for that, isn't it?
Yeah,
that is
and
not what we're
now,
talking about here exactly.
Yeah, so this is so different
Are you
now.
absent-minded, we say, isn't it?
Yeah, and now this is kind of we are talking about that a different kind of awareness from true Dhamma, from samadhi or right vision, by feeling that there is no self. We turn around, we change the whole aspect. We know that there is no self. By experience, we know now there is no self, and then the whole thing changes. Then the whole time, the whole life of whether it's 62, whether it is 42, whether it is 82, the even 12, the awareness was that there is a thing there, the umbrella is in my bag, and I'm here. That was the awareness. Such a simple thing. The child may lose it. I mean, child may lose it because there's no much importance of the umbrella to the child. But the mother has a very good importance of that because it's costly sometimes, whatever. What I'm saying is, this Dhamma changes the whole aspect of awareness, because now we can't even call it awareness, because this is about a different aspect, that even if it is in the bag, that it is actually like a perception, and even that perception is not true. And even that if you start that stimuli from I, even the light is not true. So what can we say is true? I mean, none of these are true. So we kind of have a different thing. So definitely we have to have a different aspects or different things. So that's why we struggle with the words. but we can say no self-perception would be a better word here, I would say, because actually speaking, there's no new perception there. There's absence of self-perception, which is going to grow slowly. That's where when someone get the non-self perception, that absence of self-perception, it keep growing, it keep growing, it keep growing, and at one point, like what happened to the child didn't have that full awareness when they were children. They didn't even know that this is me. They didn't know. They could play under your own mother's dead body. They didn't know. They just played. They just did whatever they can. But with the time, they were fully aware of the surroundings. They were fully aware about the self-perception. But this changes, and still you are fully aware about the surrounding too, still. But this is a different way of putting that in, different non-self-perception. Yeah, that's all I can do. I think Surangika tried her best too. What do you think, Surangika? Is there any way we can win in this this course, like trying to tell this to the world? Can we win, you think?
Dr. Kopla, it's actually from personal experience. The other thing is, this is a very weak example, but I hope our listeners can try to at least understand, and ourselves as well. So I think our advance also may have mentioned, I think, if we try to get a 12-year-old to do O-levels, that child would not be able to get a proper understanding of the syllabus, isn't it? So it's like, because the 12-year-old, I don't know whether he or she will be in grade, 7, 8 or 9 or somewhere there. But the grade 7 syllabus, the grade 8 syllabus and the 9 syllabus all shapes that child's knowledge in order to be able to cope with the O-level syllabus.
Yeah.
And come to that understanding. So this aspect about awareness and avadya or super awareness, and to come to that point, and as you have mentioned earlier, to have the confidence to let go of the perception and all that, if you can't give that message to the person on the path too early, because that person has not the maturity of the thinking process, and the vidarshana has not come to the point of being able to grasp that other subtle message. It has to be, that's why the Kalyana Mitra, the noble teachers' guidance right through the whole process is so important, because it is only that teacher who will be able to discern exactly at what moment to guide with what message to the follower, isn't it?
Exactly, like letting go of the parva is such a subtle thing that can be told to, like, really at kind of in the middle of the path. You can't really say it in the beginning, like yeah, there's so many things like that. True. And
there was I think you brought up the question, you brought up this thing a few days ago, Dr. Kokla, about some years ago, you had Aranvans had asked you about what is your point of contemplation, and you had said your children. And looking back, you said, you almost laugh at the fact, because ultimately it's self-perception. And then I had made a note in that, I found one of the books where I had made a short note, and Naran had said there will come a time when you'll be able to still have the children, still look after the children, and still gain that super awareness, or still liberate from the mind. And I mean, just think about that moment where a mother would find the children of value, or think at that point. So, certain amount of advanced stage is there, but still has that thought that no, this is my point of contemplation. And it could be very well at that point where that follower is, that is the point of contemplation. But see, at that very moment, the message that Aryan Vahanse gave was, if you could see slightly beyond that and understand, bring your Satyajnana to a level where you will then be able to even transcend that moment and then understand that there can be the children, the children can exist. You as a mother can exist. You can perform your obligations. You can perform your obligations to society as a doctor and so on, and still be liberated from your mind. Isn't that such a beautiful message and given at that correct
Yeah,
moment?
yeah, true. Oh my God. That's why I keep telling that some things that Aranahase has told, we were not mature enough to get it at that some particular points when we were not mature enough, but then we kind of get it now. And I don't think this will end. I can't even imagine how, the 80 disciples and Lord Buddha, when Lord Buddha must have been there, and all the monks, how they must have felt, like such a beautiful feel, that how massive that, the how massive, and it's so beautiful. I don't know. I just can't explain how things keep changing. How
And just
things.
think about this, Dr. Kokla. Every depending on the vibration, self vibration, like 8 billion people have 8 billion different vibrations. The Gatini, I don't know what you call it, Sudama, maybe you can have
Or the
an English word.
tense.
The tains, each one's tains are so different, dependent on the the zygote level, the
Yeah.
environment, the person grew up in, the education, any kind of childhood trauma, etc., etc. So just imagine the amount of being able to, what shall I say, tune into that vibration in order to, it's such an individual thing, isn't it? And that's why our Envase encourages everybody to get onto the Zoom and ask everybody's questions where one is stuck in, because one person's message, true, there are common messages that each of us can take from the Zoom discourses, but there are some very, very fine points that people get stuck on because of those stains that have to be unraveled. And sometimes, you can't do it yourself because you cannot see beyond that point because of ignorance, because of the very defilements. One's vision and vision is clouded through defilements. So it is the Dharma teacher or the noble spiritual teacher who's able to say, no, there is a way forward. And then show the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, it is. It is. It is amazing. I don't know where the word amazing can be used anywhere else. I mean, we have heard this word amazing, like, yeah, truly amazing. How we can actually tune into this, because the mind has covered it. Mind, that whatever with the data, every data we have, mind has covered this taints. So to find the taints, like actually feel the taint, not find the taint. Can't find the taint, you have to feel the taints, and then feel the non-vibration is something that has to be felt. But even to know that is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, feeling must be felt by each and every person, but even to know it.
Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, if you have anything to add.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila and Miss Rangika. It's very beautiful actually the way you go and making revelations to the world and re-emphasizing
the important points that Arya Mahanse has revealed in the long run. And actually, here, what I wanted to add is, Mr. Ramita and Dr. Kokla, that you were talking about taints. Yes, in many sermons, the Arya Mahanse mentions that taints, actually the manifest form of taints is the defilements, isn't it? It is that that is in dormant or latent. No, the taints, which is, I mean, it doesn't come up, but the manifest form of it we find as defilements. That is delusion or desire, then ill will, hatred, etc. And to the point that you were mentioning, that how we can reveal this to the world, pass this message to the world. So they are also,
But
if
in
the
there,
birth,
Sudharma,
yes,
uh,
yes, Dr. Kokila.
that last particular thing you said, yes, the manifestations are the defilements, but defilements would be there, but just that awakening to the moment is the beginning of the path. So the awakening to the moment, actually in one particular stimulus, you can identify all these layers. It just has to be felt.
Yes, you so beautiful that you always remind, because it's like a turning point, isn't it, of someone's path. And
Yeah,
Dr. Kokila,
it's
yes,
very important, because that's where the trick is. There is be inside the mind and the outside the mind problem. That's where the problem is. If you're inside the mind, kind of, I don't know whether how else to say that. Suranka might have better English words for that. When you are inside the mind, in the sense that in mind perception or mind consciousness, it's a bit difficult to understand the tense. At least one particular moment, if you if one particular moment you don't get that value of the mind perception, then only that particular part will be felt, because all these parts are one stimulus. If it's cross sound has all these things. It has the cross sound. It has this the dream, as Aran once said, mind kind of thing. Still in the
yes,
still the cross sound is there, but then if you actually pierce that, only you can feel that taints, in the sense it is the kind of the vibration of the sensory organ. And if you have practiced fully these 4 steps that Arano Hanse has taught us, will definitely understand that it is just the sensory organ, and the non-vibration or absence of duality will be felt. Absence of duality. Yeah.
yes. And Dr. Kokila, that our birth is just the birth of the I. The I itself, the non-duality is there, isn't it? If seeing is, or what happens is seeing only, hearing only,
then and there we liberate from the feeling thought that there is a person listening, person saying. So it also happens when we understand this mechanism. Actually, what worked for me really is Aryan Hansel's the scientific explanation of these vibrations and how this power gets created, how come that there isn't a tree outside. And so when Aryan Hansel's, I mean, sermons about the philosophy alone uh, definitely takes someone to the next level in terms of this, isn't it? Isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So there is no other way of, and at the same time, the first point of contemplation that everything is the mind, that becomes self-evident even to a foreigner who has never heard Dhamma before, this Chittena Niyati Loko thing, because it it becomes self-evident, the whatever
Yeah, but in there
the
also,
yes,
the difficult part is the
yes,
self-thought is also external.
yes, this body is also external. That's what
Self-thought is also external.
external. Yes,
Drushtiya, kind of all
this
the
wrong view.
wrong view, in the sense, the thought, the
Mm.
we have the self vibration, and then we get the self perception. As soon as the I is formed, we have an idea now. That
Yes.
perception, whatever the perception we have, if it is a flower, whatever the perception,
Mm.
the self perception is anyway there, because we take it as true anyway, without
Mm.
Dhamma, I'm telling. And
Yes.
that goes to the self view or the thought. I
see the flower.
That one is outside.
Is
Everything
that.
that
Mm.
is where the people struggle, because that's
Mm.
where I was trying to say in last few like things I told you. I was trying to say
Yes.
people
Yes.
get that part, that outside world is not true, but don't know how to put the self perception there, how to put the self view there, how to put the thought. The I is a thought. How it arises, that is as similar to the chair,
Exactly.
very similar to the chair. That part no one will, like, no one is keen to take, but everyone is keen to take about the chair. They are very happy to take. Oh, okay, daughter is not there, son is not there, mother is not there, father is not there, family is not there, dog is not there, job is not there, the nothing is there. So good. Oh my God, that's wow. That's really good.
Yes.
But that's not the thing. That's not
And
the
when
actual
Dr.
thing that we are
Kokila,
trying to say. Yeah.
when Aryan Mahanse gives it in the form of a formula, I equals the chair and so on, he repeatedly says, no. Yes.
No, we
I mean,
forget. That's why it should be
yeah,
repeated. Yeah, we keep forgetting,
mm,
because this, the strong self view cuts it off, because
yes,
this is
it's
so beautiful. Like, if you are there and everything else is not there, aren't you happy?
yeah, no,
Yeah, so
really.
you're happy. Yeah, you're happy. So we want to be happy, don't we? So then the self perception will be very high, and that's what happened to Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. Same thing. And we can be easily a Mithya Drishtika Brahmaya. That's where we are trying to, keep reminding.
Yes, it's very important. And Dr. Kokila, the basics are actually we cannot call them basics even, because it's the only thing,
The truth.
only way out.
The truth. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the truth. So the more we contemplate on these sensory perceptions, the power, self-vibration, all this story. Actually, it's like
I
a
think
thought.
repetition
Yeah.
from the Zoom discussions, repetition
Mhm.
from talking about this is very important. And every day Aryan Hanse telling that um, you are keeping yourself and you are doing, you are trying to tell that everything is fine is not the path. It's not the path. And you can get frustrated by listening to that, but that's definitely not the path, because this is non-self dhamma, no self dhamma, or non-self perception, or absence of self perception is the final outcome. And arahant has become the non-self perception, because normal layperson without dhamma has full self perception. Arahant has a full non-self perception. That's all. That's the difference. That's all the difference. Yeah, we can only reiterate, we can only discuss, we can only remind, we can only
Yes.
the each person has to actually get into the parva, or the I don't know what that is called. What is it called? Craft? Or what is it?
Yeah, raft.
Raft. Yeah.
Raft. What's that, Miss Surangika? I forgot.
Yeah, I think raft is
Canoe.
fine. Yeah,
Canoe is also there. Yeah.
raft is
And
better, I think. Yeah.
raft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes.
and
Someone has to get into the raft, and also
raft. Yeah.
with the help of the noble friend, has to know that you can't grab onto the raft, and like it's a very fine
And
line.
couple of days ago, Aryan Hanse re-emphasized when you are an Arahant, chair is still there, but chair is not a thing. What
Yeah,
Dr.
but the
Kokila also repeatedly says.
problem
Yeah.
is people take
Mm.
this in the beginning.
Yes. Only
That's
as theory.
no, we have to, it is how an arahant is feeling. Everything is there, but because there's no self-perception, problem is not there. I mean, problem the layperson has not there, because the no self-perception is the normal thing, the that we were talking about, the super awareness is the thing. So, but everything is there. But when we try to say that in the beginning of someone's journey, sometimes they misunderstand. Oh yeah, I understood the Dhamma. Now, yeah, that's fine. I don't. That's fine. Yeah, I see everything. Yeah, normal. But they don't know what their taints are, and they don't know how the taints will be absent. So that's how direct this Dhamma is. You can't really do anything. It's such a direct one as well. Not something you can bluff. Yeah, I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion.
Yes, it's the last minute. It's almost 4 o'clock, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah. We worship Arananse as usual. Thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming and trying to give this to the whole world. We're trying our best, but I think we can do something, and we will do whatever we can. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
Dr. Kokila.
We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, drushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irtuniyam. Second, the germination of a seed, Bijaniyam. Third, the law of cause and effect, Karmaniyam. Fourth, the forming of the mind, Chittaniyam. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world, Sammatiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind, and this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvara Sita. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are Raga, Dvesha, Moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see beyond this illusional mundane world, Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. The birth of your sight at this moment is the birth of you. Khandanam patubhavo ayatanam patilabho ayam uchchati bhava pachya jati. The above text says the same thing. Our birth means the birth of our senses. Due to the formation of skandha, 5 aggregates, these illusional senses are formed. And due to the formation of these illusional senses, this illusional I-ness is formed. You create your own senses. And as a result, you create your own birth or your own illusional I concept. This is the true story. This illusion is something that is created due to the ignorance of the pure truth. Therun Sana, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnashani. We pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanwahanse. Teruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. This is Buddothpado English Zoom discussion. In this forum, we help you to understand the illusion of the outside world and your very existence. Is the mind only a flow of thoughts? Is there a person in this flow of thoughts? So it's time to listen to Pure Dhamma, Pure Buddhism. So let's start our discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
We'll pay homage to Alan Hatsi. And he I heard him delivering so beautiful sermons last few days as well. It's kind of I mean precious kind of Dharma discourses. So we'll try to reiterate what we talk about this Dhamma. I just wanted to add something here. When we talk about, we have talked about this a few times now, how this stimuli is the only thing that was there, and why we feel inside or outside is due to the ignorance. So when we talk about this, that there is nothing significant or nothing there, or there no one in a singular word. When we try to talk about there's the stimuli, there's no value. I will again try to say this. I mean, all the time when I try to say this, kind of there is a bit of failure from our side trying to say this, but I'll try to say this again. The stimuli itself, the chair, it's important to know the chair has those 3 layers in it. So don't forget, it's only the chair, it is there. There's no me who is perceiving that. But what happens is the chair value, because last time I think we kind of stopped there. We feel that there is some, like we were talking about value per se, but then this value, we can talk about this value in 3 different types. That's what we were trying to talk last time. And fortunately, Aranhase came to the discussion and he was trying to explain it so beautifully. He did that in simple English, where he was talking about how even after the value, the basic value we know, don't forget, that's a value we know, you know. If you talk about a necklace, it's about 200,000 rupees, something like that. So kind of there are different value levels. Like if you take a person, this person is so valuable to me because this person has done this, or even if you hate them, this person has done this bad things to me, something like that. That's what we know. That's the suffering in one level. So we shouldn't forget this, suffering in one level. So again, value in one level, that's the same thing. But underneath that also, there's some kind of another kind of value where the dream is real. Still, there is some kind of value there, but which someone has to feel that. And beneath that, even if someone pierces this level, beneath that also there is a feel level where you feel like something is existent. And even that level, there is value. So the value, when we talk about value, don't just think about the value as in 200,000 rupee necklace. So the value keep changing. Value actually keep value become subtle, but the message is even in the field level, the self vibration is still there. So that is where actually even if you go to formless dhyana, with some people before Lord Buddha, a lot of people were in formless dhyana or even form dhyana, whatever. They still had this self vibration because they didn't understand that formless dhyana can be a thing. That's how subtle this can be. Formless dhyana is a thing to that person if that person has no samadhi or right vision. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to understand that how important the samadhi or right vision is, and how right vision is not only in the level of understanding that, you know, the necklace, but the necklace, the dream level of the necklace, or this perception level of the necklace, that is the 3D world of this, the world, or 7D in that sense, I don't know, 6D, I don't know, whatever the D world that we live in, how we feel about that we are trying to maintain the mind. That's again the next one, like that. We kind of try to maintain the mind, and beyond that, if we actually able to pierce that, then comes the feel level where you have only the consciousness level, and even that we kind of try to maintain the consciousness. That's the next one feel. So it's still this is explained in one stimuli, so don't forget. That was the thing I was trying to tell so badly that day, which I massively failed. So when we take the chair, all these levels are in that stimuli, because we have the perception level in the mind, and also there is a feel underneath that which is covered by mind. It's not evident unless we kind of liberate, kind of understand the mind. And when the value of the mind is not there, only we can feel it. And the feel, that's why very important the feel is. And then as soon as you get the feel, you understand how much power that has, and how much strength that vibration has. And that strength is the strength that is going to dwindle and go to zero, which you achieved in that particular moment we talk about, is that moment where you directly change it with the truth we have. So I think we will start the discussion today. I just added that so that we have to remember that it's in one particular stimuli we talk about all these levels, not only, not so. So now if I say I feel so calm, that's a statement, that's another thought. So in that thought, if you feel a value, then whatever that is the value that it has. So don't forget, whatever the statement, whatever the sound we hear, whatever the thing we see, whatever the smell, whatever the taste, or whatever the thought. So if you thought, I feel so calm, then if you feel like it is existing or it is a thing, like if you feel that's actually something true, then still you are inside the dream. And this is very difficult to understand. So because the stimuli are happening so fast, we might like forget that we are thinking. Yes, can someone join the discussion today?
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Peruan
Thiruvan
Saranai to
Saranai,
all
Thiruvan
Dharma
Saranai.
friends. Let's worship Buddothpado once again. And yes, Dr. Kokila, what you tried to explain is very clear because sometimes the words we use also, if we are not familiar with the vocabulary that someone else is using to explain the concept, then again we get confused also. It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. So actually, in the morning, Aryan Wahanse gave a very good explanation about the path also. So it is again directly related to your explanation regarding this seeing the three worlds or three realms in the same stimuli. Although we look at this and we try to analyze the stimulus from different perspectives, it's more or less the same, isn't it? You all are trying to help us to see the reality, the pure truth, the how we have got caught in this world. We actually uh, just the projections of the sensory faculties and
So
yes,
Sudharma, then there,
yes, yeah.
seeing the reality again,
Hmm.
we can understand the reality, but
Yeah.
actually going, piercing through and becoming the child or becoming the fetus is different. That's where we fail.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that we have to do through the wisdom. Actually, we can't say we do, but still now the
It
torch is
happens.
there.
It just
Yeah, it
happens.
happens. It
Yeah, it
just
happens.
happens because Dr. Kokila in the morning also, Aryan Vasi very beautifully explained the significance of wise attention, yoniso manasikara, and this yatha bhuta jnana, what you said to this reality, the mechanism, the strategy behind this illusionary creation, the whole entire story of this vibrations generating power as a natural phenomenon, and also the nature of the self vibration or these taints that when we know that thoroughly, if we can actually not as a person, naturally that awareness arises, and no, there is no other way to, as you also said, get, I mean, jump from one layer to another one. If we take these three layers of ignorance or this value attribution at physically, if we try to visualize, one cannot jump from one to another. It,
No, we
as
try
you
to do
said,
it
yeah,
in our mind.
yeah, yes, but it
Yeah,
is,
that is what we usually do initially. We try to do
hmm,
it because everything, like if our mother come and say, we are going to go for a trip tomorrow, we will kind of have an idea. Like we will do this and that, what you will pack and all that stuff will come to your mind. So you will have an idea. But unless you go through the trip, go the trip only, you will understand these are the these are the things that they said that they will go through. So like if you like imagine going to Singaraja. If you have never gone to Singaraja before, the teachers will say, okay, or someone will say, we are taking you to Singaraja, and then we will actually imagine that, we will try to think about it, we will have a description about it, we will read about it, we will have an idea about it, but actually going only will make it real. So likewise in this situation also, non-vibration has to be felt. That is the challenge here. So the non-vibration to be felt, at least for a fraction of a second, non-vibration to be felt, you have to actually understand the stimuli fully. You can't do it inside your mind.
yes. That's
You
very
can't
clear.
do it inside your mind. So that is where we struggle. So what is the answer to that? That day, Dr. Sakuntala asked that question that day. Answer to that is to understand that self can't do anything here, and to relax so much so that the piercing will happen one day. That's only thing. But to happen to that, for that to happen, actually the noble friend should be talking about this, that there is something like this. No one can be sure about non-self perception unless you have felt that. And in the middle, in that path to Singaraja, we will stop somewhere, but we haven't gone to Singaraja. So we can say we feel so happy about this trip, but we haven't gone to Singaraja yet. Like that, it's just an example. You can't actually compare that. But what I'm trying to say is, if you kind of get stagnated here and there because you feel so good, you just might miss the chance before we kind of because we have the whole chance. But again, I have to reiterate, what can we do? We can only understand this truth and then relax, because there's nothing the self vibration can do here. Nothing. Because self vibration is the reason that we actually listen to Dhamma initially. Self vibration says, yes, there's nirvana, we'll pack things and go. That's the way the self vibration works. But then, because it says that it will get rid of suffering, because self vibration doesn't like suffering, so it will pack things up and will start try to get a good vehicle and go. But then as we try to go, the noble friend keep telling us, you can't stop doing that, you can't. Then you realize, okay, then that's not how it can be happen. So that's where you relax, that's where you give up, not giving up fully, but give up in the mind of the self vibrations priority, because self vibration always has a lot of things in agenda, and nirvana becomes an agenda, and that agenda always get reinforced when we talk in such a way that get reinforced. Yeah, there's nirvana, yeah, we go. But then whenever there is self vibration involved, cessation of suffering is not there. Why? Because we think that we feel good, but still the underlying self vibration is there laughing at us, because it is happily there, because now the person is also feeling happy now, so it's happily there. So if we can do something, what we can do is few things: listen to Dhamma, discuss Dhamma, and the thing you said, the Yonso Manasikara, that is what's the
Wise
word?
attention.
Wise attention.
That is again mindful.
Yeah, that one. And try and understand how this happened, how this whole this happened, how the duality happened, how duality is a actual illusion, how actually this side, the feeling that this side is there, is an illusion. To prove that, you have to feel the non-self vibration in the sound, the non-self perception. It's the absence of self vibration. So we have so many things, but realizing this, discussing this with the noble friend, realizing that there's nothing much you can do, There's nothing the self vibration can do. That's what Venerable Ananda in Lord Buddha's time, that's what he finally gave up. He gave up because there was a kind of thing that he wanted to, because he has to. He's the one who knows Dhamma by heart, like kind of everything by heart. He's the one who stood by Lord Buddha all the time. So he knows everything. But then only an Arahant can attend that meeting. And he knew. How does he know? He knows. And that's the thing, because he has felt it once. So he tried his best, but he couldn't. So likewise, this whenever this we are kind of trying to do something, or that doesn't work, and that's what is the message Arahant Wahanse gives. He doesn't tell it to like someone who has listened to Dhamma for 1 year or so, or 2 years or so. But if someone has listened to this Dhamma for a long time, he would definitely ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you just feel this Dhamma and just let it happen? That's the most difficult part. People can't wait and let anything happen. People has to intervene. People has to do something. People they have to. They can't just wait. Even waiting. If you think about waiting, then there's someone who is waiting. So you can't win. That's where you give up, and that's where you will pierce one particular stimuli and feel the vibration, self vibration, as well as the non-self perception. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, if we all these guidelines or advices given by Ananda and Dhamma friends like you, actually each word counts, or each word matters. Because if we now, when Aryana says, okay, let it happen, let go of Dhamma, sometimes we still feel like, no, I must listen to more and so on. But when you stop there and relax and actually some awareness is left. We shouldn't be scared of forgetting the Dhamma facts and this, all the phenomena, the stories behind mind creation, all the theories. We shouldn't be scared of letting them go. All Dhamma sermons and all answers, all advices have created some awareness. Have had some unexplainable impact on, I can't say on the self, but within. So that brightens and brightens day by day, and that helps us to actually gradually to that alleviates uh, the strength or the burden that we have put, the weight we have put on the world including the self. So that gradually happens. I don't know whether I was able to explain what I was like trying to
Yeah.
say. Yeah, that is a natural phenomenon. And Dr. Kokila, in the section that Shani read today, what does re-emphasized was that mind creation is a natural phenomena, like this Irtuniyama, the law of seasons, this climate stuff, then Bijaniyama, law of seeds and how plants grow from seeds as a natural phenomena, then Karma Niyama, action and effect,
Same way, Chitta Niyama, this mind creation. Yesterday there were beautiful examples. The wind and the river. Wind is just the speed. River is just the speed. So this feeling of the existent mind also comes due to this speed. That's what it is. I mean, you also explained. Because this mind, as humans, we are privileged that we can use the although we call mind the culprit, it is the savior. In other words, we are using the mind. We say that urage malu urage agibdino. So we use the mind to liberate from the mind, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? So Surangika is also there.
Yeah, that is why because this is happening very fast. That's why whatever the 6D world or 7D world or whatever the 3D world has happened. That's why. That's where the form world is. That 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 should be understood. And then once, if you actually in one particular stimuli, if you directly don't feel that value, it will be directly into the feel of tense. But yeah, Surangika, can you add something? I think, don't know whether she is able to today. Yeah.
Looks like she is not in a position to talk. She is there.
Dr. Yes, I think that's a very fine point that you are continuing to raise in these discussions, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, which is being, it's a, yeah, it's a, I don't know what to say. What shall I say? It's a
Yeah, like
finer point
how people
to
can relax. Yeah. We just have to at one point understand that the mind can't do anything. That's where the turning point is actually, when you understand that the mind is just the mind. It's just a mirage. It's not the mirage, actually, it is the Maya. Not sure what word we use for that, the Vijnana Maya thing.
Illusory consciousness.
Is that how it is told in the book?
That's how we use mind consciousness. Oh, Maya, illusory conscious.
Yeah,
Maya is an illusion, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, how this mind consciousness or the mind gives this beautiful illusion that we all have, you know, we are blinded with that illusion. We feel like everything is existing. That's what we understand. We actually, it's so beautiful. We keep understanding this through Dhamma and Noble Friend discussions. Everyone keep understanding this every day, that not just simple dukkha satya, not that, not just that level, but there is it no dukkha satya, dukkha satya. I'm not sure how to tell that in English, but because these things are rarely discussed, so we can feel we can have a suffering because we have lost something, or we have lost one of our, you know, family member or something like that. But that is also kind of suffering, yes. But there is a bit more to it. So we keep understanding all these things. We keep understanding how deep this samsaric cycle is, how it became a cycle, how Lord Buddha explained that this one vibration, you know, it it changes the form. Like in one time it would be giving a illusion of human, human sensory organs. So it will be America, Australia, Sri Lanka, whatever. We have so many things, and we kind of live in that without any hesitation, and we don't even know that it's an illusion. But listening to this Dhamma will actually change the whole way you look at this world, and you understand it's just the sensory organ production. The world that we see or we hear or we feel or we think is just a production of the sensory organs. But what we feel extra is because whatever the production becomes a thing. It can happen in several levels, but yes, but it's just one stimuli becoming a thing. It can be a thing in like necklace having a cost of like 300,000, 200,000, or whatever the thousands, and then you can feel losing it gives me suffering, but then beneath that there is another levels of suffering too. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma that any form of suffering is gone. Not just limited to humans. Not just it's not limited. You can't put a limit to this suffering. Suffering has so many levels, and Lord Buddha actually had an answer. Other teachers of Lord Buddha had answers to different levels, but Lord Buddha actually found the answers to every suffering. But nowadays, people who listen to Dhamma especially in English-speaking world, they might misunderstand Dhamma being just about suffering. That's not the thing. It's cessation of suffering. I don't know how actually that has gone to the world, that if it is Lord Buddha's Dhamma that should be mostly talking about suffering. No, it's not the case. It's actually winning the suffering. There's no suffering at all. And that's the message we have to put across. How beautiful this Dhamma is, how important this Dhamma is to live happily at this moment, not next moment. How it can give you not just basic happiness that we know from getting something. Like example, getting the necklace. How, if you get a necklace, if someone was actually thinking about a necklace and someone actually buy you a necklace, you will be like, wow, that wow effect will be there. And, so you might feel so happy. But this is beyond that level. This is a happiness where you will be happy even if the necklace is lost, even if your leg is lost, even if you are dying, that happiness will be there. So that is kind of that is the outcome of cessation of suffering. So this actual message is not fully gone so to the world. And a lot of people, if we talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, they will definitely think about the sitting down and doing a meditation. I mean 99% I think that is the case. The whole world will be like thinking about sitting down and doing a meditation and going to like a very good place so that all the problems are forgotten or all the problems are not there. Or you will have some very, very happy moments there that you will definitely has to sit again to get for the meditation. So this Dhamma, the insight, what do we call that? Insight meditation, is it? This truth, how we
Yes.
go through, yeah?
Vidarshana, insight meditation.
Yeah, insight
Vidarshana.
meditation. So through that, we just keep understanding how this suffering happened. That's all we did. I mean, that's what all we can do. How did this suffering happen? How did this self vibration continue to give suffering? We keep understanding that, that's all. And through that, there is kind of happiness even in a dangerous calamity. So yeah, this is rare. We do get that. We do understand that this is rare. Insight meditation is rare, and insight meditation is difficult for people to understand, so they just give up. You know, they just give up. Even concentration meditation is difficult. I think there's not much people who try that either. But insight meditation can be more worse because you have to actually keep understanding how this suffering has occurred, suffering or the self vibration, how it brought about all these problems. And also, without a good teacher, it's very difficult. So that's where Buddothpado, the Dhamma discourses are going to change this, you know, the way they look at the life, where they look at the suffering, where they look at the existence, the way they look at being alive, the way they look at the consciousness, the way they look at nirvana or non-vibration, absence of vibration. So yeah, we have kind of a big task here, but we just try to do our best with whatever, you know, resources we have. It's the only message here is this is a beautiful Dhamma where you will feel it then and there, not in next birth or anything, not when you die. You will be in such a blissful state where you don't have to change anything. It's not that you have to sit somewhere to get that blissful state. You don't have to do anything to get that state. If you understand Dhamma and if you feel it, if you feel that there's non-existence, how existence was a illusory thing, definitely the suffering is not going to persist. There can be a difficulty in giving this message, but still, yes, Surangika, can you add a bit more? Yes.
Yes, Dr. Pokila, I think it's that when you were mentioning that, I was thinking back in the day, you're quite right about the concentration meditation and this meditation. Some people are quite good at it, and I used to remember when I used to do meditation those days, and certain days it's really good and one can concentrate, but sometimes you just can't. And then I used to think, if one cannot concentrate even with the eyes closed, because so much of stimuli kind of arises when the eyes are open. through, now we know through telepathization, but keeping the eyes open itself means that there's like thousands and thousands of thoughts that spring to mind through that mechanism. But back in the day, I used to think that how can one even do sati sampajanna with the eyes open when it's so difficult to do concentration meditation even with the eyes closed. And so that is where the beauty of this Dhamma comes in, isn't it? Because it doesn't happen that way even to begin with. It's just such a wrong view of thinking back in the day. And that is why I think sometimes people don't understand and they take the easy way out and think that, a little bit of peace and quiet through the meditation is good enough for me. I mean, that's all type of thing. But if one really wants to understand the truth here and find out the truth, then it is only through that quest that one actually comes across this Dhamma and then is able to practice Sati Sampajanna without even thinking of Sati Sampajanna, isn't it? Because all what is being focused on is the understanding the mechanism of the mind. And by doing that, one invariably, the Sila. The Sila automatically is there. The Sila itself is the understanding that the thought, that there is nothing in the thought and nothing of substance. And through that itself, the chair doesn't become a thing, the objects don't become a thing. And Aryan Mahansi was explaining the Alamariya Jnana Darshanaya and saying that in this asana, that everything is there. It's just that the thing is not a thing, but the chairs are there, the table is there, your parents are there, the family, household, car, job, everything is there. It is that nothing holds, there's nothing of value. But there is a going about of one's day-to-day activities, there is a functioning. The self and the soul, or the self-perception, the misconception rather, is what gets vanquished, isn't it? So that is the part that is the most powerful message, and that is the part that is then well understood when the whole Sakkaya Ditthi aspect is eroded at the Sotapanna stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, what do we call darshanaya? What is the word we call for darshanaya?
Philosophy, I think, isn't it?
Philosophy. Yeah, so that is the only thing that philosophy is the only thing that changes the view. Sotapanna, no one can actually get that. The first experience, you can't get it through any other thing. And when the philosophy is correct and the non-self angle is properly felt, not only learned but felt also, then the doubts are gone and you actually understand the whole thing. You can't tell this by heart. You can tell to a limit, but you can't tell this by heart. Like by just by practicing it, by how Aranwanse says it, you just can't do it. After one level, you actually can get stuck, because if you can't understand how these things do occur. So what actually matters is how this no self angle actually changes the whole thing.
There is let's continue. Good morning, everybody. Sunday there are some songs. So let's start our discourse. Let's begin with something very important. Even like the song is a word is spoken. A vision is appearing, a sensation is. This is what we call a sense of content. Something means awareness. It's very simple. Nothing complicated at all. Just a simple sense of content. It's so all of these sense of contents are basically vibrations, different types of vibrations. Whether it's a vision, whether it's a smell, whether it's a taste, whatever it is that our five sense of faculties make them, and it goes. Our mind, our mind is the one who makes this thing complicated. So once these sense of contacts occur, there's nothing. It's just a moment. It occurred and ceased. Very simple. So let's say we eat something sour. So now we eat that sour. So our body immediately reacts. Even a child would react to it with its person. Let's say someone says a kind word and we feel something pleasant. A harsh tone, unpleasant. And we hear a background, a sound, nothing. It's neutral. So whatever this unpleasant or this life, it happens automatically, like natural, even without us thinking. And instant comes the key. After that sense of contact, those reactions arise. Let's say we get a pleasant feeling from that, which means we want more. It's unpleasant, we try to push it away. If it's something neutral, we don't care, we don't mind that. Just ignore or it's drifting. Thing is, all of these things happening in an instant. It doesn't take time. It's happening within millisecond. It is very fast, like almost invisible. So now we go to, let's say, if something is very pleasant, then the mind generates more thoughts. Like, I like this, I love it. I want this. Oh, I want this again. I don't want to lose. So now this is craving. Trying to hold on what felt pleasant. This is the clinging. Likewise, when something unpleasant, the mind moves it. I don't want this. I should stop. I'm scared of this. I'm scared it will happen again. So this is resistance, pushing away, fighting with what feels unpleasant. So now we can see it's full change. There's this sense of untie, and we get those thoughts, reactions felt with this unpleasant topics, and we want it more like green, or we don't want it, resistant, whatever which is good, happiness or sadness itself is suffering. It leads to suffering. But the thing is, it's not happening because of that sense of contact. Because we blame on that. We think this is the thing that hurts us. But actually, it's because of the thought, that reaction. Sense of contact, it occurred and ceased. It's over. It's not there. But the reaction, we took it strong, we took it pleasant or unpleasant, and we built more thoughts on it. So now it has no power. That's and then we try to resist or we try to gain more. So that's the thing that makes us suffer. But we think that sensical type is the mental suffering. It's always the reaction makes us suffer, whether it's happiness or sadness. That reaction makes us suffer. It's never the event. It's never the sensical type. Because sensical type reaches occur and vanishes. That's it. There's no labels, there's no comments, there's no whether it's unpleasant or pleasant, just a vibration of it. Ceased. So now the shift. As something happens, we can notice. First, there is this a sense of control. Then his thoughts, reactions, more thoughts, footsteps. But we don't have to stop it. Even though like we want to stop it, we can't stop it. Because like how seeing occurring, like how sounds are occurring, like how taste, smell, and touch, every body sensing occurring, these thoughts are also happening, occurring. We cannot control them, stop them. So it's useless to even trying to stop those because we cannot stop the mind sensor like our other senses, eye sensor, ear sensor. Okay, so now let's come back to this what we were discussing. So as this process, this truth is seen clearly, this reaction that we feel as very strong start to weaken, loosen it because we know the truth. We know it's not the sense of that. It's what we built on our own mind makes us suffer. So we know it's useless to suffer over something that has been not even does not create. So start to influence the thought. We so those feelings they still come because as usual it comes. We cannot stop them. We cannot stop those. But there's this always an ownership behind those things. That is the thing we are going to lose. So everything is happening without that owner, without that suffering, that burning inside. So that's why those feelings, emotions, they still comes, but less grasping, less pushing, less more space, more ease, calmness than suffering. So it's always this simple moment, a sense of empathy. So it's very simple. Just a simple thing that also appeared and disappeared at the same moment. And then a feeling, a thought, related done with its person, doesn't dominate. Then the mind moves toward or away. That moving toward or moving away happens from the mind. It's not to comes with the sense of those reactions, they are happening from our mind. Mind is the one who is deciding whether this person or a person, whether we should say no, more or less to it. So and in that moment, somebody something because when this is we can notice there's nothing in that sense of it. It's just these reactions, these thoughts, this mind is the one who entrapped us in this illusion. But when this is a feeling, then we can change this reaction moment of the slowly starting softening. And then what remains is this simple unfolding moment. System construct. Feeling that we get into this illusion because of this mind. Even now, we can notice thoughts and disappear. So maybe they are very random thoughts, like we don't even know like why did it come. They are maybe even an image, the past, event. Did we choose it? No. Like it came random. Like before it came, we didn't decide. I will think this now. We never do that. We never think. I will think this one. I will think next. We never know what thought comes next. Sometimes we get certain thoughts and you're like, how did it? Why I suddenly get this thought? Because it just appeared. It's all right there. We never overcomes. Thoughts are occurring just like other senses as ears and eyes. Likewise, those senses, things, hearing, seeing, our mind sensibilities. So there is no owner, there's no control here. We can't even stop. Even if we want to stop, we can't stop. This mind sensibilities continues to. So now let's go. Even though we cannot control things, they don't come out of nowhere. They are just kind of like triggered. So what triggered them? It's always one of sense contacts. One of one sense contact from our six sense contacts. Maybe a sound, maybe a thought itself, maybe a feeling, a touch, or smell, taste, or a vision, a scene. Those are the ones that trigger more thoughts. It's proven by those sense contacts. And the thing is, that sense contact happens, and it's all that. There's nothing in it. It's not having anything in it. But when the thought that related has the same frequency or that was built with that kind of sense contact, it teleports us to this moment. And if we take them as the truth, then we start to judge and do everything based on that thought, not the sense contact, but the thought. That's where we go. So, for example, let's say we hear a noise, and suddenly a thought is appearing. This is a, this is a person, this is an animal, a squirrel, a bird, this is a vehicle, this is tea, this is something falling. Whatever it is, we suddenly get the thought that objectify this sense of it. So, like let's say we hear just a sound. It's just a sound like a vibrate. And suddenly a thought comes as a squirrel. And it's not just a concept kind of sphere, it's a 3D solid alive living squirrel. It's not some simple one, it's a very powerful squirrel. Likewise an object. If we hear a sound, we get it as not sound but an object. If that sound was objectified. There's this actual solid 3D with depth and distance as an object. It has more weight. This thought has more weight than that sense of control. So how these thoughts are appearing, it's it feels as real because one thing we have used it for. But let's take the first day of this thought is being created. So a thought includes every sense of contact, whether it's a smell, taste, sound, like the name of the label of it, touch, everything, which makes it an object, 3D, alive object. It objectifies it. So thought is made out of all those senses. Like if it's just action or which is a sound, it's just simple, like a flat. There's no power in it. It's not strong. But if it's a different sense contact, like the same thing was observed in different ways, that's how it feels. Right? It feels more vivid, more alive, more solid. That's why I thought feels real, powerful, and sense of control. So, as you can see, that's are not real. They are created from the sense of contact. Let's say we have another sense of contact. It's a different type of sense of contact. Then that also had now it becomes more vivid. That taken is a real, that objectifying this thing makes it even more strong. Like for humans, we only have 6 senses. But if someone has 10, it feels even more strong. So once these thoughts are made, when one of the sense of contact that made that thought was, let's say, one of the sense of contact, let's say the sound. So the sound that used to make that thought is vibrating, happening somewhere. That thought suddenly telepathizes to this moment. So thing is, it's not stored in somewhere. It's just telepathizing. It's not coming from somewhere. It's just creating to this moment. It's done by the mindset, and it's not stored in any mind or brain. It's just telepathizing. And the thing is, it happening so fast. We feel as if it's this thought is the sound itself, that object itself. It's really hard for us to separate the thought and just let simple sense about it. Because when we get the sound, we, we don't take the sound, we just take the thought. Now there is a weight for that sound. There is a smell, a taste, a color, everything for that sound. It feels more heavier than that simple sound. Because we are always experiencing the world through thoughts, not the sense of control, but through thoughts. And those thoughts are not even made right at this moment. They were created before. So now they are telepathized into this moment, and we are thinking this is what's in this moment. But what actually happened is that thought that has been telepathized into this moment was created before. They are not in this moment. They are just telepathized into this moment. It's an old thought. So yeah, you feel old. Live in this moment to judge this. Need to be this. So it's like a cycle. We are using same old thoughts. We live in this. So it's not one thought. Actually. Like there are like hundreds of thoughts. It's even more complicated, more strong because it has this oil sense of that it's feel strong, solid, vivid. Now there's not one thought, there are like thousands, hundreds of thoughts. Now this whole world feels, this whole illusion feels stronger with that. There's nothing new is created here. Only the old thoughts rearranging, empathizing with this moment. They are always the words we learn, images we saw, experiences we. Let's say we hear something simple, a banana, and suddenly a color appears, a smell appears, a taste appears, that texture appears. But what we just said was just a sound. How can we there a color in a sound, a smell in a sound, when it's just a sound? But actually, game was the thought that sound wave was made of. That sound wave So now we are accepting this. We take them as the truth. The real. There's not just one thought. There are like many hundred thoughts, which makes this illusion strong. Even though thoughts itself are something not real, something that has been created, it feels strong. It comes strong with those every sense of contact it has. It's not even about this illusion. We can see when it isn't somewhere something so that's also part of this video. Whatever is there is that's also part. When we look closely, we can see it's really we can observe which came first, that thought or this ownership, this self. It's always the thought comes first, and then this self, this I is added. Because we cannot control those thoughts happening on their own. But instantly, the mind adds another thought is self. And the thing is, we use this self with everything. We think as real, which means a thought. So every time what we perceive real, a thought, outside object, there is this self was thinking in that way. When we keep using that for a long time, this self feels natural for us. Now it comes as this self is watching, doing, seeing. If we take something real, that is self. That's how this I-ness is added. Not only that, these thoughts, they create more thoughts. Unthought, then it can trigger another thought. It's basically a chain. So if we follow that chain, if we follow those thoughts, then we are trapped in that illusion. Because when it comes to the actual moment, real moment, there's nothing that thoughts are saying. Let's say we get this simple sense of contact and we interpret it, and a lot of thoughts are coming. Now we feel sad, and now we are trying to stop the sadness so that avoid what will happen in future. That's how the illusion is. But when it's come to the real moment, that thing has already appeared and disappeared. That's it. Nothing else is happening. But we have created the whole story and tried to do things. That's how we get driven by this mind, by this thoughts. Nothing is happening at this moment, but it feels like something is happening. That's why we are trying to do things, planning things, suffer for things. So let's say, for example, we sent a message to someone, and now a chain of thought comes. Did they reply? Why didn't they reply? Are they ignoring? Maybe something is wrong. Maybe they are engaged. Like thousands of thoughts comes to this, and those thoughts they just don't simply come. It comes as something very heavy. It having something deep, something emotion, something real and something. That's why this mind hurts, these thoughts are hurts. It's a suffering. It's a burden. But if we can really come to the beginning, where it starts, we can notice there's nothing there. It's just a sensation that appeared and disappeared. That's it. That's it. And nothing happened. There's no solid thing. Just a sense of contact. Just a sound. There's no vision here. There's no history. There's no smell here. Nothing is there. Just the sound. And that's it. It occurred and disappeared. That's it. But if we take the it from the view of a thought, if we take it as a thought, now it's a squirrel, a chair, a book, a paper. Now it feels heavy, vivid, strong. And not only that, we also like them, prefer them, and we want them. But what really was a sound? What we want a 3D object, illusory object. If we awaken the moment, we just notice the sound and that's it. But if we are in the mind, if we are living life, if we are thinking like how a normal, mundane person thinks, then it's not awakened to the moment. It becomes driven by the mind. In a sound, we suddenly fix the thought and objectify it, and then rest follows. No thoughts triggered by that object thought. Maybe we want it, we resist it or want it. If we want it, we are figuring out to get it. We are planning to get it. More thoughts are generated because that first thought was taken as the truth, as the real. But if we can see through that thought. If we can see that it's just a sense of current, a simple vibration, then those unnecessary thoughts won't taken as the truth. But thoughts still come, but that chain won't follow because we don't take on those thoughts as the reality, as the truth. So the power of those thoughts reduces, which means it's unable to trigger more thoughts. But if it has more power, like how we used to know, it creates more thoughts. So it's always when a thought appears. We never choose it. We cannot choose it. It's how our mind sensible. We cannot control the thoughts. So there is no owner for those thoughts. So they are not chosen, not controlled, just arising and ceasing. That's how our mind sensible. Maybe it's from a contact, or maybe it's from another thought itself. We never know. But they're happening when the right conditions are met. Whether it's a thought or whether it's a contact. We didn't do that. It happens automatically. When a contact happens, when the right conditions are met, the thought that related to that contact is telepathized to this moment. The reality, then we follow the mind. It's follow in the sense of we take on the mind, those thoughts as the truth. If we know the truth, if we don't take on those thoughts as the truth, the reality, then still thoughts happening, occurring, but they are not powerful enough to take on as the reality. So then we are always not follow the thoughts, but coming back to the moment. We are always living in that moment, not in the mind. That is called the awakening to that moment. So when this is seen clearly, thoughts are just thoughts, sees occurring and sees. So we'll end up with some discourse for today. They don't sound like everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and we are very grateful for your continuous guiding and directing us and advising on these programs and the Dhamma path. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session. Just my Dhamma friend concluded one session which is a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. So from there, this is a continuation actually. And as you know, this is a 24/7 channel in English medium, where we are trying to convey these messages to the world for our friends who are trying to find out the truth and who do not speak Sinhalese language. So we are trying in our best to convey this message as directed by our noble friend R.N. Wahanse, our spiritual teacher. So the basis of these teachings is coming all the way from nearly 2,600 years ago, from what Lord Buddha disclosed, what he found out by all himself, because there were no teachers who understood this Dhamma at that time. So he had to put all the research and experiments all by himself. He had to get his wiseness all bloomed up by his own efforts and the determination. And with that, he disclosed the truth to the world. Truth, as we know, is common to any person, whoever is alive. It may be the human beings, it may be the animals. So it's important that this is not limited or confined to a particular religion. This is not certainly a belief. This is not a faith. You are not requested to believe what we say, but always apply it yourself to your own life, to your own experiences, and see whether it is compatible or not. What Lord Buddha said was that always come and see, ehipassiko in Pali. So what he said was come and see, have a trial of yourself and see. When Lord Buddha came to this Arhat state where you can't call a person achieving that, because the ultimate end is that there is no person who is achieving. This is actually a selfless teaching or selfless truth, because when you understand this Dhamma, it's realized that it is just a part of a system. Always there are systems taking place, systems working in a natural way. So it's always a part of the nature. Nature doesn't mean that the physical trees and rivers and mountains, animals, not that nature, but it has a meaning more deeper than that. So if a person understands this Dhamma, it's very clear that there is no person doing these things. It's just a system which is continuously happening. But because of the ignorance, the wrong view that we have, or mithya drushtiya in Sinhalese and Pali, because of this mithya drushtiya, we have an incorrect vision which gives the impression that there is a person who is responsible for everything. There is a person, or there are persons and things which are responsible for these mechanisms. So that is the truth that we have to understand. You can very clearly see then there is no person in this mechanism. And but because of that incorrect vision or the mithya drushti, always this label of myself is tagged onto every activity, everything that is happening. But purely 100% there is no person as such. But that person, the feeling of that existing person comes because there is some liveliness in this mechanism. What do you mean by the liveliness? There is a current or a power which is generated as a part of this sequence, and the because of that current, it gives the feeling that there is a person alive, isn't it? So that is the truth that we try to understand. How do you get this current and how it is created? These facts, I'm sure you have heard so many times from the other Dhamma friends also. And even in uh, the sermons that were done by me. So sorry about the interruption. So what we have to understand is how this mechanism is taking place. So under this umbrella called mechanism, the human beings are coming up, all the other live uh, living beings also comes under this. Not only that, even the trees and the plants, they also come under this system or this mechanism. But going deeper, actually, as Saran Mahansi very clearly explains, which are actually proved from the sutras, the Pali Sutra, which are the original teachings of Lord Buddha. This, wherever it is, whatever you can name, it's made up of, or it's a part of a vibration. The word Rupane was used by Lord Buddha at that time, and present a word which has been given by R.N. Mahansi for more simpler way of explaining it is a vibration or the kampana in Sinhalese. And we know that even scientifically, it's proved that even the solid things, liquid things, air, all these are kinds of vibrations which have different amplitude and different frequencies. We know that things we call solid or solidity, or the things which are felt as hard things, they are sort of kind of compressed vibrations. Then when it comes to the liquid nature or the apo, the solidity is patavi in Pali, and liquidity is apo in Pali, the liquid nature, whatever the liquid kind of things. We know that there are specific meditations which comes under Kayanupassana in Buddhism, Buddhist teaching, where the body is dissected or divided into these four main categories, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, and Vayo. But scientifically, it is very clearly proven that these are all kinds of vibrations or waves. The way that they are packed, like in a more dense way, we call it solidity. When it is a bit more loosely attached, we call it liquidity. And further, when it is more looser, it is called airiness or the vayo. And the temperature is yet another different kind of vibrations. So whatever the skin feels, these are the four types that the skin can feel. What do you mean by feeling the skin? Means that skin is vibrating. That means there's a functional change in the skin. which make you to feel something, and that is because of the fast vibration of that part of the skin. Now think of a situation where you walk. You can feel the hardness of the ground, isn't it? So just take a more smaller part of it. Your heel touches the ground. You say that I felt the hardness uh, to the soul. So that is a thought, because the what you felt was just the hardness. But then when you try to describe it, uh, the soul story, your leg or your soul story comes up as a part of the thought. So the sensation that you had or the feel that you got was the hardness felt by the skin. But the thought was my foot was touching the ground or my soul was touching the ground. What happened at the level of the soul or level of that skin was there was some vibration, speedy vibration, and speedy vibration was felt as something hard, and that came up as a thought that my leg is touching the ground. See how it is being built up. Initially, there was fast vibration of the skin. Well, it was a fast vibration, and your perception or the sanya was that the soul, your perception was touch sensation, and your thought or the self we was that my leg touching the ground. See how it is built up in different levels. It was a vibration to start with. And you know that the vibrations can change. We know that the Patavi nature can change to Apo nature, and the Apo nature can become the airiness or the level of the air. So, Patavi means the hardness, the way that it is felt. So, for example, ice cube. Take an ice cube. This is one of the beautiful metaphors given by Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend. When an ice cube melts, becomes water. So the Patavi has become water, Apo. And when it further is heated, it becomes the air, just become the vapor, and you cannot see it anymore. So it changed from the Apo nature to the airiness air. Now there's nothing. And when you take it in the reverse order, when you cool down, you can see that in the refrigerator how the ice cubes, ice particles are formed. There is only cold air, and cold air will become water, Apo, and the Apo nature or the water will become ice crystals or ice cubes with further freezing. So you can see this Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, the four, which are kinds of vibrations, and it can change its consistency because of the temperature changes. So it's not something lasting, isn't it? It's not something permanently solid, not something permanently watery or liquid, not permanently airiness. Similarly, another example metaphor given by Aryan Mahansa is that a tree, a huge tree, is burnt. So that is a solid nature. And then when you burn, it becomes just a smoke and it's gone. So see how the solid nature changed to the airiness. So this is like a part of the system, because what we have to understand is this. vibratory levels changes, vibrations changes in the nature from solid to watery level, and from the watery level to the air level. And this is a part of the nature. No one is doing these changes. So similarly, any person, we have to decide, we have to understand this fact. The nature of this body also now, this is, we call it solid and liquid and airiness. All three components are there in this body, physical body. And when it is burnt, that in the crematorium it is burnt and it becomes just the nature of air, isn't it? There is nothing left then. So that is how this nature of these vibrations, it changes from one way to the other, and it will return back to the same way, like in the ice cube. So in that case, we know that every system is just formed in this way. They are all vibrations, whether it is a tree or whether it is a rock, sea, people, animals, all are different types of vibrations. Because of the fast speed, it's felt as if it is really there. So we can take few more examples. Now I can feel warmth. That is because I have a functioning skin. Feeling warmth means there was vibration of the skin of that part. So that is the feel. That is a feel at the sensor level. But what is a thought, self-will? Actually, the skin, what happened before going to the perception level, actually what happened was that part was fast vibrating. So because of the fast vibration, something was felt. What was felt was actually warmth. And what was a thought? Thought was actually the sun falling on my back, sunlight falling on my back. That is a thought. See how it is built up. Every level, everything is built up like that. It's a vibration to start with, fast vibration, creating as if something is there, creating as if light is there, sound is there, taste is there, smell is there, and the skin sensation is there. So that is the fast vibration of those will give rise to those perceptions. And combination of the perceptions will form what is called a thought. So this is a process. So every time what happens is a thought is formed. Thought means anything you name, it is a thought. It's a sound. Sunlight is a thought. Ice cube is a thought. Telephone is a thought. Son, daughter, they are all thoughts. Actually speaking, for most of the tasks, we have a mental picture, isn't it? Now, for example, preparing a cup of tea is a mental picture. This mental picture is a thought, in other words. It's a thought which has so many perceptions inside that. Perceptions about the tea, perceptions about the hot water, perceptions about the kettle, cups, so many perceptions. And what happens is the collection of these perceptions give rise to a complete picture. So right now, if I say, I want to prepare a cup of tea, that's a thought. So in that thought, you have the pictures. You have the sounds, you have the smells, you have the tastes, you have the skin sensations or the skin feels. All these components are there in this mental picture, isn't it? So this is a thought which happened at some stage, and now it is being reproduced here right at this moment. What happens when you have this thought to prepare a cup of tea? What happens next? There will be sense functions one after the other in order to complete this task. So you will walk to the place, you will see the kettle, you will take it up, you will put some water and plug it, or keep it on the stove and light the fire, and you will prepare the cups. You will put some tea leaves. Uh, you will add some sugar. So those things will happen mechanically, isn't it? Similarly, now when you decide to walk from here to there, you have that mental picture. With that mental picture, the things will happen in a sequence, isn't it? When the mental picture was walking, you will not be jumping up and down. You will not sit somewhere, isn't it? If the mental picture is such, the sensors, relevant sensors will start functioning. So, is this something that you have to plan and do? Well, I'm talking about the simple tasks that you have experienced earlier. I'm not talking about a task that you have never done. So, something that you have done earlier, something that you are familiar with. So, that task will occur in sequence, and the sensors will be functioning one after the other. And you don't need to think each step, isn't it? You don't need to think, this is the kettle was identified, and pick it up, lift your hand up and take it up, move your hand, move that kettle here, uh, put, take your fingers up to the tap, open the tap. You don't have to go on like that in each and every step, isn't it? The moment you have the mental picture, the things are happening. Things are happening in the order, and it's always confined to the five senses, isn't it? The preparation of the cup of the tea, it's mostly the eye, uh, ear, and the body senses which are functioning. And also you might experience the smell, the nose, the smell sensor. And when you are drinking the tea, you will have the tongue sensor also functioning. So, was there anybody guiding this activity, or was there any person, any authority, or any center which was controlling this? No, actually, how did it happen? The mental picture was a picture that was produced here right at this moment, uh, as a spark, a single vibration. But as I said, it had all the components related to that. And how did that mental picture come? It's always the experience of the five senses at some point in the past. Now see how it started for me. Now, as a child, you didn't know how to prepare a cup of tea, isn't it? You knew that it is something hot. You knew that something it is poured into a cup. You may not have had any idea beyond that. How do you get the perceptions little by little? How about this method of preparing a cup of tea? You may have watched, so that is a vibration of the eye, isn't it? You may have asked your mother, so mother may have said, do this, do this. So that may be your uh, ear vibration. And you may have been allowed to do certain things, so that those were actually the vibrations of the skin, body vibration. And then maybe when you were allowed to smell, you could smell it. Now you know this is the smell. And when you were drinking the tea, you know what taste it is. So these perceptions may not have occurred at the same time. Initially, it may have been only the vibration of the eye, and then maybe the vibrations of the ear also combined when your mother was telling how to do it. And the tasting and the smell and also the touching part may have come later on. So the perceptions are added at different times, not necessarily at the same time. And all those perceptions combine together to form the mental picture or the thought called preparation of a cup of tea. And in addition, when you are an adult, you might have more perceptions in relation to the preparation of a cup of tea. Adding a bit of ginger makes it tastier, or maybe a drop of vanilla makes it uh, have a sweet fragrance and a taste also. And you should let the tea leaves boil in hot water for a few minutes and strain it before drinking. So those are the perceptions which may have been added, and also the qualities of the tea leaves. In Sri Lanka, we say that BOP quality is the best quality. So you might check the label of the tea bag, tea packet, to see whether this is good quality tea. Or if you are abroad and if you are a Sri Lankan, you might sort of screen the shelves in the supermarket to see whether there are any Sri Lankan tea, because the perception that you have is Sri Lanka is one of the best quality tea producers. So these are all perceptions that you have about preparation of a cup of the tea. It's a thought, it's a mental picture, and then this physical body is guided by that thought to do the relevant activities. And along with that, you have so many other sidetracked perceptions that come, which are related to the tea. Maybe it would have been nice to have a snack with this one. It may have been good to have a savory kind of a snack with a plain tea. I don't like to add tea, milk to the tea, because it changes the flavor of the tea. These are all the sidetracked perceptions sometimes, but coming as a part of that mental picture. So you can see very easily now this sort of simple tasks doesn't need a person to do it, isn't it? But how you label it as is that I prepared a cup of tea. So there was no self at all. This was just according to a past data. The five senses are functioning and then moving forward to do the task. Then why do you feel that there is a self in this one? Now, if you take a little deeper look at this one, each and every act that you are doing, in a subtle way, you feel that you are doing it, isn't it? Now, when you feel the hotness to your skin, the experience that you get is, I felt warmth. And when you see it, what you feel, what the system feels is that I saw the pot and the tea leaves and the kettle. I saw it. And when you get the smell of it, it's felt as if you are feeling it. So this is what is explained as this current here. A fine current at the level. Now, if you go to the thought level, I prepared a cup of tea. That is a thought, isn't it? The tea is a thought, cup is a thought, and myself is a thought. And preparation is also a thought. So they are all thoughts actually. Each and every thought, can you see that myself or the self feeling or the self perception is hiding? You may not use the word even I, but in all those instances, the self perception is there. That is because you feel that the tea leaves are real. You feel that the kettle is real, the cup is real, hot water is real. And if you have added sugar, sugar is real. So as long as there is a duality, there is the self. But what were they actually? What was the thought called tea leaves? That was just the when it comes to the tea leaves, it's a vibration to the eye. It's a vibration to the ear, and it's maybe a vibration to the nose as a smell. But the thought called tea leaves was born in your mind, isn't it? So tea leaves is simply a thought which was born, which was constructed right now in your mind. Then similarly, the cup also you can work out in the same way. Cup is something too firm to touch, a shape to the eye, and the sound cup comes, and three things together, an existing cup has been created in the mind. Now, where did this existing feel comes? That is what we have to uh, undo and find out, because this mess of thoughts is something created then and there. Each fraction of second, there's a new thought formed as a construct of the mind. Similarly, we know that how myself was created, we discussed in length yesterday. Like any item in the world is created, how an item in the world is created, similarly, myself is also created. So this, because of this nature of these creations, we know that it is not true. So tea leaves or tea is a creation in the mind right now for you and me, for the people who know what is tea is. A child, small child, will have no idea about the tea. If he's shown some tea leaves, it will be just a shape to the eye. It will be just a smell to the nose. It will be a little firm texture to touch. That's it. The tea leaves, the sound tea leaves will not come to them unless it has been introduced as a perception. So they are just isolated sensor functions to the baby. And when you grow up, what happens in the kindergarten or the preschool? You may have seen that they are bringing certain things to the classroom to show this is what's called this process of teaching. So they might bring a packet of tea leaves, and the teacher will show the packet and say, "This is tea leaves." And also, she might show a picture of a tea bush. And if you happen to be somewhere in an area where the tea bushes are there, she might even take out to the close vicinity and show those are the tea bushes, how the leaves are plucked, and that leaves which are plucked and dried and grounded, and this is what you get in this packet. And the teacher might demonstrate how to prepare a cup of tea. You know that in the preschools, very often they demonstrate various things so that children do get this what's called this combination of these sensor functions at that level. So when the tea is prepared, the sound was there, a light or the shape was there to the eye, children were allowed to touch it, and children were allowed to smell it, and children were allowed to taste it when the tea is prepared. And children might go home and try to do it by themselves. Now, these are the ways that the perceptions combine together to form thoughts. And that is a thought which is reproduced or synchronized or telepathized to this moment right now when you feel thirsty or something. You have this thought, want to prepare a cup of tea. So the methodology, which included all those perceptions that you had over the time, will be telepathized to this moment. So you have got a full mental picture, you have got the command, and according to the command, the body will start functioning. You may not need even to think of it. Now, your thoughts may be somewhere else, but automatically you find that the cup has been prepared already and it's ready for you to drink. So that is the nature of the mental picture, isn't it? So that is the way that the mind is behaving, how the thoughts are formed. Actually, it's a complex kind of a procedure. But the most important thing is that there is no person doing it. The moment that the desire comes, then the need to drink something comes. That means your body sensor, the body sensor will feel that need. And then automatically what comes up as a mind sensor is that tea is the best thing for this. So it all now we know all depends on the perceptions that you receive. And the moment that one perception comes up, all related facts around that will come, and depends on the person and depends on the type of the perceptions that particular system has received. Now one more example we'll take in an Asian country, particularly in Sri Lanka particularly. If you see bright orange color, well, it is a vibration to the eye. Because of the fast vibration of the eye, there is a light, there is something seen. So seen means that vibration becomes equal to another vibration outside. So the two vibrations become equal. This is the story of this two tuning forks. The beautiful metaphor example given by our Aryan Mahanse, which is something scientific, which you know that it is happening. The two tuning forks, when kept apart, if both have the same frequency, when one is vibrating, automatically the other one also will start vibrating. So that is a natural phenomenon, isn't it? When you dial a particular phone number from this end, that vibration will become equal to another vibration in a faraway country, which you call that telephone number. You give the name telephone number is equal. What happens actually is the vibrations here becomes equal to that vibration. Then that sound is represented or reproduced here. That picture, if it is on the screen, if it is a video call, that picture is reproduced here. Same story like the tuning fork. This becomes that, or that becomes this. But essential part is that on this side, the vibration must occur for you to experience this seeing or hearing. So going back to this orange color thing. So it is a vibration to the eye, and the mind vibration or the yes, my vibration of the mind sensor, the recognition of orange color will occur. How did the orange color was identified? It again is a telepathization of your perception or a thought that you had right from the very small age, isn't it? The orange color may have been introduced when you were 3, 4 years. So that time, the function of the two senses, particularly the eye and the ear, combination produced the thought called orange. Now that so-called orange color perception is reproduced here. That is how that thought was synchronized here. Now you know that this is the color called orange color. If you have never been taught, or if you have never had these perceptions about this orange thing called orange, you have no idea about this color now. But because you have been so-called taught this is orange color, that is synchronized or telepathized to this moment. Did something come from there to here? No. That is the importance of this mechanism of telepathization. Nothing comes from there to here, and nothing goes from here to there. But the two are becoming equal. That is the story. So you don't need a specific way of wiring system or any media to transmit that. It instantly is coming up here to name it as orange color. Along with the orange color, what are the things what other perceptions will you get? We know that a significant part of our national flag has orange color, isn't it? We know that king coconut has a bright orange color. We know that the robes of the Buddhist monks are orange color. Think of that you might have more perceptions about various orange color things around. Maybe the setting sun gives rise to orange color. Even the clouds become orange color. You might have some flowers, some barbotans or gerbera flowers in your garden which are bright orange color. So this is now, see, it was just a vibration to the eye. That vibration also, because of the fast vibration, you felt as if there was a color there. So it was from the zero level you had to see now. Zero level, there was nothing actually. From the nothingness, because of the speed, something was detected and a light or a shape was detected. We call it detected even if, even though we call it detected, there was just a vibration, fast vibration of that organ, isn't it? And the orange color story came up from your Purana Sanya or your past perceptions, and it came up here as a new perception. That is your Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, or the wisdom about the past perceptions. And now you know at that level also, at that past perception level also, what happened was combination of two senses. Your preschool teacher took a lot of trouble. She may have prepared colored cards, and showing the color cards, she will say orange. This is orange. And she also might bring various orange color items to show you. These are all orange colors. So that was the two senses were functioning, ear and the eye. That is how the orange was born in the mind, thought. So can you say it is real? Was that thought real? No. The thought is not real simply because it's a vibration due to the speedy vibration. So speedy vibration created something called vision. Speedy vibration created something called hearing. Combination of this hearing and vision gave rise to what's called a different type of a vibration, again with the speed, called thought, or in other words, orange color. Then subsequently, many things are added to this orange color. As I said, the color of the robes of the monks, Buddhist monks, and maybe the imported oranges, which are in orange color. We know that the local oranges are green in color. So orange color oranges, and then maybe the king coconut. So many things which are in orange color, isn't it? So the child will learn actually little by little. He might point out, that is orange color. This is orange color. And also as parents, you also might show what is his color. You will try to test him, isn't it? So these strengthen the perceptions, strengthen or kind of empowering, or we could use the word abhisankarana in Sinhala. In Pali also it's the same word. Abhisankarana means empowering or reinforcing. When it happens again and again and again, now you have the established orange color. It's not stored anywhere, mind you, that is the most important thing. It's not somewhere in the brain. You can't dissect your brain and find out where this orange color is. It's not that. When the causes meet together, the effect will come up. So the Hetu Phalavada, or the cause and effect phenomenon, when the causes meet together, the effect will come out. So the orange color will be the effect here when the causes meet. So along with that, along with the orange color thought, all the other perceptions which are related to that, as I mentioned, so many things according to your experience will come as thoughts around that initial perception about the orange color. You might even remember a dress that you had, or a sari you had in orange color, handbag, so many things. So it all depends on your experiences or your perceptions. Isn't that the way that everything is happening? Just think about it. Can you think of anything that happens beyond this level, or in any different way? No. Always the thoughts are formed in this way. So thought is that point, whatever the time that it happened. Thought is a combination of the sense functions. So you can't say that thought is also something permanently lasting. At that fraction of second, the perceptions combine together to form a thought. And that thought is the one which was synchronized to this moment. So according to the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnanaya, if that thought is not real, which means it's just a combination of some senses, isn't it? If that thought is not real, and that thought is being telepathized here and coming up as a new thought, then you can't definitely say that this thought is real either. The past thought is not real, then definitely the present thought is a telepathization of that, and then present thought can't be real either. That is your Chutupapata Jnana. So when you see the thoughts in this angle, then it's very clearly understood that the present thought is also an illusion or a construct. So that means every thought is like this, isn't it? Every thought is a construct in the mind. And not only that, How is it constructed? Constructed by combination of the sensors. What about the sensors? Sensors are also not something lasting. Sensors means the speed. So if the speed wasn't there, you can't talk anything about these thoughts, can you? So because of the speed, the sensor functions are created, and sensor functions combine to form the thought, which is a different type of a vibration. And again, what's next? Now we know that these vibrations carry a current forward. And at the perception level, they don't have a significant power. But what happens, what is meant by the construct of the sankhara? Fast vibration or the fast combination of these perceptions construct something, aggregate something. Then only you feel that it is really there. That is your consciousness. So what happens at the level of the consciousness? The power, the current is more. And further, when the sensor functions will combine together to form the thought has more power. And that is what is felt as if it is existing. So you feel that the orange color is real, isn't it? And also you feel that the monk's robes, they are real. The king coconuts, yes, they are really there. Oranges, oh yes, they are really there. How did you get that feel? You get that feel because of the speed, because of that current which is accumulated. So wherever there is a current, we know that it gives a live feeling, isn't it? So when the live feeling is there, in other words, it is this self feeling, the feeling of existence. On this other side of the coin is the feeling of self. So now you have got something which is really there, and then you have got this experience or the self feel also there. So that is how the word is created to you and me. This current which is there, that is what has given rise to the feel that it is existing. And in other words, that myself is there to experience these things. So, in other words, there is nothing called myself tool, but what is felt as a current is the one which is interpreted as self, myself. So, when it is something that never existed and not going to be there, but still the belief is strongly that this is a self, can you see how much of an illusion that we are sinking in? Everything looks real to us, isn't it? Everything is felt real, everything is smelt real. So everything looks real. So this is the story of our life. This is the story of the samsara cycle. Now, even if the physical parts, physical components are destroyed, this current which is built up is not going to be deleted. Unless, of course, you are being born as a human and you understand this Dhamma, and then you understand this mechanism. So being born as an animal, you will never be able to understand this mechanism. And when you are born as a human being, you should be lucky enough, fortunate enough to hear this Dhamma also. And also, if you are kind of deaf and blind, if you are born with multiple handicapped type of problems, again, even if this Dhamma is preached just the next door, you will not be fortunate enough to get it, isn't it? So see how fortunate you and me are being born as humans, who are the only species who can understand this mechanism and how this current is formed. So that is the most important thing, how this current is formed. So only the human beings can understand this. So when you see how this current is formed, what happens actually? This current is the one which will get less and less powerful. The moment you recognize this current, the moment you see the mechanism of making it, we know that when you know the magic, the tricks, how they are doing, when you know it, you can see, you can still enjoy the magic, but you don't have that excitation and that surprising kind of feel. Excitation is not there, but still you can see, okay, it's nice, they are doing such tricks. It really looks real. Yes, of course, you can appreciate that, you can enjoy the magic, there's no issue at all, but you know that it is just a magic, it's not something real, isn't it? So this is what happens when you understand this Dhamma. There's no way that your senses are experiencing differently. Same very old, same looking tree will be there, same sound of the crow will be there, same way of smelling, the smell of the coffee flowers will be there, and same way of skin touching the softness of your clothes will be there. And not only that, the same way the thoughts are also coming up, isn't it? You will feel happy when your child, son or daughter comes home after a long holiday. At the first sight of the child, you will be very happy, won't you? So that happiness is just a part of that mind sensor. You lose one of your family members and you will be sad. So that is the nature of the mind sensor, isn't it? Because you understand these Dhamma facts, you are not going to lose the ability of those thoughts or the emotions either. And there's no barricade for the thoughts either. You can, in the normal way, you can experience the world. But you know that it is just a creation, that is the only difference. Because the Itta Sanyava and the Atma Sanyava, which means the perception of existence and perception of self, those are the two obstacles, so I would say those are the two facts that will be removed from your path. Rest of it is going to be same. But you know, when you see this is not true. This is just a creation of the mind. And when you are aware very clearly of those things, what happens? Whatever the stimulus which comes up, you feel that there is no value in this one. You do not get that burning type of feel with the stimuli. Your son will be at your doorstep, unannounced. He's coming home from overseas. We know that that is something that our children are doing sometimes. Surprise home visits to surprise the parents. You will be happy, certainly you will be happy, but you are not having that elated type of deep happiness where you might hug the child, start crying in the happiness, and like mad rush. You will run here and there. I want to prepare some best dishes that my son like. That pressure, that burn will not be there. But without that burn, you will be able to do all the work as it was planned. The happiness is there, true. It's kind of a superficial happiness. And the child also will not be disappointed, because some might say that no, I don't have an attachment to the son. And there is no son also. That is the creation of the senses only. So I shouldn't be close to him. I should keep my distance. These are all sort of very foolish thoughts, I would say, because there's no way that it differs your responses to your son when he's coming uh, from overseas unannounced at your doorstep, isn't it? And when somebody of your family dies, can you say that there's no death outside and there's no such person also, and I shouldn't cry? If I cry, it's not good for the Buddhist teaching that I had. These are some of the very silly types of things that might come up. There's nothing called no sun outside or no death just over here. But what we have to understand is that the normal way those stimuli will occur, but the fact that it was felt really real, and and along with that, the perception of myself, who is going to enjoy or who is going to have this excitation of the senses, that is the one which will be extinguished. So it's like a fire being put off, but still you can do the whatever the work you have to do. So particularly when the sun comes home, like that, without that burning, you will